Chapter 151. After entering the meeting room, Qin Zhe did not look at the long brown lacquered table and the 4 interviewers. Instead, he looked at the broom on the floor. Qin Baobao knew that her brother had failed many interviews. She felt that it was because her brother didn't put his heart into the interviews, so no one wanted him. She took out a book she had bought when she graduated, 108 Tests for an Interviewer. She told her brother to pay attention to the details and to use the most exaggerated attitude to judge the interviewer. Qin Zhe spent 2 days to finish reading the book. He thought to himself, damn, the interviewers really know how to play. It was a typical case to not help a broom that had fallen to the ground. But the book gave 2 opinions. One was to help a broom that had fallen to the ground. According to the normal answer, the interviewer should quickly pick up the broom on the floor and attend the interview. This was seen as being careful and responsible. The other was not to help a broom. This could also be the opposite of the interviewers. If you helped a broom, they would think that if you did not know your job well, you would not be able to do great things in the future. Qin Zhe was dumbfounded. Should he help a broom or not? He asked his sister, but she could not give him an answer. She said vaguely, it depends on the situation. What the f*ck? It depends on the situation. He quickly glanced at the floor. Luckily, there was no pretentious test about helping a broom. He had interviewed for so many companies, but he had never encountered such a test. It must be the old trick. Qin Zhe looked at the 4 interviewers. He glanced at their nameplates. They were the marketing manager, investment manager, human resources manager, and the assistant to the general manager. There were 2 men and 2 women. A pot-bellied uncle and a man in his 30s. There was a middle-aged woman wearing glasses and a young woman. The interviewers were also considering Qin Zhe. This young man was handsome and had a good figure. He looked very energetic. Among the 50 to 60 people in the company, there were not many who were more handsome than him. The HR manager was the first to speak. The middle-aged woman adjusted her glasses, and a sharp light flashed through her lenses. Qin Zhe, your resume doesn't show any work experience. What have you been doing during your internship? It was a sharp question. Qin Zhe sat on the chair, put his hands on his knees, straightened his back, and answered truthfully, I've been speculating in stocks for the past 2 months. The marketing manager immediately smiled and said, is it convenient to ask about your rate of return? Sure. Qin Zhe nodded. The average rate of return is around 90%, with the highest being 300%. The minimum is 40%. The marketing manager raised his eyebrows. It was a shocking yield. But considering the recent rise in the stock market, it was not unacceptable. The other interviewers were not surprised. After all, it was impossible for them to ask him to hand over the receipt. Whether it was true or not was still to be determined. The investment manager, a man in his 30s, chuckled, let's talk about the recent trend of the stock market. Some say that the market will continue to rise, and some say that it's just the market hitting the bottom, and it's a normal phenomenon. After this period, the market will return to its slump. Qin Zhe said, the stock market is going to rise. The investment manager made a please gesture. Please start your speech. Pfft, Qin Zhe almost burst out laughing on the spot. Please start your speech was listed as a sarcastic remark on the same level as, haha. He did not know whether this guy did it intentionally or not, but the joke was so seamless. The interviewers looked at Qin Zhe. During the interview, some said that spring had come for the stock market, and some said that it was the final radiance of the setting sun. The yes and no answers were not what the interviewers wanted to hear. They wanted to see how the interviewers would debate. Qin Zhe chose his words for a few seconds and said slowly, there are 3 reference methods to determine whether the stock market has the foundation of a medium and long-term bull move. First, economists often say that the stock market is the economic barometer, and the general direction is correct. Therefore, whether the stock market moves or not depends on whether the macro economy has begun to recover. And whether the macro economy recovers or not, first look at the economic situation of the European and American countries. Their economic situation directly affects the global financial market. As for how to look at it, the PPI data released by the National Bureau of Statistics and the PMI data released by HSBC can tell us the answer. The investment manager interrupted directly. As far as I know, the economies of the European and American countries are not doing well. Our country's real estate market is declining, and the policy income is declining, leading to a huge downward pressure on the national economy. This guy's name was written on his nameplate, Li Linfeng. Qin Zhe said calmly, "The world is never black and white. You can't say that the stock market must be bad if the economy of a foreign country is bad. The stock market is called investment abroad, but in China, it is called stock speculation. Stock speculation, stock speculation. If you can see the general trend so easily, can it still be called stock speculation?" Li Linfeng nodded and agreed with his point of view. He smiled and said, "Go on. Second, look at the stock market trend of the major economic countries in foreign countries. Their markets determine the global stock market. The domestic stock market will follow the trend." Li Linfeng frowned. "Then all the more we should not be optimistic. The story of the United States, Britain, France, and other countries is a mess. This is related to the third point I mentioned," Qin Zhe said. Li Linfeng leaned forward slightly and pretended to listen. The other three interviewers also became serious. Among the interviewers, Qin Zhe was the most talkative, regardless of whether what he said was right or wrong. Every country's national conditions are different. The trend of the domestic stock market can only be used as a reference. The reason why I think the stock market will rise is because the domestic economy is declining, and the real estate bubble is getting bigger. Ha! The marketing manager laughed. The domestic economy is poor, so the stock market should be depressed. Under normal circumstances, it should be like this, Qin Zhe said. But the government introduced a series of policies in March and July this year. They lowered interest rates twice, but it also reduced investment returns. There are fewer risk-free and high-return investments. This caused the banks to have a lot of spare cash. Where will the money go? Also, in the past 2 years, the industrial market has hit new lows. The market is in a downturn. Last year, even the IPO was suspended. To support the industry, there will be new shares to be issued. If the IPO is to be restarted, the market will need a wave of rise, and it must be a stable market. Only under such circumstances can companies use the IPO to raise funds through the capital market. The marketing manager furrowed his brows. Li Linfeng was deep in thought. Everything you said, is there any data to support it? Without a long period of market research and analysis, it is just an armchair strategist. Of course there was. Qin Zhe had been doing this for the past 2 months. He had read the stock market for the past 2 years, the recent policies, and the data released by the Bureau of Statistics. If he could understand it, he would understand it himself. If he could not understand it, he would exchange it for knowledge from the system. He left a thick stack of draft papers at home. I am just expressing my own views. If there are any mistakes, please feel free to criticize me, Qin Zhe said. This kind of academic debate was not something that could convince anyone. Everyone had their own views. The industry was also debating whether the stock market should rise or fall. Old Master Qin wanted it to rise, but his views were conservative, so he invested a small amount of money. Qin Zhe wanted it to rise and felt that the stock market would soar, so he went bankrupt. Li Linfeng smiled and picked up his teacup. Very thoughtful. He only agreed with part of Qin Zhe's views. This was an interview, not an academic debate. There was no need to argue about whether the stock market should rise or fall. His purpose was to test Qin Zai's professionalism. The answer was already out. The investment manager, Li Linfeng, gave a score in his heart. Qualified. It was rare to see a young man who could talk so much. He bragged so seriously, but his bragging was very reasonable. The HR manager was not very satisfied with Qin Zai because he had no work experience. The marketing manager, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude because his department was already full. The only one who did not express any opinion was the CEO's assistant. At this time, she finally showed her big move. This delicate and pretty woman in her late 20s took out a set of exam papers from a folder and pushed it to Qin Zai. She smiled and said, "I have a college entrance exam paper here. I will give you half an hour. If you can get full marks, the company will hire you." There was such an operation? The few managers were shocked. The CEO's assistant was pleasant throughout the interview today. She did not deliberately make things difficult for the young people in front of her. The questions she asked were all reasonable. Why did the style change completely when it came to this? Julie was only a medium-sized investment company. There was no need to be so uptight. The college entrance exam did not require the top scorer in science to get full marks. They looked at Qin Zai with pity in their eyes. Perhaps this young man had offended her. The woman with 2 dimples smiled faintly. "Is there a problem?" Qin Zai said, "No problem. Give me a pen." Then he moved his chair to the table and answered the questions. His pen flew. Natural and smooth. With Qin Zai's skill level, getting high marks was not a problem. It was not impossible to get full marks, but half an hour was too rushed. He finished the multiple choice and fill-in-the-blank questions and handed the long and complicated answers to the system. Half an hour, no more, no less. Qin Zai put down his pen and let out a long sigh. Done. Done? The managers were suspicious. Are you kidding me? How long has it been? Are you sure you can get full marks in half an hour? The CEO's assistant concealed the shock in her eyes. She slowly took out a printed answer and compared it. Then she looked up at Qin Zai. She compared it again and looked at Qin Zai again. She was not satisfied. She compared the answer again and said in a doubtful tone, "How did you do it?" "Full marks." The HR manager, a middle-aged woman with black-rimmed glasses, asked impatiently. The female assistant nodded silently. "I don't believe it." Li Linfeng stood up and took the paper and the answer. He compared it personally. After a while, he looked up and said in a doubtful tone, "How did you do it?" "I'm more talented in mathematics." Qin Zai said in his heart. F***ck, I'm just taking an interview. What do you want? He felt that this was familiar. The female assistant adjusted her stiff expression and cleared her throat. "Come to work on Monday." Qin Zai stood up and left the meeting room. Outside the meeting room, a few young people who did not go for the interview came up. "What took you so long? What did they ask you? You've been in there for 40 minutes. Qin Zai scolded the interviewer. "They're crazy. They asked me to do the college entrance exam." College entrance exam? The young people looked at each other. The interviewer really knows how to play. Should we download a copy of the Science College entrance exam as backup? It's been a few years since we graduated. We don't know if we can still pick up the high school knowledge. Chapter 152. In the general manager's office, the assistant stood outside the door and heard the sound of the mouse in the office. As soon as she knocked on the door, the sound stopped. "Come in." The general manager's cold and pleasant voice came. She walked in with the results of today's interview and gently put them on Su Yu's desk. 10 people were interviewed today, 3 were eliminated in the written test stage, 2 were eliminated in the interview stage, and the remaining 5 were divided into A and B levels according to their academic qualifications, work experience, etc. Mr. Su, please take a look. Su Yu's eyes swept over and looked at it one by one, and said lightly, how did he do? The female assistant immediately pulled out the test paper and the answer from the file. Su Yu compared the test paper and the answer, and his elegant and picturesque face finally showed a touch of color, and he said, I really gave him a full score. Nan Man didn't fool me. Did it really only take half an hour? The female assistant smiled bitterly. Mr. Su, what is the origin of that guy? He said half an hour and it was half an hour. There was no mistake in any question. The answer of the question is more detailed than the reference answer. The whole paper sat down, and it was called neat. He didn't use the draft paper, and he didn't think much about it. If I didn't print this paper randomly from the internet, I would suspect that he had memorized the answer in advance. You didn't see the faces of the interviewers. It's quite abnormal. Su Yu smiled, like a glacier thawing. You didn't think that he couldn't answer it? The female assistant said. Manager Lin and the others looked at me strangely. They probably thought that I was a slut and made things difficult for a young man. Someone told me that he could finish a college entrance examination simulation paper in 20 minutes and get a full score. I didn't believe it, but now I have to believe it. Everyone has a brain. Some people are 250, and some people are 250. The female assistant said in her heart, I just thought that he was 250. You didn't think about it. What if he can't answer it? Su Yu chuckled. If he can't answer it, he can't answer it. This paper has nothing to do with the interview. He raised the evaluation in his hand. Why is it B? Qin Zai's evaluation report. The female assistant said, no work experience, in turn, ability to be verified. For the time being, it can only be evaluated as B. So you got up and walked to the corner and put the papers and answers into the slot of the shredder. Arrange him to the investment department and mix with Li Lin Feng for a while. She was about 1.7 meters tall, a head taller than the female assistant. The female assistant hurriedly nodded. Among all the new employees, this kid was the only one who was personally assigned to a position by President Su. After the female assistant left the office, Su Yu trotted back to the computer, and the mouse clicked. No matter how much he cheated, he couldn't cheat his teammates. Speaking of which, she hadn't seen the Almighty online for a while. It was already so difficult for her to get a gold rank. From stubbornness to unyielding, when could he reach the shore of glory? At 7:30 p.m. Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin went home hand in hand. As long as Qin Bao Bao went to work, she would give Wang Zijin a ride. The place where Miss Wang worked was a little far from the subway station. She had to take the bus first and then transfer to the subway. It was troublesome to get to and from work. When he was at home, he would give the car keys to Wang Zijin and let her drive herself. As soon as they entered the door, the two smelled the aroma of food. The living room table was full of delicacies. Oh, what day is it today? So rich. The elder sister was surprised. Qin Zai, do you want to raise me into a little fat pig? Wang Zijin complained, swallowing her saliva betrayed her. Today I succeeded in the interview. Are you happy? Are you surprised? Qin Zai stood at the table, opened his arms, and made a, come and congratulate me, gesture. Qin Bao Bao blinked. Wang Zijin was stunned. Qin Zai closed his arms and opened them again. The two sisters still didn't understand. What's so good about finding a job? Wang Zijin was the first to react and pretended to say, oh, congratulations, A's is amazing. The elder sister also finally understood. She shouted as fake as possible, wow, our A's actually found a job. I'm so happy and relieved. I must reward you with a kiss. Go away. Qin Zai pushed his sister away dispiritedly and sat down quietly. It turned out that he was just being arrogant. In the eyes of the two sisters who graduated from famous universities, finding a job was not something to be proud of. Qin Bao Bao aside, Wang Zijin came to Shanghai to seek refuge with her best friend and didn't even bring her graduation certificate. Of course, this could be found online. But her work experience and professionalism were all broken down and she had to start from scratch. Now, her monthly salary was more than 10,000 yuan. She was no longer a girl who left home and lived under someone else's roof. Occasionally, she would give Qin Zhe some pocket money. She didn't care whether he needed it or not. Qin Bao Bao reached out to pick up the chicken stewed with mushrooms. Qin Zhe picked up the chopsticks and hit her hand. The elder sister felt pain and quickly retracted her hand. 666, Ace finally doesn't have to stay at home and be a loser without a job. The elder sister retaliated with a venomous tongue. Wang Zijin heard this and hit her. Qin Bao Bao was furious. Whose side are you on? Wang Zijin raised her hand and said innocently, it hit me by itself. Qin Bao Bao went to strangle Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin quickly hid behind Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao judged the situation and felt that she had no chance of winning against the two of them. She pouted and ate silently. After dinner, they played on their own in the living room. Qin Zhe checked the scope of the investment company's business and thought about which department he would enter. Wang Zijin recently found a tear-jerking soap opera and was enthusiastically following it. The elder sister held her pink laptop and browsed Weibo. They didn't go back to their rooms. They gathered together happily and felt the passage of time. Finally, they took a shower and went to sleep. Qin Bao Bao stretched, rubbed her sore neck, and sighed, I have to shoot an advertisement in a few days, and I have to release an album next month. I'm so tired. Wang Zijin was stunned, releasing an album so fast. I think other celebrities take at least 2 months to release their albums. Qin Bao Bao said, it's hard to say. The fast ones release an album in 4 or 5 days. The slow ones release an album in a few months. I really want to live a life of idleness. Wang Zijin threw a funny brother emoji. Isn't this Qin Zhe's life pursuit? Little sister's heart hurt. Qin Zhe glared at her. Qin Bao Bao's cell phone dinged, a text message notification. She raised her cell phone and looked at it. She screamed happily and rushed to share with Wang Zijin, Tissue, my advertising fee has arrived. CCB's card is so slow. The money was transferred 24 hours a day. The company's finance department transferred it out before work, and it was only now on her salary card. So much? Wang Zijin was shocked. Amazing, right? There's another sum in a few days. It's my salary for participating in New Star. Qin Zhe curiously came over, wanting to see his sister's salary. Qin Bao Bao protected her cell phone in front of her chest. She shrank back and kicked her brother. I'm not letting you see, I'm not letting you see. She was taking revenge on Qin Zhe for hiding his profits from the stock market and secretly hiding his money. His elder sister was like this. She always liked to argue with Qin Zhe over small matters. Show off. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. Amazing, amazing, give me a kiss. Wang Zijin said. The two women hugged each other and kissed each other. It's the weekend tomorrow. Shall we go shopping? Sure, I was just thinking of buying a bag. Qin Zhe smiled and patted his sister's head. Amazing, amazing. Head patting reward. Qin Bao Bao immediately knelt down on the sofa and patted his head. It's okay, it's okay. Qin Zhe patted her again. Amazing, amazing. His sister wanted to pat him back. It's okay, it's okay. Wang Zijin's face was full of excuse-me expression. She didn't understand this pair of siblings. What was there to compete about? Of course, she didn't know that ever since Qin Zhe told the story of patting a dog's head with a smile, head patting had become a form of provocation between the siblings. Whoever had their head patted would feel that they were at a disadvantage and would definitely get their head patted back. The siblings went back and forth, and neither of them was willing to be at a disadvantage. Qin Zhe was annoyed and fiercely rubbed his sister's hair into a chicken coop. Qin Baobao got up from the sofa and bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he aggressively greeted his younger brother. However, Qin Zhe slapped his sister onto the sofa and turned around to run away. Qin Baobao was mad. She screamed and bumped into Wang Zijin's arms. She didn't care about the pain in her head and jumped up. She chased her brother barefoot to the door of his room. She banged on the door with her two small hands and said angrily, "Open the door, open the door. If you have the guts to pat my head, then open the door." Wang Zijin thought to herself that this sentence sounded very familiar. Had she heard it somewhere before? Chapter 153. The next day was a Saturday. They had planned to go shopping, but when her sister saw the blazing sun, she was scared. To prevent herself from getting tanned, Wang Zijin woke up at 5:30 a.m. for a morning run. When the sun jumped out of the horizon, she immediately went home. After taking a shower and catching up on sleep, she woke up after Qin Zhe had finished cooking lunch. She was wearing Arul's pajamas and a cartoon girl with glasses. She was poking a pile of poop with a stick in her hand. It was Qin Baobao who had bought it for her. Qin Baobao loved teddy bear pajamas and did not like the more delicate and comfortable silk pajamas. She said that was for rich ladies. Her sister was a young girl and should wear a cute style. Qin Zhe said seriously, "I've never heard of a 25-year-old girl." Qin Baobao hit him. During lunch, Qin Zhe looked at the two women. "Aren't we going shopping? Aren't we going to buy bags?" Wang Zijin said, "Baobao, the sun is really strong. Even sunscreen can't withstand it. It's not good to get tanned." Qin Baobao said, Okay. Then let's not go. Let's stay at home and rot." The two of them reached an agreement. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes and breathed a sigh of relief. According to Qin Baobao's past behavior, she would definitely drag him along when she went shopping. He would act as a tool to carry bags and shopping bags. Now, she even had to add Wang Zijin. Qin Baobao was playing with her phone. Her alumni group was ringing non-stop. "Professor Liu is giving a lecture today. Is there anyone who wants to go?" "Of course I have to go. I've been at every one of Professor Liu's lectures. Let's go together. After graduation, I occasionally go back to attend his public lectures. The last time I attended his public lecture, it was about social philosophy. It was very deep. I learned a lot." "What's the topic today?" "Emotional ethics. I'm looking forward to Professor Liu sharing his emotional history." Although it was Saturday, there were no classes on weekends in university, especially in liberal arts. Qin Baobao said, "Why don't we go to Fudan University to attend his public lecture? What's the difference between that and shopping?" Wang Zijin was unhappy. "What open class?" Qin Zhe said, "Are you crazy? It wasn't easy for you to leave the university and you want to go back and suffer? There's a very famous professor in our university. His surname is Liu. He's a good-looking man in his 30s. Many girls have a crush on him. He graduated from Cambridge University, and his lecturing skills are excellent." Qin Baobao praised. "I like him very much." Qin Zhe chuckled. Wang Zijin was stunned. "Don't you have a brother complex? What kind of uncle do you like?" Qin Baobao spat out a mouthful of soup. Wang Zijin quickly covered her mouth, realizing that she had said something wrong. The public lecture was at 2:30 in the afternoon. Qin Baobao drove her best friend and brother to Fudan University. They bought 3 iced drinks at a nearby milk tea shop. The three of them shuttled back and forth in the shadow of the sycamore tree, aimlessly strolling around the campus. There were not many students on the road on a hot day. They would occasionally see Qin Bao Bao and Wang Zijin's figures. Unfortunately, they were both wearing baseball caps and sunglasses. They had no chance to see their beautiful faces. As for why they were so stunning just by looking at their figures, they were wearing white-fitted t-shirts. Their breasts were perky and their waists were slender, especially Qin Bao Bao's. They attracted attention wherever they went. Their lower bodies were denim shorts that wrapped around their round buttocks. They had 2 pairs of white and well-proportioned thighs and a pair of breathable jogging shoes on their feet. Wang Zijin did not want to wear sunglasses, but Qin Bao Bao felt that it would be inappropriate if she was the only one wearing sunglasses. She also urged Qin Zhe to wear the dog-headed military advisor sunglasses that they bought in the ancient town. Qin Zhe refused. Qin Bao Bao studied in Handan University, which was next to her brother's. They used to go out on dates often. Qin Zhe was familiar with Fudan University. He even knew where his sister lived in the female dormitory. It was Wang Zijin's first time here. She looked around excitedly. Qin Bao Bao said that her sister used to sing here, which caused an uproar. There was also Guanghua Building, which was built during the 100th anniversary of the university. It was the tallest building in Fudan University. There was a library, a gymnasium, a female dormitory, and a statue of the chairman. The sister pushed her brother and said, "Go and pray. Pray that you can quickly find a wife." Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. "Get lost." Wang Zijin laughed. The public lecture was on the 4th floor of Guanghua Building. It was a large classroom that could accommodate 200 people. Qin Zhe had seen foreign public lectures online before. The classroom was like the Great Hall of the People with a fan-shaped structure. The students' seats were like football spectators' seats. The teacher's podium was also like a leader's podium. The blackboard had long been phased out. It was replaced with a big screen. Looking at the public lectures in Chinese universities, it was like a drama. The attendance rate was about 40%. It was very popular. Today was Saturday, and many people skipped class. Qin Bao Bao chose a remote corner at the back. She tried not to attract attention. Professor Lu was 32 years old. He wore gold-rimmed glasses. He looked gentle, but his posture was straight. He should be a regular at the gym. He was quite handsome. His black hair was mixed with some silver strands. It was not dyed. It was the real white of a teenager. "Hello everyone." Professor Lu glanced around the classroom. "Many of you are probably cursing me in your hearts for holding this public lecture on weekends. It's supposed to be a day when you are dating or playing games in the dormitory. Instead, you are here to listen to my lecture. With this in mind, I won't mention any names. However, this is the school's arrangement. I won't take the blame." The students laughed. "We are here voluntarily. I like Professor Lu's lecture the most. I like Professor Lu the most." "Really? That's a surprise. Qin Bao Bao said something similar in my class. I didn't cherish it at that time." Professor Lu sighed. "Ha ha ha." The students laughed. Qin Zhe glanced at his sister beside him. "You seem to like this type of food." Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes. "Nonsense. When did I say that?" Professor Lu gestured for the students to be quiet. "I'm just kidding. It's an honor for our school to have a superstar who used to be my student. I don't want to brag, but I feel sorry for her." Qin Bao Bao was very famous at Fudan University. She was the campus belle. Nowadays, there were many campus belle who were extremely beautiful. However, there were not many campus belle with big breasts and long legs. There were many boys who coveted Qin Bao Bao's beauty. It was rumored that Qin Bao Bao's boyfriend was a rich second-generation heir because she was often seen fooling around with an ugly guy. If he wasn't a rich second-generation heir, how could he pursue the goddess of Fudan University? Now, Qin Bao Bao was even more famous. The whole school knew that the superstar in I Am a Singer was a graduate of Fudan University. Countless juniors who didn't have the chance to meet Qin Bao Bao sighed. They regretted not meeting her before they graduated. Otherwise, they would have been able to pursue the goddess. The seniors from the previous years were all losers. Those seniors who had graduated earlier than Qin Bao Bao had the same mentality. When they were in school, their juniors were all good-for-nothings. Only those who were in the same year as Qin Bao Bao knew how difficult it was to pursue her. This semester, I'm going to talk about emotional ethics. In the last class, I said that humans are the most emotional animals. What built today's society? Is it wisdom? Law? Order? Yes, of course. But what is the basis of these? It's emotions. Sociology, ethics, and psychology all originated from emotions. Even the moral standards that have been passed down for thousands of years also originated from emotions. Respect for the old, love for the young, respect for brothers, the three cardinal principles. If there were no emotions, morality would lose its meaning. But from another perspective, morality has the effect of suppressing emotions. For example, we often say that we shouldn't covet our brothers' wives, and we should guard against fire, theft, and girlfriends. Why do we say that? Because morality suppresses emotions. It's against morality and unreasonable to tell you that it's against morality. Another example is a more sensitive word, discord. Chapter 154. What are emotions? Buddhists say that there are 8 sufferings in life: birth, old age, illness, and death, separation, resentment, unattainable desires, and the 5 eens. The 8 sufferings give birth to greed, anger, stupidity, hatred, love, and evil desires. Confucianism says that there are 8 virtues in life: filial piety, friendship, loyalty, trust, propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Emotions are restrained by morality. Taoism says that the heavens and earth are heartless and treat all things as straw dogs. The saints are heartless and treat the people as straw dogs. Therefore, the heavens are selfless and there is no competition. These sayings all revolve around emotions. From this, it can be seen that emotions can give birth to philosophy, psychology, morality, and so on. Then how do we analyze emotions in modern times? I divide them into 4 types: love, family, friendship, and bestie. There is a reason for this order. Love is the most complicated, so I put it first. There is a saying that is very good: love is a kind of purity, friendship is a kind of breadth, and family is a kind of depth. But these emotions are not clearly separated. They blend and change with each other. First, let's talk about bestie. Among the students here, do any of the girls have a bestie? Do any of the boys have a close female friend? Yes. The students responded one after another. Bestie is a state of being more than a friend, but not yet in love. They can be promoted at any time, but they may not be able to get a title in their lifetime. It is mixed between love and friendship. A spare tire, a girl said. Not a spare tire. That would only be an insult to bestie. Professor Lu shook his head. A spare tire is more like a person leaving a way out for themselves. Bestie is a real and indispensable emotion. I believe that everyone has such an experience. When you encounter troubles in life, you don't talk to your family or your best friend. Instead, you talk to a special member of the opposite sex in your life. Usually, this person who you can talk to is not a lover who is better than a lover, or a relative who is better than a relative. Qin Bao Bao said enviously, I also want a bestie. Wang Zijin complained softly, go find one. Don't just be all-mouthy king. Qin Bao Bao sighed. I also want one, but all the men who come into contact with me covet my beauty. Wang Zijin turned to look at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe said agitatedly, "Bullsh*t, you have to ask me if I agree. Let's talk about friendship. Friendship is the most indispensable emotion. A person can live without love, or even family, but they can't live without friendship. That will make you feel very lonely." According to medical statistics, 90% of autistic patients were caused by a lack of friendship. Therefore, friendship was a kind of breadth. At the same time, friendship could also be transformed into love. That's where the concept of boyfriend and girlfriend comes from. Some students raised their hands. But not all friendships will turn into love. It's only applicable between the opposite sex. Professor Lu laughed and said, "You're still too young. Where do you think the term gay friend came from?" The crowd roared with laughter. Qin Zhe also laughed. This Professor Lu's lecture was indeed very humorous and profound. There was a lot of content. It was unlike the web novels he had read, which were full of fake goods with huge waves. As for kinship, it's probably the warmest kind of feeling. Love can change, friendship can betray, and family is the most difficult feeling in a person's life. The love between parents who gave birth to you and raised you, the love between brothers and sisters. It has a strong blood bond and is a lifelong bond. Kinship can also be very complicated sometimes. To a certain extent, it's the transformation of love. Love is like fireworks. It's gorgeous and beautiful, but it may not last long. We often say that husband and wife have a 7-year itch. In fact, it's a manifestation of love that wears away over a long period of time. At this time, because of the fetters of children, most couples will transform love into kinship. Between an old married couple, they lived and interacted more like family. Young couples will be deeply attached to each other. The ancients have long seen through this essence. In their view, a husband and wife who treat each other with respect is the most perfect and reasonable model. But Professor Lu changed the topic and threw out a bomb. Kinship can sometimes transform into love. We call it taboo love. There was a low uproar among the students. This topic was embarrassing. Some of the girls even blushed. F***ck. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Brother, what are you going to say next? Can we change the topic? This kind of taboo thing will be censored if it's mentioned. I'm still young. Can you withdraw it?" Qin Bao frowned. In a narrow sense, promiscuity refers to the improper relationship between people who are related by blood. Chaotic, harmonious, relationships in the broad sense, including the narrow sense, were improper relationships between men and women between people of different seniority. It's the traditional sense of the 5 relationships. What are the 5 relationships? Heaven, earth, king, family, and teacher. Professor Lu spoke with fervor and assurance. He was not embarrassed at all. His face had an expression of, "This is a serious academic exchange." As expected of a returnee who studied abroad. His mind was very open. Qin Zhe said in his heart, "Promiscuity? That's amazing. Is there a hero in the world?" Taboo love has a very long history. The definition of it will change in every era. For example, everyone knows that cousin marriage is normal and legal in ancient times, but it is not in modern times. In modern times, teacher-student relationships and relationships between superiors and subordinates were very common. In ancient times, it was not recognized and tolerated. The similarity is that the improper relationship between people who are related by blood is not recognized in any era. Today, we will focus on talking about the behavior of family turning into love. Professor Lu said, "Don't feel embarrassed. This is an academic exchange." A boy suddenly raised his hand. "I think the behavior of family turning into love is very absurd and funny. Anyone with ethics and morals would not do this." Professor Lu smiled and said, "This is very in line with the general view. However, this does exist now. It is not very common, but it is not rare. Especially in foreign countries. In ancient times, there were many similar phenomena. Take the Tang dynasty, which was known for its open atmosphere. Emperor Taizong of Tang once wanted to make Li Yuanji's wife the empress. Later, Empress Wu Zetian and Yang Guifei had served the emperor and his son. However, these have nothing to do with what I want to talk about. Let's not talk about it for now. How does family turn into love? From a psychological point of view, there are two reasons: environment and emotional needs. Note that it is not a biological need. From an objective point of view, this kind of phenomenon often exists in abnormal or unhappy family relationships. Single-parent families are especially likely to cause a father and mother complex. This is a manifestation of a child's insecurity. Some psychological experts believe that children must get rid of the father and mother complex in order to develop a healthy personality. Some mental and sexual abnormalities in adults are unable to get rid of the father and mother complex. These are psychological diseases and mental illnesses. They are abnormal and unhealthy. Father and mother complex is very common, but it is rare to have an improper relationship. The probability of this is greatly increased between siblings. Professor Liu said, "Are there any 2D fans?" Suddenly, there was a commotion. Most of them were boys. In Japanese 2D works, there is a phenomenon called sister complex. It accounts for almost half of the works. People who have seen similar anime can see that the sisters in the works are very dependent on their brothers. Every sister complex is antisocial and antisocial. In their world, there are very few members of the opposite sex other than their brothers. Their brothers are everything in their world. Therefore, they have a strong dependence on them. If other girls get close to their brothers, they will be very angry. The sisters also have a common attribute, tsundere. They like their brothers, but they do not dare to say it. They obviously care a lot, but they pretend to be, in their eyes, my brother is just a salted fish. The reason is that this is a kind of feeling that is not recognized and accepted. I call it dependent, harmonious, love. This principle also applies to siblings. If you find someone who is very dependent on their brother or sister, then it is very likely that you have a brother complex. A writer once said that novels come from life and are more important than life. It was the same for comics. Japanese 2D comics were exaggerated. In real life, the sister con was very subtle. They probably do not realize that they have such abnormal feelings. They even think that it is normal to be intimate with their brother or sister. Is there anyone with a sister complex here? Raise your hand. Professor Liu joked. There was complete silence. Qin Bao Bao suddenly said, "Nonsense." She was very angry. Chapter 155. It's just a joke. Don't be so depressed. Professor Liu smiled and said, "This kind of relationship is the most complicated. Very few people can correctly recognize their own feelings. If there's dependent love, there's the opposite of dependent love. The two-dimensional brothers are all male chauvinistic. They love and spoil their sister. Dependent love is caused by environmental factors. There's also a kind of love called the sister is too outstanding. Whether it's the sister or the sister, they're both beautiful and smart. Whether it's in terms of interpersonal relationships or academic performance, they're better than the brothers. Standing in front of them, you'll only feel inferior. You have to know that people yearn for beauty. Over time, it will form a kind of yearning. They yearn to be as outstanding as the sister or sister. If they can't be that kind of person, then they'll get her. If the elders continue to add oil to the fire, it will encourage this kind of abnormal feeling. This time, it was Qin Zai's turn to be unsettled. He snorted and said, "Nonsense. I call this kind of love, yearning, harmonious, love. But it's different from dependent, harmonious, love. It seems to be caused by environmental factors, but it's actually caused by psychological needs. This type of brother and brother is a passerby. Beautiful girls won't like them, and people around them won't pay attention to them. They were eager to make a name for themselves, eager to stand in the center of the stage. Have you heard of the song by Qin Bao Bao, Exaggerated? The quieter the crowd, the more ignored you become. You'll stir up trouble. The description is very accurate. To put it bluntly, it's a lack of love. This is a psychological need for love. Qin Zhe suddenly raised his hand. I don't agree with you. The dependence and yearning between brothers and sisters should be a common phenomenon. This question is too stupid. Professor Liu shook his head. I didn't say that this will inevitably develop into a taboo relationship. Everyone's feelings are different. Some people can restrain themselves at the brink of the cliff. This is the power of morality suppressing emotions. But some people will desperately ignite the wildfire in their heart. It will burn themselves and others. This process needs some time or opportunity. Our main goal here is to understand the soil and conditions of taboo feelings. Qin Zhe silently covered his face. He really didn't want to continue listening to this topic. It was too embarrassing. Many girls were already blushing. If forbidden emotions aren't stopped in time, they can be very scary. It was a phenomenon of kinship turning into love, or kinship mixed with love. It was very complicated. Love was originally a wild fire that was not afraid of burning. This kind of person will burn himself crazily and walk towards the abyss of no return. Next, let's talk about love. After the public lecture ended, the students left one after another. On the way back to the parking lot, the female hipster Wang Zijin relished the content of the open class. She felt that her understanding of human nature and emotions had improved. Today's class was very interesting. I didn't come in vain, she said. Qin Bao Bao spat. I just feel that you're talking nonsense. Nonsense. Qin Zhe agreed with her. That's right. I have no idea what he's talking about. Wang Zijin blinked. I think it's pretty good. The siblings said in unison, good my ass. Qin Bao Bao threw the car keys to Wang Zijin and got into the back seat. Qin Zhe followed her into the back seat. His sister took out a bottle of mineral water and gulped down half of it. She burped in an unladylike manner and then stared blankly into space. Her cheeks were red from the sun, and the tip of her nose was dripping with sweat. Her hair was sticking to her cheeks, and her foxy face was enchanting and charming. The air conditioner blew, and her eyelashes fluttered. Only then did she come back to her senses, and her dull face thawed. It's so hot. His sister moaned. She took off her breathable jogging shoes and pulled out her white socks, letting her two white and tender feet feel the cold air from the air conditioner. It stinks. Put your shoes back on. Qin Zhe covered his nose in disgust. Stinks? Qin Bao Bao held her feet. Stinks. Qin Zhe said. Oh. Qin Bao Bao put down her feet and suddenly kicked Qin Zhe in the face. Qin Zhe groaned, and the back of his head hit the car door. You're the stinky one. My sister is a little fairy. Qin Bao Bao curled up her feet and said angrily. Although women were often described as fragrant and dripping with sweat, how could a person's sweat smell really be fragrant? However, they had only been out for a few hours. Qin Bao Bao was sweating, but there was definitely no stench. Qin Zhe just didn't like it when someone took off their socks in front of him. The furious Qin Zhe reached out and grabbed his sister's leg. He flipped her over onto her seat, grabbed her waist, and flipped her over. Out of habit, he raised his hand to smack her butt. However, he seemed to have thought of something. His hand stopped in mid-air, and he didn't hit her. Qin Bao Bao also felt strange. She got up like a frightened rabbit and curled up at the other end of the seat. The blush on her face became more obvious. Wang Zijin entered the GPS location and slowly reversed out of the parking space. She did not care about the quarrel between the siblings. Anyway, she was used to it. She laughed and said, "Fasten your seatbelts. The racing god of Mount Aquina will take you flying." She had worked in an online media company for 2 months. Now she was familiar with all kinds of online words and was very good at making jokes. Qin Bao Bao did not even know what a mantis shrimp was, but she could clearly and accurately distinguish between a mantis shrimp and a mantis eel, and the difference between a student card and a cave card. Fudan University was only about 10 minutes away from where they lived. Wang Zijin was slightly disappointed that she did not have time to show her skills as an experienced driver. After returning home, Qin Zhe turned on the air conditioner in the living room. The three of them took a shower one after another. He changed into big pants and a gray vest. The strong and well-proportioned muscle lines highlighted the masculine beauty of a man. Unfortunately, the two sisters were already used to his masculine appearance. The two sisters changed into cool halter tops and enjoyed the coolness of the air conditioner. The sun was shining outside, and the temperature outside had reached 43 degrees Celsius. In this damn weather, even an egg would be half-cooked if it was rolled on the streets. The weather in the north was better, but the south was miserable, especially in Guangdong province. The people in Guangdong province were complaining that they did not want to live anymore. Teppanyaki could be seen everywhere, and the local people also wanted to go back to Africa to escape the summer heat. Wang Zijin took up more than half of the sofa. She closed her eyes and fell asleep. Qin Bao Bao was sitting cross-legged on the single-seater sofa with a laptop on her lap. Qin Zhe caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eyes. She was actually watching Japanese cartoons. The sister noticed Feng Yu's gaze and quickly looked at him warily. "What are you doing?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "I am not doing anything." "Is there a need for such a big reaction?" Qin Bao Bao covered the laptop and did not let Feng Yu look at it. She kicked it with her leg. "Go do what you are supposed to do." Qin Zhe was even more curious. He quickly snatched the laptop from his sister and looked at it. He had seen this cartoon before. It was a German orthopedic masterpiece called "My Sister Can't Be So Cute." Qin Bao Bao panicked and screamed, "Give it back to me." She was like a cat with its hair standing on end. But because of her sudden movement, she bumped into Qin Zhe's arms. The laptop fell to the ground, and the battery fell out. Qin Zhe held on to the stumbling sister, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. Is she watching Japanese cartoons? Is she afraid of being seen by me? Why? Is it because of today's lecture? Qin Zhe lowered his head and looked at his sister. Qin Bao Bao was also looking at him. Her bright eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist. Wang Zijin was awakened by the noise and grumbled unhappily, "What are you guys doing? So noisy." The siblings turned their heads at the same time and looked to the side. Nothing. Qin Bao Bao silently picked up the laptop and went back to the room without saying a word. Qin Bao Bao locked herself in the room for the whole afternoon and went back after lunch. When she looked at Feng Yu, her eyes were always twinkling. Wang Zijin was very sensitive to the abnormality of her best friend. She thought that the siblings were quarreling as usual, but found that Qin Zhe was very attentive to his sister and kept putting food in her bowl. He was not as cold as usual. After lunch, her sister went back to the room again and did not come out. Wang Zijin went to the bathroom with her pajamas. The sound of water splashing was heard. Qin Zhe took the opportunity to knock on his sister's door. "Qin Bao Bao, come out. Let's talk for a while." No one answered. Qin Zhe opened the door and went in. Qin Bao Bao was lying on the bed and looking at her phone. She was only wearing a loose t-shirt. She had been lazy these days and did not wash her 3 pajamas. Today, she did not wear any pajamas. Qin Zhe came in and happened to see her white and tender thighs and purple underwear. Qin Bao Bao suddenly turned around and pulled down the hem of her t-shirt in a panic. She said angrily, "Why didn't you knock before coming in?" Qin Zhe did not expect that she would not wear pajamas today. He said awkwardly, "I will remember to knock next time." "Why did you come in?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes at her brother and said angrily. Qin Zhe was suddenly speechless and did not know what to say. "Don't listen to that stupid professor's nonsense. There is no such thing as German orthopedics. Wouldn't this be more embarrassing?" He did not know why, but he was a little flustered when Qin Bao Bao searched for German anime the moment she came back. Qin Bao Bao sat up and hid her white legs under the blanket. She wrinkled her nose, "So this is what German orthopedics means. Disgusting. Humph. This is just a style of anime." Qin Zhe pretended to be indifferent, but he was actually guilty. Sometimes, the more you care about something, the more you will mention it, as if this will make you look open and aboveboard. There are many anime with this theme in Japanese anime. Which anime? Qin Bao Bao probably had the same thought. Although her eyes were drifting, she pretended to be calm and talked about it. "The one you watched is very ordinary. The author's whole family died because of a bad ending. I recommend Empty Fate to you. The brother and sister live a shameless life all day." "I don't want to watch it," sister said loudly. "Even brother is not bad, but it is too dirty. It is not suitable for little fairy. Watch it." "I don't want to watch it." "Choose another one." Qin Bao Bao looked very disdainful. Inferior student in Magic High School is also the same. It is just that the brother and sister in it make people feel uncomfortable. The author's thinking is too conservative and not bold enough. Rebellious Leluxiu is also good, but I can't stand the scene of him sending his sister away. There is also Kiss Sister. TSK, this is amazing. The two sworn sisters are always asking for a kiss from their brother. Won't this kind of anime be banned? Qin Bao Bao was shocked. Japanese people have big holes in their brains. Even ****** is legal, let alone this. Qin Zhe said. You have actually seen so many. Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother's eyes from a salted fish to a pervert, damn pervert. How is it perverted? Qin Zhe was puzzled. Aren't people who have seen so many perverted anime perverted? Qin Zhe was not convinced. Do you dare to post something on Weibo? If you do, those fans will turn against you in a matter of minutes. I don't care about others. I only think that you are a pervert. Sister threw a pillow at him. Qin Bao Bao's worldview was refreshed. Chapter 156. The next day was Sunday. Qin Bao Bao and Qin Zhe had to go home to stay with their parents for a day. After the siblings moved in together at their parents' request, they had to go home every weekend. After all, their parents missed their children too. Ever since Qin Ma unlocked the blind date demon attribute, Qin Bao Bao rarely went home. I can't afford to offend her. I'll just hide. Now, she went home once every half a month. It wasn't good for her not to go home all the time. Grandpa would explode. He also brought Wang Zijin along. The little sister of the Wang family was two-faced, so she had almost no friends in Shanghai except for Qin Bao Bao. Qin Zhe couldn't figure out at first. How did the little homebody battle expert become best friends with his silly sister? Thinking about it carefully, Qin Bao Bao might not be worse than Wang Zijin in terms of homebody battle skills. One must know that he had been tricked by his sister since he was young. They arrived at their parents' house at 9:30 in the morning. The neighborhood was quiet, and people didn't like to come out in the hot summer weather. Occasionally, there were cars coming in and out. The grass in the green belt shone with the green sunlight, and the leaves rolled listlessly. The guard uncle lay half dead in front of the fan. Qin Bao Bao honked the horn repeatedly, and only then did he reluctantly open the fence for them. It was rare for Grandpa Wang to be at home. He was in the study looking at stock trading software. He had a special notebook to record the trends and changes of stocks, sectors, and the market. This was a habit he had picked up in recent years. He was old and his memory was not as good as before. "Dad, why didn't you go to school today?" Qin Zhe pushed the door open and entered. "We have guests for lunch." Grandpa Wang's eyes never left the computer. Qin Zhe took out a brown box from his pocket. It was beautifully packaged. He put it on the desk and said, "Dad, this is for you." He bought the Mont Blanc fountain pen from Shimi Shopping Mall in the morning. It cost 4,000 renminbi. The body of the pen was pure black and shiny. It was made of acetate fiber plastic and felt very warm when holding it. The design was simple and smooth, and the appearance was grand and elegant. Grandpa Wang looked at the fountain pen and said, "Did you take the wrong medicine?" "Took the wrong medicine, that's too heart-wrenching. It's rare for me to be filial to my father. I made some money in the stock market, so I wanted to buy some gifts for you." Qin Zhe said in his heart, "I can't forget the look in your eyes when you looked at me empty-handed when Qin Bao gave you a present." The old man plays with the fountain pen, unable to hide his fondness. Qin Zhe doesn't know if a cultured person likes this, but his father likes it. When Qin Zhe was in elementary school, his grandfather had a Mont Blanc fountain pen. He kept it in his shirt pocket every day. At that time, it was also popular to keep fountain pens in the chest pocket. He loved it more than his own son. "It's a lot of money," the old man said. 4,000, brat, you're spending too much money." The old man reprimanded him with righteous words and quickly put the pen into his pocket. "Dad, you go ahead. I'll go to the living room to talk to Mom." Qin Zhe turned around and was about to leave. "Wait." The old man stopped him and put on his father's dignity. "Give me your phone." "What for?" Qin Zhe was stunned. "Look at your recent harvest list." The old man's tone was that of a teacher. "Your medium-long line looks good, but there are obvious shortcomings in the short term. Let me take a look and give you some advice later." He couldn't say that he had encountered a bottleneck in the stock market recently and needed his son's harvest list for reference and inspiration. "As an old man, I don't care about my face." "Then I won't leave." "Go ahead." Qin Zhe said. Go, don't be an eyesore here." The old man snatched the phone and waved his hand to chase him away. Qin Zhe left reluctantly. If it was someone else who wanted his phone, he would have slapped them. Even Qin Bao couldn't get it. After all, there was a lot of privacy in the phone. But since his father asked, as a son, he couldn't refuse. Qin Zhe came to the living room. Qin Bao, Wang Zijin, and Qin Ma were sitting on the sofa, watching TV and chatting. There were only a few topics to talk about. Qin Ma said, "The daughter of the Zhang family next door is finally married. She's almost 30 years old. The Zhang family can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Aunt Lu on the second floor already has her second child. She has another chubby boy. She looks so cute. Bao, you have to work harder too. Mom is almost 50 years old." Qin Ma couldn't be blamed for being anxious. Most of the neighbors who were about her age had already become grandparents. At the very least, their sons and daughters were married. Look at her. Not to mention grandchildren, her daughter didn't even have a boyfriend. When she went out and met neighbors of more than 10 years, Qin Ma's age, the content of the conversation was nothing more than their children's career and childbirth. A while ago, they were quite proud that the Qin family had a big star. But the older generation didn't pay attention to this. After the novelty passed, the topic turned to their children's marriage. They asked Qin Ma, "Does your Bao have a boyfriend? When are you getting married?" Qin Ma suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Qin Bao Bao sat cross-legged and puffed up her cheeks. Don't talk to her mother. This child, you always have this attitude. I'm so angry. Qin Ma was disappointed. She wanted to take her daughter to see a psychiatrist. Auntie, don't be anxious. Wang Zijin acted as a lubricant and joked. Bao Bao isn't that old. She's only 25 years old. Maybe there will be a man she likes. Don't think that she got married too quickly. Qin Ma patted Wang Zijin's hand and said with relief, Zijin is so sensible. If you were my daughter, I wouldn't have to worry. Qin Bao Bao puffed up her cheeks and sulked. Mom, do you have watermelon? I want to eat watermelon. Qin Zhe appeared just in time. Yes, I'll cut it for you. Wait for a while. Qin Ma got up and went into the kitchen. Qin Zhe walked to his sister and sat down. He bumped her shoulder and gloated. Look at this. Mom might sleep with you tonight. Qin Bao Bao twisted her body in annoyance. She did not want her brother to touch her. Qin Ma came over with a plate of watermelon and handed a piece to Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin smiled sweetly. Thank you, Auntie. Qin Ma handed her daughter another piece. Qin Bao Bao looked away. Don't eat it. Qin Zhe said, Mom, don't mind her. I'll eat it. There was a news report on the TV. Recently, there have been high temperatures in many provinces. Please take precautions against heatstroke. At around 8:00 this morning, there was a traffic accident on the Yuhe Expressway in the western province. The truck driver fainted because of heatstroke, causing the truck to lose control and crash into the roadside guardrail. The driver died in vain. This is the third traffic accident due to high temperatures in the western province. Qin Ma said, Bao Bao, eat some watermelon to prevent heatstroke. Qin Zhe burst out laughing. Mom, she stays in an air-conditioned room all day. How can she prevent heatstroke? Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes at her brother. She put on her slippers and went to the kitchen. She came out with half a watermelon. Qin Ma told her not to eat too much watermelon. She would get diarrhea if she ate too much. Qin Bao Bao said that half a watermelon was more satisfying. She liked to eat watermelon like this since she was young. She would eat a spoonful while watching TV. However, she could not eat all of it. Every time she ate half, she would throw it to Qin Zhe. Sure enough, her sister ate the essence in the center and handed the watermelon to Qin Zhe. I can't eat any more. Qin Zhe habitually took it and put a spoonful into his mouth. Qin Ma immediately said, Hey, change the spoon. Qin Zhe said, It's so disgusting. Spit it out. Mom, you're so considerate. Mom, help me change the spoon. Qin Bao Bao took advantage of the moment when Qin Ma turned around and pinched Qin Zhe's waist hard. Qin Zhe did not pursue his sister's petty actions. After all, it was his sister who was pressed down on the sofa every time. This was called, you can lose in small matters, but you can't lose in big matters. Wang Zijin looked at the siblings from the corner of her eyes. These two clowns were really putting on an act in front of their parents. At this time, the old man came out of the study. The old man was full of smiles. He returned the phone to his son and patted him on the shoulder. He laughed. Not bad, not bad. My son is really capable. Although the more you experience this kind of thing, the better, you can't be too half-hearted. The siblings, including Wang Zijin, were dumbfounded. Dad, what's the matter? Qin Zhe suddenly felt that something was wrong. Qin Bao Bao looked at her father's forehead. If not for her cowardice, she would have checked if her father had a fever. After being father and daughter for more than 20 years, she had never seen the old man praise his son. Kid, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? The old man's smile was so wide that the corners of his mouth reached his ears. Qin Bao Bao looked at Wang Zijin. Wang Zijin was stunned at first and then felt guilty. Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. What am I guilty about? The old man smiled. Who's that Xianxia? What does she look like? Where does she live? Is she your university classmate? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. Qin Zai's eyelids twitched. This girl is a little too enthusiastic. You have to pay attention to your character. You can't just date anyone. The old man paused and then squeezed out a smile. Qin Yuan is also your girlfriend? She keeps calling him Qin Gu. She's younger than you, right? Swish. Two gazes that seemed to have materialized shot over. Qin Zai felt that the dog days had turned into the coldest days in an instant. The two pairs of eyes were from his sister and the young lady from the Wang family. Dad, don't talk nonsense. I don't have a girlfriend. He decided to hide in the kitchen and figure out the situation first. At the same time, he took out his phone. There were 5 unread messages in his inbox. Little brother, have you missed your sister recently? Ask your sister out to play some other day. Oh, you're ignoring me? You're not going to recognize me anymore after eating me, are you? Qin Gu, are you free this week? My mom wants to invite you over for a meal. Qin Gu, don't think that I'm annoying. I'll be a good boy in the future. Qin Gu, reply to me with a text. I don't dare to call you, what the F***ck, this information was too much. Xianxia was the kind of woman who liked to talk nonsense. It was obviously a very serious matter, but she could still start it with a topic that was 18 times forbidden. As for Qin Yuan, that girl, she was stubborn and did not have the slightest awareness that she had been banished to the cold palace. She always wanted something to happen between her and Qin Zai. What would the old man think of me? I've been an excellent son for 22 years, and this damn smartphone. The text message notification would pop up the content. The old man could see everything with a glance. He did not even need to open his inbox to spy on his son's privacy. Suddenly, there was a scream behind him. Then, his shoulder sank. Chapter 157. Qin Bao Bao jumped from the sofa and pounced on her brother's back. She hooked Qin Zai's waist with her long legs and grabbed his neck with both hands. She said angrily, Qin Zai, you black-hearted maggot. I'm going to strangle you. Qin Bao Bao really wanted to cry. It was hard to guard against a best friend. Qin Zai struggled hard and tried to shake his sister off. Qin Bao Bao's legs could crush a person to death. She kept on shaking and not falling. The siblings were in a tug-of-war. What are you doing? Let's talk nicely. Grandpa Shen was surprised that his daughter was so agitated. Qin Bao Bao ignored her father and kept on scolding, you black-hearted maggot. You're a bad egg. Grandpa Shen couldn't take it anymore. If he was a bad egg, what was he? He picked up the remote control and whipped his daughter's butt. Qin Bao Bao cried out. She covered her butt with one hand and strangled Qin Zai's neck with the other. Grandpa Shen whipped her twice more. She finally jumped down and covered her butt with tears in her eyes. She looked at her father with grievance and innocence. Grandpa Shen scolded, how old are you? You're acting like a child. Is it appropriate? Your mother is right. You should find a partner for you. You won't be mature if you haven't been in love. It was mainly because Wang Zijin was an outsider. His daughter's behavior embarrassed Grandpa Shen, who prided himself on his strict upbringing. Dad, you want to hit him? Qin Bao Bao pointed at her brother and complained angrily, he's seducing a married woman. Married? Grandpa Shen was stunned. No. Qin Bao Bao replied. What are you blabbering about if you're not married? Grandpa Shen scolded. But he's seducing 2 women. Qin Bao Bao was unwilling to give up. That's because he has the capital. This won't do. Old Master Shen frowned. Yes, with outsiders around, the family must be upright. If you're in a relationship, then just be in a relationship. You can't be so half-hearted and two-timing. Who's two-timing? Qin Ma heard the noise and came out of the kitchen. Mom, your son hooked up with a married woman. You and Dad should beat him up. Qin Bao Bao poured dirty water on her brother to vent her grievances. Mom, don't listen to her nonsense. I'm innocent. I didn't seduce Xianxia. Qin Zhe tried to defend himself. Who is Xianxia? One of my best friends. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, I've already told him not to go after Xianxia, but he doesn't listen. She already has a boyfriend. Who knows when she will get married? Qin Zhe hurriedly looked at Wang Zijin. She was smiling faintly, but there was a hint of sadness and anger in her eyes. No, I didn't. Qin Zhe defended himself loudly. Qin Bao Bao cried, yes, yes, yes. She suddenly squatted down, holding her stomach and sobbing. Old Master Shen and Qin Ma didn't expect their daughter to have such a big reaction. What's wrong? Why are you crying? How old are you? Don't you feel ashamed? Qin Zhe took the opportunity to slander his sister. Maybe it's because I have a rumored girlfriend and she's upset. Get lost. Qin Bao Bao picked up the remote control and threw it at him. She looked at Qin Ma with tears in her eyes. Mom, my stomach hurts, so it was her period. Qin Ma saw it and knew that her daughter was having menstrual cramps again. She hurried to help her up. Isn't it next week? Why did it come early? Baby Qin's face turned pale from the pain. She looked pitiful. Zhe bought me a lot of popsicles yesterday. Qin Ma and Old Master Shen looked at their son angrily. This black-hearted maggot. Even at this time, he didn't forget to stab me. A woman's early menstruation was related to many factors, such as abnormal temperature and catching a cold. She must have liked the cold at night and turned on the air conditioner to kick the quilt. Qin Bao Bao suffered from menstrual cramps every time. One of the reasons was that she was afraid of pain. It was said that menstrual cramps were similar to the labor pains before the pregnancy. Qin Zhe searched for this answer on the internet when he was in high school. He laughed at his sister. Isn't this good? You have a prenatal rehearsal every month. Qin Bao Bao started a war with him. Qin Ma and Wang Zijin helped Qin Bao Bao back to the room. Old Master Shen went to prepare the ginger tea. Although his daughter didn't stay at home often, these things were always prepared. The love of parents was in every little thing. After a while, Wang Zijin came out. Little Miss Wang picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it happily. Qin Zhe paused for a moment. Sister Ziwei, don't listen to Qin Bao Bao's nonsense. You've seen Xianxia too. She's very flirtatious. We're innocent. Wang Zijin gave him a sideways glance and imitated Qin Bao Bao's tone. What does it have to do with me? Qin Zhe pursed his lips. The Wang family's Miss Wang was very cautious. You couldn't hit her with sugar-coated bullets, and she rarely got angry. Moreover, they weren't close, so Qin Zhe had never coaxed her, unlike baby Qin, who was very familiar with coaxing. Wang Zijin said with a half-smile, you explain to Bao Bao. She's really jealous. What she said. 10 minutes later, Qin Ma came out of her daughter's room and went to the kitchen to prepare the ingredients. It was time for lunch. Mom, how is she? Qin Zhe shouted in the living room. She's fine. It's a little better now. It won't hurt in a while, Qin Ma replied. Qin Bao Bao changed into a camisole and changed out of her blood-stained underwear. She lay on the bed half dead and babbled, her delicate eyebrows knitted tightly. The door opened silently. She looked up and saw Qin Zhe poking his head in. Does it still hurt? Qin Zhe walked to the bed. It hurts. Qin Bao Bao said pitifully. The brown sugar ginger tea is useless. I'll help you rub it. Qin Zhe said and lifted his sister's blanket. Qin Bao Bao quickly stopped him and glared at him. I don't want you to massage me, you black-hearted maggot. She was half dead and she was still fussing about this. Qin Zhe said helplessly, don't worry. Don't you know what kind of person your best friend is? She's always like that. Don't worry, I didn't seduce your best friend. Qin Bao Bao said insincerely, why are you explaining it to me? I don't care. You should explain it to Wang Zijin. Qin Zhe laughed. I've already explained it. Why do I have to wait for you to be the first one to explain it? Qin Bao Bao kicked the blanket angrily. I'm so angry. Ah, her movements were too big. Her stomach was shaken and hurt again. He lifted his sister's long leg and slowly pressed on the Sanyinjiao acupoint, then the Taichung acupoint on the instep. 3 minutes later, he changed to the Shuihai and Diji acupoints. He repeated the process. Chinese medicine expertise was exchanged at the end of the semester to treat his sister's dysmenorrhea. After that, it was useless. His sister's dysmenorrhea didn't come every month. Fortunately, it came again today. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of points. After 10 minutes, Qin Bao Bao felt much better. She lay on the bed like a salted fish and was too lazy to move. Does it still hurt? Qin Zhe asked. His sister ignored him. Then I'm leaving. Qin Zhe said and got up to leave. Hey! Qin Bao Bao hurriedly called out to him. You haven't explained to Chen Qingyuan. What's there to explain to a little girl? I'm not interested. Yes, you have a young lady from the Wang family. Of course you don't like little girls. Qin Bao Bao said sourly. Seeing that Qin Zhe didn't say anything, she was even more jealous. I don't know who said that he would always side with his sister. Even if he had a wife, he would put his sister first. Qin Zhe was stunned. Did I say that? You did, you did. Qin Bao Bao shouted under the blanket. A man who doesn't keep his words will never get a wife. Qin Zhe thought to himself, I've said so many sweet nothings to you every day. How could I remember them? Besides, can a man's sweet words be trusted? Sister, you're different now. Qin Zhe said perfunctorily. Then what am I now? Qin Bao Bao kicked the blanket again. Am I a salted fish? Stop kicking. You'll have a stomachache later. Qin Zhe pressed her leg. You have menstrual cramps because you kick the blanket at night. Sister Ziwei told me. Sleep for a while. I can't sleep. Sing me a song, Qin Bao Bao said. Maybe I'll fall asleep. Qin Zhe agreed readily. He helped his sister with the blanket, adjusted the air conditioner, and sat on the bed. You're here. Qin Bao Bao pecked her head expectantly and stared at her brother with shining eyes. Qin Zhe cleared his throat. I have a little horse, but I never ride it. Qin Bao Bao punched him angrily. What? You sang wrong. You sang wrong? Then I'll sing again. Okay. I have a little sister, but I never ride her. Why did you hit me again? Qin Bao Bao didn't say anything. She lay under the blanket and punched Qin Zhe's chest with her fists. After coaxing his sister, Qin Zhe went to the living room to get some water. The aroma of the dishes assailed his nose. He glanced at the dining table. Mom, you're so nice. You know we're coming home today, so you cooked so many dishes. Qin Ma smiled in the kitchen. I didn't cook for you. We have guests today. Guests? Who? Qin Zhe remembered that the old master seemed to have said that there would be guests. Your dad's student. You met him in junior high. Qin Ma had just finished speaking when the doorbell rang. Chapter 158. I'll go open the door. Wang Zijin, who was sitting cross-legged on the sofa and watching TV, put on her slippers and ran to the entrance. A man in his 30s stood at the door. He was wearing a fitted casual suit and had a decent appearance, exuding a gentle aura. He was carrying a basket of fruits. When he saw Wang Zijin, he was stunned. Perhaps he suspected that he had entered the wrong door, so he quickly glanced at the house number. "Hello, I'm Miss Qin's student." He sized up Wang Zijin and was slightly surprised. "Miss Qin's relative? Come in." Wang Zijin smiled gracefully. She turned sideways and invited the guest in. Then, she closed the door and bent down to find a pair of cotton slippers from the shoe cabinet. Qin Zhe poked his head out of the living room and looked at the man for a few seconds before suddenly remembering who he was. This person was called Wang Pei, Old Master's favorite student. When Qin Zhe was in junior high, he would visit Old Master almost every weekend to ask some questions or help Qin Ma with the housework. After graduating from university, he became busy with work and came less often. After that, Qin Zhe moved in with his sister. He hadn't seen him for 3 to 4 years. Wang Pei was also stunned. He stared at Qin Zhe and thought to himself, "Is this Miss Qin's son? I don't remember Miss Qin's son being so handsome." The students who had been to Miss Qin's house all knew that Miss Qin had a pair of children, a white swan and an ugly duckling. When the white swan just entered junior high, she had a natural seductive charm. When the ugly duckling entered senior high, other than its height of 184 meters, its appearance and aura were ordinary. The only thing Qin Zhe was good about was his height. Qin Bao Bao was 172 meters tall and had to tiptoe to kiss him. "Is Wang Pei here?" Qin Ma shouted from the kitchen. "Auntie, it's me," Wang Pei said with a smile. Qin Zhe thought to himself, "At least you're a little more sensible." Back then, when this guy saw Qin Ma, he kept calling her master's wife, which made Qin Zhe feel very pretentious. Motherf asterisk Ker, do you think you're Ling Huchong? Master's wife? What era is this? Your teacher is in the study room. I'll get A's to call him. Qin Ma said, "Son, ask your father to come out." Wang Pei had no choice but to face reality. Alright, it was indeed that ugly duckling. It was just that it developed a little slowly. Qin Zhe poured a cup of hot tea for Wang Pei, then went to the study to call out the old man. When the old man heard that his favorite disciple had arrived, he was very happy and welcomed him with a smile on his face. Qin Zhe poured another cup of tea for me. Wang Zijin originally wanted to let me do it, but Qin Zhe didn't let her do it. She didn't even know where the tea leaves were. She was purely trying to curry favor with the old man. She couldn't curry favor with Qin Ma. She didn't know how to cook. If she went in rashly, she would only expose her shortcomings. Moreover, Qin Ma's favor was almost full. Lunch wasn't ready yet. The old man chatted with the students while his son, Qin Zhe, accompanied him. Wang Zijin didn't feel like an outsider at all. She made a cup of tea for Qin Zhe and sat next to him as if she were Qin Zhe's elder sister, the eldest daughter of the Qin family. "Where's Bao Bao?" Wang Pei asked the question in his heart after exchanging greetings with the old man. "She's not feeling well. She's lying in her room," the old man said. "Then you have to go to the hospital. Don't fall ill with minor diseases," Wang Pei said with concern. "It's okay. I'm not that delicate." The old man didn't want to say that the girl had menstrual cramps. "What position are you in now?" "I'm still the regional manager in Pudong. I haven't moved in 2 years." The old man nodded. "Zhongfeng is famous for its deep and muddy waters. What you need to do now is to seek stability. In today's society, no matter how capable you are, it still depends on your qualifications. At your age, even with your father-in-law's help, you've reached your limit. The next step is to build up your qualifications. Wang Pei said, Teacher, what you said makes sense. I'll listen. While Qin Zhe absorbed the knowledge of stock trading, he also learned about securities companies. Zhongfeng Securities had been rated 2A for 15 years in a row. It was definitely a big shot in the securities industry. Wang Pei could climb to the position of regional manager in just 5 years, not only because he was capable, but also because he had a good father-in-law. According to the old man, he seemed to be the second in command of Zhongfeng. It was a classic example of a peacock man marrying a phoenix girl. The most famous peacock man in history was Chen Shimi. Wang Pei understood the ways of the world very well. He didn't neglect Qin Zhe next to him and asked, is this girl your girlfriend? Qin Zhe looked at Wang Zijin, who returned a faint smile. The old man snorted. If he can find such an outstanding girlfriend, there must be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. This was really his biological father. When the meal was ready, Qin Ma called for dinner. Son, go and wake your sister up for dinner. Qin Zhe ran into his sister's room. The blackout curtains were tightly closed. Qin Bao Bao was lying on her side, one of her legs was outside, clamping the quilt. The fluorescent light of the phone shone on her face. Qin Zhe slipped over and slapped his sister's butt. Time to eat. Qin Bao Bao cried out in pain. You're asking for it. She sat up angrily and threw a pillow at him. Qin Zhe caught the pillow and threw it back on the bed. Get up and eat. Seeing that his sister could still argue with him, it meant that her stomach didn't hurt anymore. At the dinner table, the old man sat at the head of the table. On his left were his favorite students, Wang Pei and Qin Ma. On the right were the only son, the eldest daughter, and Wang Zijin. According to the family status, Qin Zhe's seat should have been his sister's, but his sister was willful and deliberately separated her brother from her best friend. Bao Bao, are you feeling better? Qin Ma picked up a piece of fish for her daughter. Eat this, it's good. Qin Bao Bao ate happily. Yes, help me massage. Massage what? Qin Ma asked. He massaged the soles of my feet. I feel much better now, Qin Bao Bao said. The old man and Wang Pei continued to talk about the workplace, finance, national policies, and other topics. The old man, who rarely spoke during dinner, was very talkative. Wang Pei could always follow his train of thought. The two even opened a bottle of white wine and chatted while drinking. Qin Ma sighed. Wang Pei, if only our A's was half as successful as you. Qin Bao Bao retorted, Mom, I'm afraid you're wrong. The old man scolded, how can you say that? Qin Bao Bao pouted and lowered her head to eat. Wang Pei wasn't angry. After all, he had been trained in the workplace for a few years. He smiled and said, A's is doing his internship, right? The old man's tone was exasperated. He only knows how to trade stocks at home all day. He doesn't even go out to look for a job. Qin Bao Bao was very protective of her son. She immediately said, he found a job. The old man glared at her, and she was scared again. Wang Pei said, you like to trade stocks. Are you interested in coming to Zhongfeng? I'll arrange it for you. Qin Ma was overjoyed. She picked up some food for Wang Pei and said, I'm sorry. I'll get A's to try it out on Monday. For a long time after the stock market took shape in China, employees of securities companies were prohibited from trading stocks. This was because there weren't many listed companies at that time, and it was easy to control the stock market and make money from it. Now, it was different. There were many listed companies, and employees of securities companies could still trade stocks. They would still lose money. Qin Zhe said, Mom, don't worry. I just passed the interview. Qin Ma lamented his misfortune and was angry that he didn't fight for it. I heard from Bao Bao about your investment company. You can't even find it online. Zhongfeng is controlled by the state. It's stable and has good benefits. Wang Zijin smiled and said, Auntie, it's not like the past anymore. A state-owned enterprise is an iron rice bowl, and there's even a tube-shaped apartment for you to live in. Now, unless you can enter the establishment, or at least a middle-level management position, it's no different from other places. Wang Pei nodded. That's right. But at least the pressure won't be great, and the benefits will be better. Qin Bao Bao said again, that's not necessary. A's can also make a lot of money by trading stocks. Wang Pei looked at Qin Zhe in surprise. I forgot that Miss Qin is teaching him by example. The old man suddenly blushed with shame. When it came to trading stocks, he, as an old driver, couldn't beat his son. Then, after dinner, A's will come with us to the study for a chat? Wang Pei said. No, children shouldn't get involved. The old man hurriedly dispelled the idea of his favorite student embarrassing himself. The few of them ate and chatted. Wang Pei said intentionally or unintentionally, Bao Bao made a friend, right? Did you bring him home to meet your parents? Qin Ma was sad again. She sighed and said, she wants to find me a boyfriend. I wake up laughing in my dreams. Wang Pei was stunned. You don't have a boyfriend? That's right. You're a big star now. It's not convenient for you to fall in love. This has nothing to do with being a star. She's never been in love. Qin Ma felt that her husband's favorite student wasn't an outsider. She had to vent her grievances. How old are you? Why can't you be enlightened in that aspect? Mom. Qin Bao Bao was so angry that her face turned red. How could she say these words in front of an outsider? Wang Pei smiled. Auntie, Bao Bao isn't that old. There's no rush. Besides, fate hasn't arrived yet. He looked at Qin Bao Bao and his smile deepened. Chapter 159. On Monday, after a morning run, Qin Zhe put on a suit. Black pants and a white short-sleeved shirt. He did not need a suit. His sister said that summer suits did not need a jacket. Wang Zijin quietly took a light blue tie and said that it was a gift for Qin Zhe. She personally tied it for Qin Zhe. But my sister disagreed. She said that she made my Zhe silly by tying the tie. She looked at Dumbo. Wang Zijin said, what kind of man is a man if he doesn't wear a tie? Qin Bao Bao retorted, even if he wears a tie, he's not a man. Qin Zhe stared. What did you say? Qin Bao Bao quickly said, anyway, it doesn't look good wearing a tie. It's very silly. Wang Zijin said, my dad always wears this when he goes out. He's been wearing a tie for more than 10 years. Who dares to say that he's silly? Wang Zijin insisted on wearing a tie. His sister insisted on not wearing a tie. The two almost got into a fight. In the end, he still wore a tie and went out. After all, it was Sister Ziwei who paid for the gift. Qin Bao Bao personally drove him to the company. Qin Zhe waved goodbye to his sister in front of the building. His sister in the car blew him a kiss. The little red horse drove into the traffic. When he arrived at the company, he told the receptionist that he was here to join the company. The receptionist looked him up and down and smiled. So formal. Qin Zhe was stunned. With the help of the receptionist, he signed a series of relevant procedures. The receptionist brought him to an office and smiled. Let me introduce a new colleague. She looked at Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe understood and said loudly, hello, everyone. My name is Qin Zhe. Please take care of me. He introduced himself in a formal manner. There were 11 or 12 people in the office, both men and women. The applause was sparse. Qin Zhe glanced at his colleagues in the office and his heart skipped a beat. They were all dressed casually. Not a single one of them was dressed formally. Damn it, Didn't his sister say that the big companies were all elites in smart suits and elegant dresses? Could it be that I've joined a shady company? He blended into this group of casually dressed colleagues, like a white swan in a flock of ducks, and a white swan in a tie. It was awkward. The receptionist arranged for him to be seated near the entrance. Every veteran in the workplace knew that the more inconspicuous a position was, the more desirable it was. Because there, you have a certain amount of freedom. Playing games, downloading porn, etc. Once the leaders came in, there would be enough time for them to destroy the evidence. The position at the entrance was miserable. They had to bear the brunt of the leader's inspection. Xianxia was a newcomer, so he definitely wouldn't be able to get a good position. There were only 2 seats near the door, and one of them was already occupied. Hello, hello. Hao Han, who also bore the brunt of the leader's prestige, greeted Xianxia. This man's hairstyle reminded him of the school hunk, Zhang Mingyu. However, his appearance was not as good as Zhang Mingyu's, but he was still considered handsome. Judging from the smile on his face, he should be someone who is friendly and optimistic. Xianxia had some impression of him. They had met during the interview the other day. I'm Yang Jian. Xianxia. I'll add you into the group. There's a group in our department. I just added it this morning. Yang Jian took out his phone and added Xianxia into the department's chat group. Wait a minute, let me change my nickname. Xianxia said. Students like to use Penguin, while adults preferred WeChat. Xianxia was the latter, because his sister didn't use Penguin. Xianxia's WeChat name was originally the same as his Weibo name, but one day, his sister said that they should have a couple's name. It had to be unique and not similar. The internet veteran Xianxia suggested that his sister be called Crossdresser. He was called Crossdressing Lowly. It was very unique, and definitely not similar. Qin Bao Bao gladly accepted. Anyway, he only had a few WeChat friends. Other than his roommates and his sister, there was basically no one else. Yang Jian said, it's okay. After you enter the group, just change the name of the group and change it to your real name. Xianxia thought to himself, this wasn't a matter of real name or not, this was a matter of personal image. He hadn't thought of a name yet, so he changed his nickname to Xianxia. Welcome newcomer. Welcome, welcome. Handsome little brother has been assigned to our department. 666-inch, let's have dinner together tonight. Let's treat handsome little brother to a meal. Scram, you want to get free food again? Handsome little brother, do you have a girlfriend? Xianxia looked at the chat group, then raised his head and glanced at the quiet office. Everyone's expression didn't change. They looked like they were working hard and didn't have time to chat. This month's performance didn't meet the standards. I feel weak all over. I just want to sleep. Take it easy at night. Your nutrition won't be able to keep up. Xianxia looked up blankly and glanced at everyone. Everyone still looked serious and focused on their work. Motherf *Ker, did I really enter a shady company? Stop looking, you didn't join the wrong group. It's not good to chat in the office. If you have something to say it in the group. If you find it annoying, just block it. Yang Jian said in a low voice. When he first joined the group, he was also confused. The contrast was too strong. Xianxia clicked on this guy's personal information. When he saw his WeChat name, he almost spat out blood. Yangpu, Qin Bao Bao. You live in Yangpu? Xianxia asked. How did you know? Yang Jian was stunned. Your name poisoned me. You like Qin Bao Bao a lot? Speaking of this, Yang Jian became excited. You also think that girl is not bad, right? I watched I Am a Singer a few days ago and fell in love with her. She's too hot, a goddess of goddesses. Then do you know me? Xianxia asked. Xianxia, didn't you just introduce yourself? Yang Jian was stunned again. I haven't finished I am a singer yet. Qin Zhe concluded. Soon, soon. In 2 more episodes, it will be the championship competition. Yang Jian said, in the end, Qin Bao Bao won the championship. She's amazing. The colleagues in the group were still chattering. Little handsome guy looks a little familiar. Little handsome guy, what's your name again? Qin Zhe calmed down. Since he didn't recognize him immediately, it meant that he wasn't a die-hard fan of his. Even if his identity was exposed, he would just be a curious onlooker. Once the excitement died down, he would just be a normal person. In this day and age, everyone was rational when it came to chasing celebrities. Celebrities were also humans, not Martian mutants. There was nothing to be surprised about. Of course, the fangirls of the little fresh meats were an exception. Moreover, he wasn't a celebrity, so he shouldn't overestimate himself. Yang Jian said that interns usually had 3 to 5 days of training. Then, they would do odd jobs for a month or so before they could come into contact with business. He had 2 years of work experience. Qin Zhe asked him which university he graduated from. This guy said he graduated from Jiaodong University. What about you? Qin Zhe said he was from the University of Finance and Economics. The University of Finance and Economics was slightly inferior to Jiaodong University. But if he took out his graduation certificate, it would carry a lot of weight. Qin Zhe sat there for half an hour, but he didn't see any leaders coming out. So, he walked around the 3 major offices of Zhu. Anyway, he had the access card, so there was no obstruction. He went through the general framework of Zhu. There were more than 100 people in the 3 major offices, and they were divided into the Human Resources Department, Administration Department, Finance Department, Market Research Department, R&D Center, Risk Control Department, etc. There were many departments, such as stocks, futures, angel investment, venture capital. Then, he went downstairs to smoke a cigarette. Now that his sister had banned him from smoking at home, he couldn't take it anymore and gave him a cigarette. Qin Bao Bao probably felt that she had found her authority as an elder sister, so she didn't get tired of smoking. As for why he went downstairs, it was because in the first half of the year, Shanghai had introduced new anti-smoking regulations. Smoking areas in restaurants, hotels, entertainment, public transport and other places had been changed to a total indoor smoking ban. All kinds of smoking rooms would be gradually removed. Simply put, as long as there was a canopy overhead, smoking would be banned. Qin Zhe went downstairs to find a trash can with cigarette butts. He lit a cigarette and took a look at the group chat to see if those idiots were still spamming. Everyone was chatting enthusiastically when suddenly, a person with a toy poodle profile picture said, "I'll give you 3 questions. If you answer correctly, I'll treat you to lunch." The group chat was silent. Qin Zhe clicked on the toy poodle profile picture and looked at the person's name, Li Linfeng. He remembered the name of the investment manager during the interview. Looks like he will be working under him in the future. The first question came out: 3 people went to the hotel for 30 renminbi a night. Each of them paid 10 renminbi to the hotel owner. Later, the hotel owner said there was a discount today and only charged 25 renminbi. The hotel owner gave the waiter 5 renminbi and asked him to refund the money to the 3 people. The waiter kept 2 renminbi and only refunded 1 renminbi to each person. Now, let's calculate, each of the 3 people spent 9 renminbi, so the total is 27 renminbi. Plus the waiter's 2 renminbi, the total is 29 renminbi. Excuse me, where did the last 1 renminbi go? Chapter 160. After a short silence, all kinds of replies appeared in the group. Damn, where did the last yuan go? Same question. I feel something is wrong, but I can't tell. Why is this question so awkward? I'm trembling with my low IQ. Qin Zhe was stunned and found the style of the question so familiar. The next moment, he remembered. Damn, isn't this the logic misleading question from UC's Rotten Streets? The core of this question was the logic misleading. It could easily lead people's logic astray. 8 out of 10 people thought there was nothing wrong with it. Even if someone found something wrong, they couldn't tell for a while. But as long as they thought about it a few times, they would immediately notice the trap. Qin Zhe replied, the 3 people spent a total of 27 yuan. The boss earned 25 yuan, and the waiter earned 2 yuan. It's exactly 27 yuan. Don't be misled. The group entered a period of silence, as if they were pondering over Qin Zhe's answer. A moment later, Li Linfeng sent a thumbs up emoji. His colleagues suddenly realized, I knew something was wrong. 27 yuan spent and 2 yuan was earned. How can the two be added together? Damn it, you've led me astray. Boss, can't you use less tricks and more true feelings? Since ancient times, true feelings can't keep people. Only tricks can win people's hearts. Young people's brains work fast. Amazing. Qin Zhe, Li Linfeng Qin Zhe in the group, let's have lunch together. Thank you, manager. Qin Zhe replied. UC is really a good teacher and helpful friend. Li Linfeng's second question came. A person spent 8 yuan to buy a chicken and sold it for 9 yuan. Then he felt it was not worth it, so he bought it back for 10 yuan and sold it to another person for 11 yuan. How much did he earn? Everyone gave their answers one after another. Their computing ability could be said to be powerful. Some said he earned 2 yuan, some said he earned 1 yuan. Some said he lost 1 yuan. Everyone had their own opinions. With Qin Zhe's current mental arithmetic level, he could be called a freak amongst freaks. The moment he saw the question, he was able to figure out the answer. But, he felt that something was wrong. Although there were several small traps hidden in the question, it was too simple. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Just as he was about to enter the answer, he realized that someone had beaten him to it. $2, Yang Jian replied. Li Linfeng sent another thumbs up emoji. I'll count you in for lunch. Everyone asked why this was the answer, but Li Linfeng did not answer. Instead, he asked a third question. If you're a hero with a broken sword in your hand and a group of bad guys chasing after you, you're lucky that you're riding a horse and they're not. Unfortunately, your horse is exhausted and they will catch you in the end. You have a bow, you are a hero who never misses, but you only have 10 arrows and 40 people behind you. They know you have only 10 arrows. They formed a horizontal line behind you at certain intervals and rushed forward as fast as they could. They're very close to you. They're already in range. Using economic methods to analyze how to retreat safely? No one said anything. The group was silent. Qin Zhe thought to himself that the first 2 questions were just appetizers. This question was the trump card. Li Linfeng sent an angry emoji. Does no one know? It's pardonable that the 2 newbies don't know, but you guys don't know either? At everyone. Then, a crying face emoji flooded the screen. Li Linfeng, Qin Zhe and Yang Jian. Do you guys know? Yang Jian replied instantly, Boss, we don't know. Qin Zhe thought for a while and suppressed the answer in his heart. I don't know. A few seconds later, Yang Jian sent him a thumbs up emoji. Qin Zhe smiled knowingly. You know the answer? Qin Zhe asked him privately. The first chapter of Friedman's The Economy in Life explained a similar question, Yang Jian said. You've read a lot, Qin Zhe replied. Reading is my only hobby. Yang Jian said, You've read it too? No. Qin Zhe typed, but with a few months of operating experience and a psychological analysis, it's easy to get the answer. The stock market is a game, and it's all about psychology. Yang Jian sent another thumbs up. I feel like everyone doesn't know. We newbies should keep a low profile. Qinze smiled foolishly and said, "That's right." The benefits of the profit-generating company were very good. There was a staff cafeteria, which was a restaurant near the company. The average cost per employee was about 100 yuan. Just this benefit alone was enough to put them on par with most banks. Li Linfeng invited Qinze and Yang Jian to eat in the cafeteria. In addition to the staff meal, he ordered 3 additional dishes. It was quite sumptuous. The dishes were ordered by Qinze. He and Yang Jian waited in the cafeteria for 10 minutes before Li Linfeng arrived late. He was wearing a navy blue shirt, and his hair was meticulously combed. He was a man in his 30s, and he had a mature and confident demeanor. He was originally a middle-level manager in a securities company. He felt that he would not be able to move up in the next 5 years, so he couldn't stand the time and jumped ship to profit-generating company. Yang Jian. He patted Yang Jian's shoulder. Qinze. He patted Qinze's shoulder again. The 2011 City Science Champion, I had to shamelessly beg the general manager to get you. Li Linfeng personally poured wine for Yang Jian. Yang Jian was flattered. He pointed at Qinze and said, "As for you, you are a surprise." Compared to Yang Jian, the science champion, Qinze's 30 minutes perfect score was still fresh in Li Linfeng's mind. The first question is a logic misdirection question. You can react in such a short time, which shows that your logic ability is clear and powerful. The second question is a mental calculation question, but it has to be combined with GDP calculation, which shows that your foundation is very solid. He said to Qinze and Yang Jian separately. Qinze confessed, "Actually, I have seen this question in UC before." Li Linfeng was stunned. Yang Jian also confessed, "I have seen IBM's interview question in a book." Li Linfeng laughed, "Being too honest is not a good thing." "What is UC?" he asked. This question was not easy to answer. Qinze was thinking about the wording. Yang Jian covered his face and said, "Boss, you don't need to ask. Everyone there is talented, and they speak well. Ordinary people can't get in." Qinze almost spat out the wine in his mouth. "There is such a place?" Li Linfeng was excited. "It's actually just a mobile browser. It's famous for its lack of integrity." Yang Jian was just joking. Qinze said. "Do you two have an answer to a recent question?" Li Linfeng asked again. Both of them quickly shook their heads. Li Linfeng did not point it out. He laughed and drank. Li Linfeng was very talkative. This was not surprising. People who are successful in the workplace, regardless of their ability, must have a glib tongue. However, Yang Jian's ability to talk surprised Qinze. The two of them talked from futures to the stock market, from the domestic stock market to the foreign stock market, and from the stock market to bonds. They also talked about the pros and cons of closed-end funds and open-end investment companies. Qinze listened from the side and occasionally chimed in. Yang Jian suddenly laughed and said, "Boss, on the day of the interview, I saw a fairy sister. Damn, super awesome. Is she from our company?" Li Linfeng's face was strange. Qinze turned to look at the door. His face was also strange. "Boss, that girl is really awesome. There is a beauty in the north, isolated from the world." "How do you say that?" "Yes, a secluded orchid in an empty valley." Yang Jian was enraptured. He poked Qinze. "On the day of the interview, we met her at the elevator." "I don't remember." Qinze saw a figure slowly approaching from the corner of his eye. He kicked Yang Jian under the table. "Why did you kick me?" Yang Jian glanced at him. He was still talking. She was dressed as an office lady. She was so stylish. The dress wrapped around her butt, round and perky. Her figure was hot, but her temperament was cold and quiet. It was a contrast between ice and fire. "Boss, I walked around our office this morning and did not see her." Li Linfeng, who was calm, suddenly became cautious. Then he stood up and said to the person behind Yang Jian, "Boss Su." Yang Jian also noticed that there was a shadow behind him. He turned his head blankly. After seeing the elegant, cool and exquisite office lady behind him, his face was filled with a very complicated and frozen expression. Shui, who probably met Xie Zhuiying, who was beautiful and red with peach blossoms. Guoxiang first met Yang Gua, who was a gray-haired uncle at Fenglingdu. Amorous feelings rippled. Suyu nodded slightly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the managers of all departments will have a meeting. Don't be late. Li Linfeng nodded and bowed. Suyu glanced at Qin Zhe and Yang Jian. She paused on Qin Zhe's face for a few seconds and frowned slightly. The three watched Suyu take a seat in a small compartment not far away. A translucent screen separated her from the outside world. Yang Jian immediately turned his head. His eyes were like light bulbs. "Boss. Boss Su?" Li Linfeng smiled. "She is the general manager of our company." Although Yang Jian's adjectives were exaggerated and out of tune, he had never seen a woman on the whole floor who could be compared with Boss Su. Yang Jian's body trembled. "My beautiful president, I didn't expect that I, Yang Jian, would encounter a plot in a novel in my lifetime." Suddenly his face changed. "I'm afraid she is not taken." Chapter 161. Li Linfeng is a professional at this age. He has seen all kinds of demons and ghosts, and he has experienced the ways of the world. In the government, public institutions and workplace offices, beautiful women who are too beautiful and have made achievements are bound to be surrounded by all kinds of rumors. They are said to be foxes who rely on their beauty to get to the top. It's not just people's hearts that are dark, but there are countless similar examples, so many that the onlookers have formed a habit of thinking. He naturally heard the meaning of Yang Jian's words, but he was too lazy to remind anything. There was no need for that. Yang Jian quickly restrained his frustration and cheered up. "As long as the hoe is wielded well, there is no corner that can't be dug down." Qin Zhe laughed and said, "Brother, you are ambitious. I admire you." He regarded it as a big mountain between men and didn't think Yang Jian was serious. "She is the general manager of our company. Her name is Suyu, the head of the company." Li Linfeng briefly introduced her and didn't want to say more. Although such a beauty is the best topic for men to talk about, it is different if she is the boss. Whether in ancient times or modern times, it is disrespectful to talk about the boss in private. Li Linfeng's cautious style in the workplace does not need to be explained to the two rookies. In the cubicle, Suyu quietly took a photo through the gap of the screen and sent it to someone. "Qin Zhe?" Suyu's few friends quickly replied. "Guess where I met him?" Suyu's lips curled into a smile. Her expression was filled with the playfulness of a girl. "I can't guess." "Boring, it's our company's staff cafeteria." The other party was silent for a moment. "What happened?" Suyu's friend, who knows Qin Zhe, is naturally the mature woman sister Nan Man Pei who hasn't seen for a long time. Accident, I came to the company for an interview last week and was seen by someone." Suyu's smile was like a girl's. "Incredible probability." Nan Man Pei sighed. "I tell you, on the day of the interview, I deliberately asked my assistant to try." Suyu's fingers flew on the screen. 30 minutes, full score, really abnormal IQ. Nan Man Pei said, "It's boring, aren't you worried about no one to use? Try him." A high IQ is a high IQ, work experience is another thing. "Let's train for a while first." "Up to you." Nan Man Pei said, "Let's have dinner together tonight. Invite him along too." "Go ahead. I don't know him yet." After lunch, Li Linfeng glanced at his watch and said, "Lunch is at 12 o'clock, and work starts at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Today's treat is an exception." As the three of them left the restaurant, Li Linfeng suddenly patted Qin Zai's shoulder. "Your formal attire is very good." Qin Zai was a little embarrassed. Yang Jian held back his laughter. Qin Zai's phone rang and a text message came in. "Qin Zai, do you want to have dinner together?" Sender, Nan Man Pei. Qin Zai thought to himself, "Let's eat, but I still have two sisters who need milk at home." So he replied, "I don't have time tonight. How about tomorrow afternoon?" Half an hour later, Nan Man Pei's belated reply came, "Forget it then, let's meet again when we have time." Qin Zai just put down the phone, and there seemed to be a delicate fragrance floating around him. Suyu walked past him and nodded. On the first day of employment, there would be no work arranged. According to the rules of the workplace, this was to give the new employee sufficient time to adapt. Qin Zai and Yang Jian each took care of their own things. One fiddled with stocks and exercised short-term operating ability. The other wore headphones and watched the program, I Am a Singer. Every time Qin Bao Bao appeared, he would find Qin Zai next to him to discuss whether Goddess Qin's chest was C or D. Qin Zai said D. Yang Jian was like meeting a confidant and said, "I think so too." Then he forced Qin Zai to discuss whether it was 34D or 36D. Qin Zai was impatient with his pestering and said 36D, go away. Yang Jian didn't believe him and said, "How do you know?" Qin Zai thought to himself, "Although I don't know, I just know. Don't ask why." These words naturally wouldn't be said to this little red guy. Yang Jian continued to watch the variety show. He had already seen the penultimate episode. Half an hour later, he finally saw the last episode. He excitedly patted Qin Zai on the shoulder and lowered his voice, the finals, the finals. Although I know that Qin Bao Bao won the championship, I'm still very excited. I heard that this episode was her brother's co-singer. It is said that a divine song appeared." Qin Zai wondered, "You really haven't paid attention to Qin Bao Bao?" Yang Jian said, "When the program was serialized, I hadn't resigned yet. I worked hard in a financial company. I worked overtime until 9 o'clock every day. When I went home, it was more than 10 o'clock. Hateful and scrupulous companies hurt people. I didn't cast a vote of love for my goddess." Since Yang Jian watched the program, Singer, he has been crazy about Qin Bao Bao. In his words, "There are too many beautiful female stars in the entertainment circle these years, but such a hot figure is rare. My God, Wales's co-singer is actually Yang Lina. It's impossible. He can invite Yang Lina. Wales's votes are so high. It's hard to imagine that Qin Bao Bao can win the championship. It must be very wonderful at that time. Hateful, hateful. Hey, Qin Bao Bao came out. Gee, she is tall and beautiful. I feel that our boss Su is a little worse than her." Yang Jian chattered, but his voice was very low. He couldn't make a lot of noise in the office. In terms of face, Suyu is the only one that Qin Zai has seen who can compare with his sister. They have their own characteristics in temperament, but lose in figure. Nan Man Pei and Wang Zijin win in temperament, but their appearance is slightly inferior to the previous two. Yang Jian mumbled to himself, talking non-stop. After a few minutes, he looked refreshed. Qin Bao Bao's brother came out. Live version of Opera 2. They are indeed siblings. Her brother is really handsome. Hey, why does he look so familiar? Qin Zai smiled and said, "Familiar, right?" Yang Jian looked at him for a while and nodded. Familiar. He looked at the video on his phone and whispered, "I must be dreaming." Qin Zai smiled but didn't say anything. Yang Jian looked sad. "Qin Zai, is it really you?" Qin Zai continued to be calm. "You called me Qin Zai. How can it be fake?" Yang Jian's body shook. "My God, my biggest gain from coming to this company is not meeting a beauty like Boss Su, but meeting you, my brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? Qin Zhe squinted. Future brother-in-law. Yang Jian corrected himself. Qin Zhe chuckled. Qin Zhe. Yang Jian held his hand tightly. Please help me get your sister's autograph. Qin Zhe rolled his eyes. That's all you've got? Yang Jian looked at Qin Zhe, then turned his head to look at his phone screen. Damn, there's actually a god standing next to me. Fortunately, I don't chase after celebrities. To him, Qin Zhe's fame was not as attractive as his identity as Qin Bao Bao's brother. Countless predecessors told us that the strategy to get a girlfriend started with the brother-in-law. Yang Jian didn't want to take his goddess to bed. He was satisfied to be in close contact with Qin Bao Bao. After silently watching I Am a Singer, Yang Jian stopped discussing Qin Bao Bao's big breasts and long legs with Qin Zhe. He put away his phone and walked out of the office. At the door, he turned to look at Qin Zhe, who was focused on the stock market. Then he went out. First, the girl at the front desk came to the investment department for no reason and chatted with Qin Zhe. Then, a group of office ladies in high heels and black stockings came. They pretended to be calm and walked around the office. They secretly glanced at Qin Zhe and pretended to be calm before leaving. After a few times, Qin Zhe felt that something was wrong. He put down his phone and turned to look outside. 7 or 8 office ladies stood in the corridor outside the office and looked at him as if they were looking at a national treasure in the zoo. The demonesses stared at him calmly in the face of danger, watching from the sidelines. One of them was even more confused. She raised her phone and clicked on it. Oh my, he's looking at me. It's really Qin Zhe. I'm going to send the photo to the group. Hee, they dispersed. Damn, what's going on? Qin Zhe was stunned at first, then he suddenly realized. He grabbed his phone and sent a message to Yang Jian while gritting his teeth. Little bastard, you're making trouble, aren't you? Yang Jian knew that he and Qin Zhe were together day and night and couldn't avoid it. He immediately replied, didn't you notice that the girl at the front desk is very beautiful? Sure enough, high-end companies like to hire beautiful vases as receptionists. Qin Zhe sent a despising emoji. Please start your speech. Yang Jian replied with a string of dog head. Of course I want to flirt with her. Although your sister is my goddess, it doesn't stop me from seeking a partner in reality. When talking about girls, there must be a topic. I said, you know the new handsome guy, right? He's Qin Zhe, Qin Bao Bao's younger brother. The girl at the front desk was excited when she heard your identity. She immediately left me and went to watch you. Qin Zhe sneered and replied, the girl at the front desk was not the only one watching me. Yang Jian sent a facepalm emoji. Women are all gossips. As soon as she turned around, she revealed it to the company's chat group. What a bad teammate. Qin Zhe sighed. Fortunately, he didn't think he could hide his identity and was mentally prepared. Moreover, he wasn't Qin Bao Bao. After Singer ended, his attention plummeted. It didn't matter if his identity was exposed. Fortunately, this group of female demons were all elites in the workplace. They were self-aware and rational. They didn't scream in public or ask for autographs. Otherwise, what would the leaders think of him? He wouldn't be able to survive. In the following time, until he got off work, Qin Zhe expressionlessly sent away group after group of female demons and male demons. Everyone looked at him with a smiling but not speaking emoji. Those who were more outgoing only talked to him for a while. They didn't dare to stay for too long. The company rules were there. When it was time to get off work, he took his bag and left the office. Qin Zhe, you sing so well. Qin Zhe, why did you come to our company? In the elevator, the girls chatted with Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe smiled and responded. He felt that he was thinking too much. You're not a superstar. How could you be surrounded by fans? Unless Qin Bao Bao came. Chapter 162. Qin Zhe took the subway home and turned the key to open the door. The smell of Chinese medicine hit his nose. He put the bag on the sofa and went to the kitchen. Chinese medicine was boiling on the gas stove and the light blue flame licked the bottom of the casserole. The boiling water gurgled and the smell of medicine filled the air. Qin Bao Bao moved a small stool to the side and played with her mobile phone. What's wrong? Why are you boiling Chinese medicine? Qin Zhe asked. My throat is uncomfortable. Qin Bao Bao pinched her throat and said in a hoarse voice, singing damaged my throat. I need to drink some Chinese medicine to nourish it. Don't drink Chinese medicine. Who told you to boil it? You might as well have a golden throat. Qin Zhe didn't have time to be surprised that his sister actually did it herself. He was afraid that Qin Bao Bao would drink Chinese medicine. Show me the prescription. A golden throat is not as good as this. Qin Bao Bao handed her mobile phone to her brother and opened the message. The message was sent by Li Yanhong. It was a Chinese medicine prescription. Qin Zhe glanced at it and breathed a sigh of relief. It was indeed a small prescription for treating hoarseness and discomfort. There was nothing wrong with it and the dosage was written clearly. My new album will be released in a few days. Qin Bao Bao complained, I'll release a single first. Practicing songs is very tiring. My throat hasn't stopped for a whole day. Sister, you've worked hard. Qin Zhe touched her head at the right time. Qin Bao Bao opened it with a pa sound and wanted to take it back. Qin Zhe lowered his head and stuck out his butt, instantly sending his sister flying. Qin Bao Bao was furious and wanted to use a deadly scissor kick. However, she didn't have the advantage at the moment. She pointed to the sofa in the living room and scolded, Come here. No. Come here quickly. Sister wants to teach you a lesson. Come here so you can suffocate me? Qin Zhe complained. What suffocate you? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. It's nothing. You can leave now. I'll look after the medicine for you. Qin Zhe waved his hand to chase him away. That was exactly what Qin Bao Bao wanted. She turned around and went back to her room. A moment later, she ran back in. He raised a black and gold brocade box as if he was presenting a treasure. Qin Zhe felt that the logo on the box was a little familiar. He asked blankly, What is it? Qin Bao Bao didn't say anything. She smiled and said, Open it and you'll know. Qin Zhe opened the box. There was a watch lying in the black cotton pad. It had a black leather strap and a rose gold body. It looked high-end and classy. You like it, right? It's a Hermes rose gold watch. It's for you, Qin Bao Bao said happily. You're giving me an early birthday present? Qin Zhe picked up his wristwatch and rubbed it with his finger. Of course not. Qin Bao Bao said, I'll play with you for a day on your birthday. Are you surprised by this reward? Are you surprised? Where's the car we agreed on? Qin Zhe said angrily, Besides, I'm going shopping with Sister Ziwei on my birthday. Qin Bao Bao was so angry that she pinched her brother's ear. She gritted her teeth and said, Who's your real sister? Qin Zhe dodged and stared at her. You said you'd help me chase Sister Ziwei. Don't get in the way if you don't help me. Bah, who's getting in the way? You and Wang Zijin are not suitable. Find another girlfriend. Qin Bao Bao thought for a while and changed her words. I said you're not in a hurry to find a girlfriend. Don't forget that I still have your marriage capital. Qin Zhe sighed and said, What do I need this iron rod for? Qin Bao Bao said softly, All men need a watch to improve their taste and class. Ace also needs a watch. Oh right, how much is this watch? A Hermes watch shouldn't be cheap. It should cost at least tens of thousands. Qin Bao Bao smiled. Not much. This price. She made a 2 with her fingers. 20,000? Okay, 20,000 is acceptable. I'm considered to have some money now. Qin Bao Bao shook her head, her eyes shining. 200,000. Am I good to you? Qin Zhe felt like he was about to vomit blood. Did King use my wife's money again? Qin Bao Bao felt humiliated and said angrily, T. I earned it from the commercials. Your marriage capital is mine. She almost said the wrong thing in her agitation. She pursed her lips and pretended to wipe her tears. I'm so good to you and you're still slandering me. You're crazy, sob. I didn't say anything about you. Qin Zhe coaxed his sister. His sister's extravagant spending habits were all spoiled by their parents. She didn't know how to save money until she was in dire straits. She probably wouldn't change her habit in this lifetime. Fortunately, the Qin family had some money and his sister was outstanding. She wouldn't become a resentful wife. However, Qin Zhe felt that he was in no position to blame his sister. Other than instigating him to steal money to buy popsicles when they were young, scamming him of his pocket money when they went to school, Qin Zhe also took advantage of his sister when she went to work. Mobile phones, laptops, branded backpacks, clothes for the 4 seasons, and daily living expenses were all earned by his sister. Therefore, he didn't object to Qin Bao Bao's unreasonable decision to take over his marriage capital. You black-hearted maggot. Qin Bao Bao complained. Where did you learn that word? Black-hearted is black-hearted. How did you become a maggot? Qin Zhe complained. You are a maggot. Qin Bao Bao said loudly. If I'm a maggot, what are you? Qin Zhe found it funny and said, a white and tender maggot? You're still talking back. Qin Bao Bao glared at him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have wronged my sister. It's my little maggot brother who has no conscience. Qin Zhe said, I'll give you a kiss as a reward. He recklessly kissed Qin Bao Bao. He wanted to see his sister being shy. Who knew that Qin Bao Bao would hit him on the head and said, damn pervert, is my sister someone you can kiss? She left the kitchen in a huff. After walking out of the door, her face changed in a second. She raised her mouth and jumped with her hands behind her back. Not long after, Wang Zijin came back. She pinched her nose and said, what's that smell? Qin Zhe just came out with a bowl of medicinal soup and said, Qin Bao Bao's throat-soothing soup. When he passed by, he smelled Wang Zijin's faint perfume. It was completely different from his sister's. The smell of Chinese medicine in the house was too strong. Qin Zhe turned off the air conditioner and opened the windows for ventilation. As a result, the 2 sisters were sweating profusely from the heat. Turn on the air conditioner. Why do you have to turn it off? Wang Zijin said. That's right. Qin Bao Bao, who was a big spender, agreed. Up to you. Qin Zhe threw the remote control and went into the kitchen to cook. After the meal, Qin Bao Bao carried her laptop and pattered into the living room. She said coquettishly, play a few rounds with your sister. I'm not free. Are you playing or not? His sister puffed up her cheeks. Yes. Qin Zhe closed the finance website. He didn't have to watch the market at night. There was no work to do. Anyway, his time was free. Thinking back, he was the one who pestered his sister to play games. His sister, who was busy at work, would occasionally play a few rounds with him. Qin Zhe was overjoyed. There were always people bragging about their girlfriends playing games with them. He didn't have a girlfriend, so he used his sister to make up the numbers. Did you drop in rank again? Qin Zhe squinted. Qin Bao Bao nodded with tears in her eyes. He logged into the game. Wait a moment. I'll change the runes. Qin Zhe said. Okay. Qin Bao Bao drank a mouthful of milk and licked the white liquid at the corner of her mouth. Qin Zhe changed the runes. A chat window kept flashing. He opened it. Guru, you're finally online? Please cozy up to me and start a game. Manual starry eyes. The only one who kept calling him Guru was Guru. He clicked on her friend's profile picture. F***ck, this scammer dropped from silver to brass again. Other than the first few days when he played with her, Qin Zhe played less and less. Occasionally, they wouldn't see each other online. The probability of him playing with her was about once a week. For the past half a month, he hadn't logged into the game. Since he wanted to play with his sister, it didn't matter if he played with another noob. Matching. Counting down, in the chat room, Canton Waist laughed. Crossdresser. Guru, your friend is so funny. Rough guys like to use this kind of name. Qin Bao Bao raised her eyebrows and was about to type a reply. Qin Zhe stopped his sister. She has a cheap mouth. Ignore her. Qin Bao Bao snorted. She was giving her brother some face. Entering the game. Qin Zhe chose Prince as the jungler. Canton Waist picked him instantly. The other two who didn't get him scolded him. Idiot, brass dog. Why did you choose to be the jungler? Let's take the bottom lane. Qin Bao Bao knocked his head unhappily. I'm tired of playing support. I want to try being the jungler. Jungler and support were the two positions that required the most attention to the big picture. Qin Zhe chose Prince as the jungler. Qin Bao Bao played policewoman. Canton Waist picked Annie. The support was the Zither girl. The top lane was the Barbarian King, who was known as a real man. The game started. The electronic female voice said, "The enemy will arrive in 30 seconds. Crush them." Qin Zhe carried the battle flag and went straight to the enemy's jungler. He signaled Canton Waist and the top lane Barbarian to help him. However, the top lane guy ignored him. His sister came all the way from the bottom lane to help. The three of them hid in the bushes and waited. As soon as the enemy appeared, he would know that it might not be Garen who came out of the bushes. It could also be the three salted fishes. The minions entered the battlefield slowly. There were only two possibilities if the enemy's jungler was still nowhere to be seen. Either the enemy was blue, or they were hiding in their own red zone. There was no point in dragging it out. Qin Zhe decisively took the enemy's red and ran to the top lane to catch the enemy. Canton Waist and Qin Bao Bao were smart enough to not take his experience. They all went back to the line. When Qin Zhe was hiding in the bushes in the top lane, he suddenly found two big men in the middle lane. They were the Blind Monk and Tribulation. They happened to intercept his sister and Canton Waist. He was shocked. Then, the electronic female voice said, "Double kill." Double kill at the beginning of the game. Chapter 163. Annie, where's your stun? Qin Bao Bao typed furiously. She pursed her lips and frowned, holding back her anger. Don't you need to save up for my stun? Canton Waist's tone was not polite. Where's your clip? What's the difference between a policewoman and a salted fish if you don't use your clip? Ridiculous. Have you ever seen a policewoman learning clip? A primary school student. Qin Bao Bao sneered. F***ck, trash. What did you say, idiot? The two of them started to curse at each other. Some profanities that they would never say in real life came out of their mouths without any pressure. Qin Zhe helped the top barbarian catch Nox on the opposite side. He typed to persuade him, "Don't play dirty and don't talk nonsense." Canton Waist's only advantage was that she was obedient. As expected, she played dirty under the tower and ate the economy. The blind monk caught her a few times but did not succeed. He was also afraid of her stun, so he caught the top lane instead. The bottom lane was a disgusting lineup of policewoman and Guqin girl. They had displacement and stun skills. In comparison, the brittle barbarian was easier to bully. Even if they could not catch him, they could force him to use his big move. Nox could then suppress his development in the lane. Qin Zhe helped Annie catch a tribulation in the middle lane. Together with Annie's stun, he successfully helped Canton Waste get her first kill since the start of the game. Guru 666, Canton Waste said happily. Qin Bao Bao pinched her brother's arm and said jealously, "You're here to catch people? Is your sister not as important as this guy?" Qin Zhe argued, "Easy with Hammer Rock is not easy to catch. Besides, you guys are too strong." He squatted in the grass for a while and could not find an opportunity. The top barbarian king was killed by Nox and the blind monk. Qin Zhe focused on the top lane and ambushed in the grass. The electronic female voice rang in his ears again. Double kill. What's going on? The opponent's support got a double kill? He looked down and saw the policewoman and Annie bowing down. The Guqin girl, who only had a little health left, walked down the tower with her skirt fluttering. She scolded, "Two idiots." Just now, Annie had rushed over from the middle lane to catch them and was lying in ambush in the bushes. Zither girl was extremely excited. She thought to herself that someone had finally come to help catch them. That useless jungler. Then, he blinked over and successfully blocked the two of them. Qin Bao Bao was not to be outdone. The policewoman shot a rope net behind her, twisted her waist, and rushed toward the enemy, attacking as she walked. Annie saw that it was time. She jumped out of the bushes and summoned the bear aggressively. Tibbers descended from the sky and sat down beside Easy. This idiot had wasted his life. Hammer Rock was the first to react. He used his ultimate skill to slow down the enemy and blinked to the bottom of the tower. He then threw a lantern behind him. Scared out of his wits, Easy quickly lit it up and jumped into Hammer Rock's arms. He was already at critical health. Hourglass Waist was not willing to go for wool and come home shorn, so she blinked and chased after Easy, intending to kill him. Easy shot AQ to slow her down, but Hammer Rock followed up with a pendulum of misfortune to sweep her away. Then, he defended the tower and finished off Annie. Qin Bao Bao was not willing to give up either. She crouched under the tower and aimed her sniper rifle at Easy, intending to kill him under the tower. Hammer Rock turned around and shot AQ, hooking the policewoman and pulling her into the tower's attack range. Qin Bao Bao's ultimate skill was interrupted. She took 2 hits from the tower and sacrificed her life. One of the 3 biggest illusions in life: kill under the tower. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the Zither girl slipped away alone. She swiftly typed and cursed, "Idiots, 2 brass dogs. Policewoman, are you an idiot? Crouching under the tower and using your ultimate? You're an actress, right?" One could imagine Hourglass Waist's anger in front of the computer. "Shut up, you brainless idiot." Qin Bao Bao was so angry that her nose was crooked. She typed and retorted. "Hourglass Waist, where's your brain? You don't use your brain when you play games. You're really a primary school student." Qin Zhe typed, "You're a middle school student. You're not much better." Hourglass Waist, "Guru, if you're helping your gay friend and not me, I can be your gay friend too." Qin Bao Bao, F*CK off, God. If you weren't so stupid, would you have given us a double kill? Qin Nu, MDZZ. Hourglass Waist, sis. Hee, you shitty lady boy. Qin Bao Bao, hee your sister. Look at your stats, 131. If you're not trash, what are you? Qin Nu, MDZZ. Hourglass Waist, that's still better than your 0 kills and 2 deaths. Trash. Qin Bao Bao, you're the trash who's second from the bottom in terms of finances. Your support is about to surpass you. Qin knew, Motherf asterisk Ker, no one cares about me. Qin Zhe couldn't take it anymore and typed, shut up, all of you. What are you blabbering about? Can't you fight properly? Only then did he turn off the engine. Qin Bao Bao threw the mouse and was about to cry. Aze, you're making me so angry. Relax, relax, I'll take you flying. Qin Zhe comforted his sister. Qin Bao Bao and he were both competitive. If they lost, they would curse each other. Many times when they were defeated at the bottom lane together, they would push the blame to each other, and it would develop into pillow fights. Every time, his sister would be defeated and hide her head under the blanket like an ostrich. Qin Zhe would then use the pillow to hit her but again and again. At the 15-minute mark, Qin Zhe was already the king of kills. The energy training manual given by the system had changed his inner body bit by bit. His memory, concentration, reaction speed, all of them had improved significantly. The feedback to the game was that his control had become sharper. The top lane barbarian was caught again. This B** starred relied on killing others all his life. He was the type who would never go home if he didn't kill himself. Qin Zhe paid more attention to him. He had become fatter. After he became fatter, he would kill others under the tower and wield his sword ferociously. Qin Zhe glanced at the map. The blind monk and Nox had disappeared. He thought that they had gone home to replenish their health. However, not long after, the opponent's mid-laner also disappeared. Oh no, they stole the dragon. Qin Zhe immediately gave the mid-laner, Canton Waist, a signal. She carried the flag and rushed in the direction of the dragon. Canton Waist was very cooperative and sneaked over with him. Qin Zhe, who had been single for 23 years, typed quickly. Later, I'll rush in and send them flying. You follow me and stun them to snatch the dragon. Canton Waist's typing speed was not slow either. It was just that she had been single for many years. Okay, I have a big move. After waiting for a while, Qin Zhe estimated that it was about time. He flashed over and followed up with a double EQ combo to pick off the blind monk and Nox. Annie, it's all up to you now. With Annie's explosive power and his big move, it would be easy for him to kill 3 weaklings with low health. At this moment, a notification popped up on the screen. Then, his sister typed arrogantly. Damn trash mid-laner, I have more kills than you. Qin Bao Bao was elated. Previously, her numbers were not as good as Canton Waist's and she was insulted by her. Now that she had the chance, she hurriedly retaliated. Qin Zhe's heart skipped a beat. He subconsciously looked at Annie, only to see her standing in the bushes, motionless. At the same time, Canton Waist typed. You're the damn trash. Your whole family are all damn trash. Trash AD in the bottom lane for 10,000 years. Qin Bao Bao immediately complained. Aze, she's calling you a damn trash. How did you die? Qin Zhe looked at the screen that had turned black. He watched as Dalong struggled with his last bit of HP before being killed by the opponent. He then turned his head and looked at his sister who was typing furiously on the keyboard. He suddenly felt very tired. He would never bring a brass dog again in this life. Qin Zhe lost this round without any suspense. He ignored Canton Waist who was acting cute and coquettishly and logged out of the game. Qin Bao Bao said angrily, hey, this damn trash, he actually added me as a friend. She nodded in agreement. Canton Waist provoked her. Trash, solo me if you dare. Qin Bao Bao laughed and said, Aze, your friend asked me to solo you. I won't go easy on her. Qin Zhe waved his hand dispiritedly. As long as you guys are happy. He had a strong desire to win. At this moment, he felt like he was about to vomit blood. Qin Bao Bao and Canton Waist started a solo match. Qin Zhe did not need to watch as he could already guess the outcome. His sister's skills were not bad. If it was a solo match, Canton Waist would definitely not be her opponent. Qin Bao Bao liked to study everything. She would watch videos, read guides, and read runes in order to train a hero well. When the two enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. As soon as they went online, they started arguing with each other. They were indifferent to life and death. Qin Bao Bao was playing Garen, while Canton Waist was playing Annie. His sister had learned from Qin Zhe. In a solo match, one did not have to choose the best hero, but they had to choose a warrior or a tank. At least it was safer. If they could not win, they could still escape. But it was not the same for Brittle Skin. If they were not careful, they would be insta-killed. Qin Bao Bao took the lead and killed her opponent 3 times. She looked up to the sky and laughed. She typed, "Damn trash, now you know how powerful a king is." She did not give the opponent a chance to retort and left the room. On the other side of the sofa, Wang Zijin took off her headphones and stretched. She said, "I'm going to take a shower." She was watching some TV series. A woman's mournful voice came from the phone. "Child, actually, your father is not your biological father." Qin Zhe looked at Qin Bao Bao, and his expression changed slightly. Qin Bao Bao did not realize it. She put on the most glorious posture of a working person and walked 2 rounds around the coffee table. Without saying anything, she pushed Qin Zhe down and sat on his waist. She smiled brightly. "Hurry up and say that your sister is the best." Qin Zhe forced a smile and said perfunctorily, "Your sister is the best." Qin Bao Bao sat on her brother's waist and smiled brightly. Wang Zijin came out of the room with her pajamas. She was stunned. "Hey, why are you sitting on him? Come down." She pulled Qin Bao Bao down. Qin Bao Bao was caught off guard and fell on her butt. She rubbed her butt and chased Wang Zijin to the bathroom. "Wang Zijin, are you trying to kill me so that you can inherit my ant flower?" Chapter 164. In the evening, Qin Zhe was not sleepy at all. He made a cup of strong tea and sat on the sofa to write notes. He wanted to make a summary of the separatist orders in the past few days and focus on self-reflection on short-term operations. He also wanted to build a simple mathematical model to evaluate each major board. There was an expensive desk in Qin Zhe's room. It was also bought by his sister, who said that she raised him with a handful of feces and urine. However, Qin Zhe had a psychological shadow of the study since he was a child. He did not like to study at the desk. The notebook was placed on his lap. It was very tiring to write. Maybe he should consider buying a mobile blackboard and place it in the living room. This way, whether it was building a mathematical model or analyzing a listed company's financial statements, weekly or monthly, there would be enough space. He did not need to condescend to a small notebook. Click. The door handle was twisted slightly. His sister carefully got out of the door and closed the door quietly. "Why are you still awake?" "I saw the light in the living room was on." Qin Bao Bao's hair was slightly messy, which made her look lazy and cute. "I can't sleep, so I wrote something." "Sister Ziwei is asleep?" Qin Zhe put a cigarette in his mouth. Qin Bao Bao rushed over from the coffee table and took away his cigarette. She said angrily, "I told you not to smoke. If you don't behave, I will hit you." Her bare pajamas were loose, and her breasts were too big. In this position, it was easy to see the deep cleavage in the collar. There was nothing in the pajamas. Qin Zhe looked away quietly. Qin Bao Bao took out a bag of snacks from the cupboard. She opened the chocolate and stuffed it into her mouth. Women love snacks, and Qin Bao Bao was no exception. There were snacks at home at all times. His sister suddenly turned her head and smiled. "Aze, do you want to eat Mimi?" Qin Zhe was stunned. He turned his head and looked at his sister's breasts. He asked in disbelief, can it be eaten? Of course it can be eaten. It is not expired. Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes and threw a bag of Mimi shrimp chips. The whole world suddenly became dull. Qin Zhe didn't take it. He lowered his head and wrote his notes. Qin Bao Bao lay on the sofa, munching on snacks and playing with her phone. She mumbled, I'm under a lot of pressure, and I can't sleep. Aze, help me massage my waist. I'm busy. Qin Zhe buried his head in writing. Qin Bao Bao whimpered, could it be that my body is no longer attractive to you? Only then did Qin Zhe raise his head. He held up his notebook and pretended to type. You used the word already well. His sister always liked to flirt in front of him. Qin Bao Bao propped herself up and moved her butt to Qin Zhe's side, saying, something's not right, something's not right. What's wrong? Qin Zhe was puzzled. Qin Bao Bao said faintly, there's something wrong with Wang Zijin. She was just chatting with me. She said that she wanted to maintain her dignity as an elder sister. She can't joke around with you and can't be too intimate with you. She obviously can't stand A's being so nice to her. Qin Bao Bao raised her head and looked into Qin Zhe's eyes. She sneered, do you think she's jealous? My sister raised me with all her might. What's wrong with being intimate with her? Qin Zhe smelled a faint scent of gunpowder and knew what to say at this time. Qin Bao Bao smiled and leaned her head on his shoulder. That's right. How can a younger brother be considered a good younger brother if he doesn't get intimate with his sister? Qin Zhe said, there's nothing wrong with that. He chuckled at his sister. Qin Bao Bao knocked his head and stared at him. Don't do that to my sister. Qin Zhe lowered his head and continued to write down his notes. Qin Bao Bao stared at him with all her might, causing Qin Zhe's hair to stand. He said, what are you looking at? Qin Bao Bao said, handsome. Qin Zhe harumphed. You don't have to tell me that. Qin Bao Bao was puzzled. It's a pity that you can't tell. Qin Zhe flicked her forehead. Pa. Then, he was beaten up by his teary-eyed sister. What do you think Wang Zijin sees in you? Qin Bao Bao said in a depressed tone. She's a lady from a rich family. There's no reason for her taste to be so bad. Other than being able to cook and compose songs, there's nothing special about you. Could this be the legendary blind white swan? Qin Zhe had a good impression of Wang Zijin and believed that she did too. However, it wasn't to the extent of being rude. He wanted to, but he was afraid that he would be rude to Wang Zijin. Some feelings should just go with the flow. Qin Bao Bao said bitterly, it's not easy for me to raise a pig. What's a lady like her thinking about? Qin Zhe suddenly held his sister's hand. Sister, do you know the drama Sister Ziwei watches? Qin Bao Bao pretended to be calm. I know. I think it's called Mom Hit Me Again. Huh? Qin Zhe was stunned. Bah. Qin Bao Bao spat. She was nervous and said a popular joke on the internet recently. The main character in Mom Hug Me Again is miserable. First, she was cuckolded by her boyfriend. Then, a domineering CEO fell in love with her and pursued her with all his might. The main character pretended to be reserved and then fell under the attacks of the domineering CEO. The two lovers finally got married, but when their parents met, her mother collapsed. It turned out that the CEO's father was her lover when she was young. Unfortunately, for the sake of the family business, he married a woman he didn't love and abandoned the mother and daughter. Her mother wailed, "Child, actually your father is not your biological father. Your boyfriend is your younger brother." Qin Bao Bao laughed and rolled on the sofa. This scriptwriter is really talented. His brain is full of twists and turns. Qin Zhe's eyes were a little sad. "Child, actually your father is not your biological father. Qin Bao Bao said again, the most miserable person in the whole drama is actually the main character's father. He raised his daughter for more than 20 years and suddenly found out that he was the one who took over her. His heart hurts so much that he can't breathe. Qin Zai's eyes were even sadder. Old master, you have to hold on. Then, have you ever thought about what if this kind of thing happened in reality? For example, you. Qin Bao Bao was stunned and scolded, get lost. Sister is so beautiful. How can she not be your biological daughter? You are the one who was picked up. Her younger brother's words were a little abrupt, but they often quarreled with each other when they were young. Qin Bao Bao said her younger brother was unnecessary, and Qin Zai said her sister was wrong. One gave birth, and the other got pregnant before marriage. I don't want to quarrel with you. Qin Zai waved his hand. If. It's quite good. Qin Bao Bao said with a smile. Good? Qin Zai couldn't help but touch his sister's forehead. Could it be that his sister's worldview had collapsed? What's good about it? This kind of thing is popular in the eyes of onlookers. If it happens to you, it will be a disaster. Qin Zai said. That's true. Qin Bao Bao felt that it made sense. She thought about it and muttered, you are even born from the same mother. What? Nothing. His sister was much more relaxed. She moved over to hold Qin Zai's arm and leaned her head on his shoulder out of habit. Qin Zai didn't hold his sister's waist. He sniffed the fragrance of her shampoo and focused on writing notes. Qin Bao Bao munched on her snacks. Sister, let me ask you something. You are not my biological daughter. No, I don't want to talk about this. Then ask. If a big shot in the entertainment industry wants to have sex with you, what will you do? You only ask such disgusting questions. Qin Bao Bao glared at him with dissatisfaction. Are you a psychopath? His sister pinched him as a punishment. The entertainment industry has its rules. You can't just have sex with whoever you want. People with a bit of business sense will put profit first. Anyway, there are many women who are willing to send themselves to your door. Why bother with one or two? As long as you can make money, everyone can sit down and talk. Of course, this is only the case for most people. There are also some lustful people who always want to get young and beautiful female stars. It is best to treat them as playthings. If they don't listen, they will be banned. They would rather make less money. One or two stars won't have much impact on the company. And stars have contracts and are controlled by others. Most of them will obediently compromise and not be willing to give up this career. Those who are unwilling to sell their bodies will choose to be banned. There are many stars in the entertainment industry who are short-lived. Not bad. You are very meticulous in your work. Qin Zai was surprised. Of course. Qin Bao Bao said proudly. In addition to her pleasant appearance, she was also smart. She was not a useless vase. For her, work was the same as learning. How to absorb knowledge, how to think about difficult problems, the routine was the same. What if there are ignorant capitalists in the entertainment industry who are interested in you? After all, you are so beautiful. Qin Zai said. For example, the CEO of Star Art. Qin Bao Bao looked pitiful and coquettish. Then I can only rely on A's to make the decision for me. Qin Zai said helplessly, speak properly. Qin Bao Bao sighed. What else can I do? I have to quit at the last minute and endure until the contract ends. Dreams and reality are like fish and bare paws. I can't have both. I don't want to have sex with a pregnant man. Also, I am famous. I am a big star. Even if I quit the entertainment industry, I don't care. As long as I have A's money, I won't have to worry about food for the rest of my life. A few songs can feed me for the rest of my life. You make it sound like I don't want to get married. Qin Zhe complained. Qin Bao Bao was about to speak when Qin Zhe said, with such a beautiful sister, why would I want to get married? Qin Bao Bao heard her brother's sarcastic tone and said angrily, then you can marry Wang Zijin. I don't think you will mind if I take your money. Sister Xian is a legitimate second-generation heir. It shouldn't be a problem for her to use her connections to protect you, right? Let's talk about it later. I always feel that if friends owe too many favors, their friendship will change. Qin Bao Bao was a bit conflicted. Qin Zhe smiled and patted the dog's head. Don't worry, I will protect you. Qin Bao Bao didn't argue with him. She looked at him weakly and said in a low voice, Aze, can you sing a song for me? A fairy tale? Time boils the rain. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The dream words of your young palm. Are you still holding it tightly? It was late at night. In the quiet living room, Qin Zhe's low voice floated. His face was pressed against his sister's hair. He looked straight ahead. His eyes were bright and deep, as if some kind of emotion was rippling. We agreed not to separate. We will always be together even if time is the enemy, even if the whole world is gone. Qin Bao Bao closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully. Chapter 165. Qin Zhe's internship was like a salted fish that wanted to flop around but couldn't make a splash. Other than the 2 hours of training every day, he spent the rest of his time sitting in the office, listening to other colleagues talking on the phone and talking about business. Occasionally, Li Linfeng would come out of the office and give orders to his subordinates. At that time, Qin Zhe would prick up his ears to listen to this elite's judgment and experience of the market. Yang Jian was a lively joker who couldn't stay still. He loved to wander around the offices and flirt with the girls at the front desk, eager to meet the beautiful CEO. For a few days, he didn't even see a shadow of her. He wished he could go to the ladies' room and wait for her. Qin Zhe finally understood why this guy who claimed to be a science expert resigned from a big company. He often instilled his own theory in Qin Zhe. Big companies worry, small companies do the labor, and medium-sized companies fish in troubled waters. What a bullsh** T theory. He wasn't someone who was willing to work hard in his career. The reason for his resignation was that he couldn't stand his former employer's frequent overtime. Yang Jian said, anyway, I'm a local. I have a house, a car, parents, savings, medical insurance, and pension. What's the point of working hard? I might not succeed even if I rack my brains. I'll live a well-off life and be free. Qin Zhe thought, damn, isn't this the life I used to yearn for? What a bosom friend. This morning, Yang Jian didn't go out to play. Instead, he pounced in front of the computer and typed furiously on the keyboard. What are you doing? Qin Zhe saw that he didn't stop typing and it was a little noisy. I'm filling in the blanks. Yang Jian looked at the computer. I'm cheering for your sister. What do you mean? Qin Zhe leaned over to take a look. Qin Bao Bao released a single this week. There are a few popular idols at the same time. The competition is very fierce. Promotion, buying news, fans scolding each other. Yang Jian turned his head. Don't tell me you don't know. Of course I know. Qin Zhe denied. In fact, he didn't know that his sister only said that she was going to release an album soon. She didn't say the specific time, nor did she ask him for songs. When she was in Singer, Qin Bao Bao needed good songs to support her appearance, so she pestered her brother. Now that she was famous, the company was willing to spend resources on her, so she didn't pester her brother anymore. What's the situation now? Qin Zhe asked. What's the situation? Yang Jian asked. Isn't it just fans who flame each other, and there's no clear winner? Among the celebrities who released their singles at the same time, there are two strong competitors for the chart. One is a young hunk, and the other is a veteran singer. What we fans need to do is to help our idols promote their singles and then go to their competitors' forums and Weibo to flame them. Yang Jian said, I've opened more than 10 alternate accounts to attack them. I see. It's just like how football fans fight over the team they support. Qin Zhe nodded. Qin Bao Bao's music video was released yesterday. Yang Jian suddenly complained, why didn't you write songs for your sister? The battle is very stalemate, and no one can suppress the other. Qin Zhe had never understood the difference between a single and an album. His sister explained that it was the difference between wholesale and retail. Generally speaking, a single was generally recognized as containing 1 to 3 songs, while an album had more than 7 songs and was sold as a package. It was no longer the era of CDs and records. There were very few celebrities who released big albums. Generally, they released singles, so singles could also be called albums. MVs were produced to promote singles or albums. In the era when the internet was not yet prosperous, CDs and albums were one of the most profitable channels for singers. But now, releasing albums was more for fame, and making money was secondary. Is this the legendary ranking? Qin Zhe asked. I'm not sure. Yang Jian said. There was a lot of water in the so-called ranking list. To a certain extent, it was to deceive consumers, such as falsifying data. Similar examples, the ranking in the book distribution industry. Publishers would buy back books to create the illusion that the books were popular and rushed to the ranking. Then it depended on the fans. Qin Zhe opened the website of the top Chinese music chart and clicked on the daily MV chart. He found that Qin Bao Bao's MV was at the top. The song was called Immature. He watched the MV. The female lead was Qin Bao Bao, and the male lead was a second-tier celebrity. They were both wearing high school uniforms. It was about a love that happened in school. They met on the basketball court, wrote letters to each other, fell in love in the storage room, and then their relationship was exposed. Under the pressure of the school and parents, this immature love ended. The only inconsistency was that his sister's breasts were too big, which made it a bit out of character. How could a high school student have such a big chest? It was not scientific. The MV was beautifully produced, and the singing was okay. It was definitely not a masterpiece, but the quality was good. Qin Zhe was relieved after watching it. The MV promoted a kind of immature and pure love. The male and female leads at most held hands, and did not kiss. He opened the Pleasant Music website. It was the same daily MV chart, but the top was Dragon of the East, a song by A Little Fresh Meat. Qin Bao Bao's Immature was in second place. He switched to another music website, and the top was Melancholy. It was a song by a Hong Kong old man. When this old man was active in the music industry, Qin Bao Bao was still in junior high school. The older generation of Hong Kong artists was excellent. They were experienced actors and had real talent. But there was no successor, and the new generation of artists could not take over. No wonder Yang Jian said the competition was fierce. He looked at the comments again. There were a lot of trolls and fans. The way my goddess looks in her school uniform really stimulated this uniform fetish of mine. As long as it's your song, I will support it. I'm waiting for the release of the single. Blue and White Porcelain single is still on loop. Qin Bao Bao's singing is good. It's not good. Looking forward to the release of the single. Love Qin Bao Bao. To be honest, after watching the MV, I feel that my standard has dropped. I looked at the composer. It's not your brother. If Immature is already a high standard for a single, then what else do I have to look forward to? I'll withdraw first and wait for your next album. I hope it's written by your brother. The other two people's comments were mixed. Some praised, some criticized. What Yang Jian said was right. If all the songs that Baby Qin sang on I Am a Singer were compiled and made into a digital album, it would probably sell well on the internet. However, Qin Zhe sold the internet rights, but he still had the CD album. It was said that it was selling very well, and there was also income from other channels. Therefore, his sister's coffers would definitely be full. At noon, Qin Zhe and Yang Jian agreed to go to the cafeteria for lunch. Before leaving the company, he received a message from Nan Man Pei. She invited him for lunch and included the address. It was very close to the company. It only took 10 minutes to walk there. Wangxiang Restaurant, private room. Nan Man Pei put down her phone and picked up a cold dish with her chopsticks. Her phone screen lit up. Qin Zhe's reply, "Okay." Sitting next to her was an elegant woman. She twisted her neck and took a sip of watermelon juice. Her eyes never left her phone. The phone was playing an instructional video of a well-known game. The dynamic sound effects echoed in the small private room. "How many days has it been? Aren't you tired of watching these things?" Nan Man Pei tapped her fingers on the table. "You never watched these videos. It didn't matter before, as long as you were happy playing games. But I recently met a bitch." Su Yu's gnashing of teeth destroyed her elegant temperament. She said, "It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. I can endure for 3 days at most. I want to get back my face." Nan Man Pei was speechless. "How old are you? You only know how to play games in addition to work. Will you be single forever? Let's not call the kettle black." Su Yu said, "It's good to play games. Whoever you don't like, you can scold them. You don't have to consider the quality of your image. TSK, it's a good place. I like those people scolding me the most. I can scold them all day." Nan Man Pei's eyes flashed helplessness and pity. She sighed. "Well, don't watch it. I guess he will be here soon. You don't want to lose your image in front of your subordinates." Su Yu followed her words and exited the video. Her sitting posture immediately became dignified and elegant. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the door. The waiter pushed the door in, followed by Qin Zhe. Qin Zhe thought that sitting next to Nan Man Pei would be Pei Ziki and Li Donglai. When he saw the beautiful woman, he was stunned. Isn't this the beautiful president of their company? How can she sit with a mature woman sister? What kind of secret deal do they have? Nan Man Pei waved and smiled gently. "Sit." Qin Zhe's puzzled eyes wandered between the two, guessing their relationship. The beautiful president didn't care about Qin Zhe's gaze and nodded with a smile. Nan Man Pei dispelled his doubts. "I'm one of the shareholders of Zhu Li Company." Qin Zhe suddenly realized and felt incredible. What a coincidence. He suddenly woke up. Damn, I was wondering why the routine of doing test papers was so familiar. Nan Man Pei asked the waiter to serve the dishes and said, "When will you come to our house to play? Donglai and Ziki miss you very much." "You are definitely being polite." Li Donglai thought that I can understand. "Pei Ziki?" She never looked at me. "I've been very busy with work recently." Qin Zhe subconsciously evaded. Nan Man Pei turned to ask Su Yu, "Is the company so busy?" Su Yu smiled and said, "Maybe it's busy at home." Why does this sound strange? Qin Zhe thought it was wrong. Then they chatted a few words. Qin Zhe and Nan Man Pei were not close or unfamiliar, but there was an orchid in the empty valley around them. Many topics were not easy to talk about. They talked about some suggestions about Li Donglai's study. Nan Man Pei listened patiently and said that he would urge him later. The orchid in the empty valley occasionally inserted a few words, saying that the weather was hot and scary. "Nan Man, let's go to the resort to avoid the summer." Qin Zhe smiled and said, "Which summer resort can compare to an air-conditioned room?" Suyu glanced at him and did not speak. It's embarrassing. Nan Man Pei deeply agreed. That's reasonable. When they were about to finish eating, Suyu took the initiative to talk to Qin Zhe for the first time. She showed a shallow, beautiful smile. Qin Zhe, you and Nan Man are acquaintances. I won't treat you as an outsider. I heard that you said in the interview that your stock profit is 100%. If I give you 5 million, can you double it in a month? Qin Zhe was stunned. What's the situation? Suyu saw that he didn't speak and smiled. No confidence? You have an indecent smile on your face. I suspect that you are playing with me. Qin Zhe thought. Chapter 166. I'm sorry, I can't do it. Qin Zhe was shocked and rejected the bold idea of the beautiful president. Suyu and Nan Man Pei looked at each other. The former had a wicked smile on her face, while the latter was blaming him. Nan Man Pei said softly, she's joking with you. Suyu smiled and passed it by. Naturally, she couldn't let a rookie manage a 5 million project. No matter how big the family was, it would be squandered. She just wanted to test Qin Zhe and see how he would react. If he agreed excitedly, then he must have an arrogant personality that needed to be sharpened for a few more years. Qin Zhe refused without hesitation, which made her quite satisfied. Qin Zhe said in his heart, she really tricked me. When leaving the restaurant, the two women walked in front. Qin Zhe observed their buttocks from behind. It was really the two women's buttocks that were particularly charming. Nan Man Pei's buttocks were more plump and naturally more attractive. Suyu's were a size smaller, but they were more perky. Looking left and right, it seemed that his sister's buttocks were more attractive. Qin Zhe waved his hand and slapped himself twice. Nan Man Pei turned and asked, what's wrong with you? Suyu looked at him curiously. Qin Zhe said expressionlessly, I want to know if there's any medicine to save me. Nan Man Pei didn't understand the deep meaning of his words. He didn't struggle and continued to walk forward. Suyu glanced at him with a smile. The parking space was 100 meters away. The parking spaces near the restaurant were full. In a first-tier city, parking spaces were always precious. There were too many people who could afford to buy a car. Even if they couldn't, they could save some money like his sister and buy a car. Qin Zhe suddenly remembered and asked the system, why didn't you issue the task just now? Is it because I didn't meet the requirements in my heart? The system responded, what do you want to show off? Qin Zhe snorted disdainfully. Nonsense. How can the matters of a cultured person be called pretentious? It's called showing off in front of people. The system said, don't joke, they said it was a joke. So what if you've issued a mission? They won't let you do it. Just wait for your points to drop to 0. Qin Zhe wondered, didn't you say that I wouldn't become a vegetable? The system asked, without me, what's the difference between you and 404? Qin Zhe was speechless. He asked, if I accidentally expose your existence, will you still kill me? The system said, it won't. So open-minded? Qin Zhe was elated. Unexpectedly, the system changed the topic, I will kill you. You black-hearted maggot. Qin Zhe saw Nan Man Pei waving to him before he got in the car. He raised his hand and waved. Strangely, Suyu didn't go back to the company. He got into Nan Man Pei's car and went together. I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. Suyu leaned back in her seat and stretched her body slightly. Her neck was white and her chest was neither tall nor small. An overseas doctor also has a problem that you can't figure out? Nan Man Pei looked ahead and focused on driving. The most difficult thing in the world is the human heart and the most difficult feelings. Suyu winked. That kid is barely handsome. His temperament is in line with the word gentle in the book. His IQ may be terrifying. Other than that, I don't feel that he's too outstanding. How can you be entangled with him? Entangled? Nan Man Pei shook his head and laughed. Sometimes I'm curious. At first glance, he looks ordinary. After getting along with him for a long time, I feel that he's quite shameless. But the deeper I understand him, the more I want to know where his limits are. Whether it's an exam paper, playing the piano, or even writing songs. He always gives people an unfathomable illusion. It makes people scratch at their hearts. You can't see the limits, so you feel that you can't control him. Su Yu thought for a moment. Because of the abnormal desire for control? Nan Man Pei didn't refute. Oh, I heard that when a woman is curious about a man, it's often the beginning of her fall. Su Yu said, your ex-husband's matter hasn't been settled yet. Don't think about raising a gigolo. Only when she got along with Nan Man Pei, Su Yu shed her cold disguise and became active like a little girl. Nan Man Pei turned his head and glanced at her. You read too many romance novels. After a moment of silence, Nan Man Pei suddenly said, if you feel lonely, why don't you find a boyfriend? Su Yu was stunned. Her smile faded. It was unclear whether it was a cold or melancholy look on her face. She stared blankly at the scenery passing by quickly outside the car window. On the other side, Qin Zhe heard a ding in his mind. The mission came. Show of Divinity, help Qin Bao Bao win the top single sales of this month. Success will reward 600 points. Failure will deduct the same amount of points. Why is Qin Bao Bao's mission messed up? Qin Zhe expressed his puzzlement. Your own psychological desire. Don't you understand? The system said. What are you talking about? Qin Zhe felt guilty. Host, please have a little more psychological desire to show off. Let me appear a few more times. The system said, please, sob sob sob. Sob your sister. Learn from Qin Bao Bao, don't you? Qin Zhe took out his phone and sent a message to his sister. When will your single be released? A few minutes later, his sister replied, Thursday. I heard that the promotional MV was released today. Qin Bao Bao sent a hey ya emoji. Work hard, fight for the championship. There are two strong competitors in the same period? His sister sent another hey ya emoji. It's okay. I'm a little fairy. I can kill them in minutes. I just want to ask, how much money can you make? Hey ya, I'm not telling you. Where did all these stupid emojis come from? Did Sister Ziwei spread it to you? Since Wang Zijin worked in an online media company, she had unlocked all kinds of internet knowledge. Recently, she was keen on using funny emojis. She would send a funny brother to Qin Zhe. When chatting, the frequency of her appearance was very high. Qin Bao Bao mischievously sent a series of hey ya emojis. Qin Zhe sent a message to Yang Jian to help him apply for leave. He hailed a taxi from the roadside. Driver, go to Yuanqing Road number 1168, Xingyi Building. At Xingyi Building, a few leaders of the marketing department gathered together for a small meeting while they were having their meal. Lunch was ordered at a nearby restaurant. The 6 of them had a sumptuous meal. Anyway, the company would reimburse them. Of course, low-level employees did not have such benefits. How's the publicity of Qin Bao Bao's MV? The deputy manager asked. It's okay. A group leader said. It's stable in the top 3. The deputy manager chewed and muttered, top 3. Is there any hope of crushing the singers in the same batch? The group leader was the person in charge of the marketing of Qin Bao Bao's single album. Hearing this, he smiled bitterly and said, Boss, the top 3 is already not bad. In the same batch, there's a little fresh meat and an old singer from Xiangjiang. They both have a huge fan base. It's already very good that Qin Bao Bao can compete with them. Another person in charge said, as long as it's stable in the top 3, the effect will be good. After the single is released, it will definitely make a lot of money. It's just a matter of how much money it earns. The deputy manager sighed. It's been a long time since the company's artists have won the sales title. The competition in the market now is too fierce. Little fresh meats are everywhere. The small leader who was once in charge of the promotion and marketing of Su Lu's album deeply agreed and expressed his opinion. The domestic market is popular to hype IP. Acting and singing are secondary. If a celebrity becomes popular, there will naturally be a lot of fans chasing after them. There's a good saying on the internet, good looks are justice. The deputy manager pointed out. This is a sick market. When I first entered this industry, the self-cultivation of an actor was the first and unshakable foundation. Now it's not like that. Some stars don't even need to remember their lines when they act. They just need to memorize the numbers. Some little fresh meats have to use dozens or hundreds of stand-ins to shoot a film. There are even more excessive ones who have to edit the film later. Having said that, star art itself was also hyping up IP, and also promoting little fresh meats with good looks but no acting skills. Including Qin Bao Bao, who was known to have great potential, they were also hyping it up. If it weren't for the popular little fresh meat and the old singer with a good reputation in Xiangjiang, star art would have successfully hyped Qin Bao Bao to the top of the sales title. The small leader who was once in charge of Su Lu's album curled his lips and said, Qin Bao Bao's foundation is still too thin. The company is so supportive, but the hope of winning the title is still slim. The leader in charge of the promotion of Qin Bao Bao's album retorted. This result is already very good, and the company invested less money this time than Su Lu. But the results are better. What are you saying? If it weren't for Qin Bao Bao being insensible and causing Su Lu to fail in the singer program, and the publicity effect wasn't achieved, would the sales have fallen so badly? Your words are even more unpleasant to hear. She doesn't have the strength, but she's right? Why else would it be said that the bigger the company, the more complicated the cliques? The two almost quarreled. Let's eat, the deputy manager tried to smooth things over. I remember that the company talked to Qin Bao Bao before and wanted her brother to help write songs. She didn't agree? This girl has a personality. She refused such a good thing. She also refused the underwear advertisement last time. I've never seen such a stubborn newcomer. I heard rumors in the company that President Huang has an affair with her. I really don't know about this, but President Huang's secretary informed us to cancel the underwear advertisement. On the 25th floor, 3 floors away, Qin Bao Bao, Li Yanhong, and 2 assistants were eating in the lounge next to the sound recordist. As her status rose, her benefits gradually improved. Her meals and trips could be reimbursed. However, she didn't care about this small amount of money. Just relying on the copyright fees of the previous songs, she could live a well-off life for the rest of her life. While Li Yanhong was eating, she didn't forget to check the forum to pay attention to the situation of the music video. The competition is really fierce. Looking at the current situation, Bao Bao, it's already very good if you can hold on to the top 3. Qin Bao Bao buried her head in eating and hummed. She also lowered her head to play with her mobile phone, but she was chatting with her brother. Her agent, including the company's marketing department, were working hard to promote her single album, but she herself was calm and relaxed. Seeing her attitude, Li Yanhong was a little helpless. She had taken care of many stars. Not to mention a big hit like Qin Bao Bao, even a third-tier star was full of fighting spirit and worked hard, full of the aura of, I'm a model worker. Li Yanhong hadn't been in contact with Qin Zhe. Otherwise, she would have sighed with emotion, if you weren't a family, you wouldn't enter the same house. Qin Bao Bao actually had her own plans. Qin Ma had a good saying, the more you get, the more you lose. She had just emerged in the entertainment industry and wanted to ride a rocket to climb up. It didn't matter if she didn't have any connections. She could only rely on stripping. It was widely known that Qin Bao Bao was President Huang's henchman and had the president's protection. However, Qin Bao Bao herself knew that when the company's high-level meeting ended a few days ago, Qin Bao Bao happened to pass by and saw the president from afar. That was all. Chapter 167. Li Yanhong was still nagging, asking why she didn't ask her brother to help her write a song. Qin Bao Bao impatiently frowned, "My brother doesn't have time. He's busy. He's amazing." Li Yanhong had been in the management industry for 7 to 8 years. The highest star she managed was a C-list star, and it took years of hard work to get there. She thought that the hard work was finally over, but who knew that the female star who relied on underhanded means to get to the top would fall in love with a rich second generation. With the dream of marrying into a rich family, she would wash her hands of the industry. It's said that once you enter a rich family, it's as deep as the ocean. But how could it be so easy to enter a rich family? In the end, she couldn't escape the fate of abandoning her. If she wanted to return to the entertainment industry, her popularity and youth would no longer be at the peak. The two female assistants couldn't hold back their laughter. Qin Bao Bao's title of "brother bragging crazy demon" was well known in the entertainment industry. In fact, she really liked to brag about her brother. For example, right now. Qin Bao Bao's phoenix eyes narrowed, and the two female assistants quickly lowered their heads. The door to the lounge was pushed open and the receptionist came in. "Miss Qin, your brother is here. I told him to wait in your office." This recording area was off-limits to non-staff members. "You guys eat first." Qin Bao Bao threw her chopsticks and ran out in her low heels. This was Qin Zai's third visit to his sister's office. He could clearly feel the changes here. The interior decoration was much more elegant. There were two huge ink paintings hanging on the wall. One was the Clivia, and the other was the famous banana crane painting. There was a row of glass pots for flowers and plants by the floor-to-ceiling window. There were also a few brown sofas across the desk. Qin Zai closed the door and sat on his sister's chair. He wanted to experience the pleasure of having his own office. In Star Art Entertainment, all the artists who debuted had their own office. The only difference was the size. He seemed to have touched something by his feet. He looked down and saw a black sports bag. He recognized it. Qin Bao Bao carried this thing out every day. The office was so big. Why did she put the bag on the floor? Qin Zai bent over and picked up the bag. He placed it on the desk and opened the sports bag. The bag was stuffed with a messy dance costume and a 36D bra. Qin Zai knew that his sister was 36D a long time ago. As a normal younger brother, he shouldn't know about his sister's private matters. However, 1 year and 1 month, his sister's online shopping account was unexpectedly frozen, so she used her younger brother's account to buy some underwear. That was how Qin Zai found out about his sister's size. That year, Qin Zai had just entered university and had yet to explore the world of experienced women. Naively, Chinese women were almost all of the same size. It was only when he had maxed out his experience and was promoted to an experienced woman that he realized how terrifying a 36D was. There was also a pair of black underwear made of translucent ice silk, the kind that was very mature and attractive. The point is, my sister doesn't have a boyfriend. There were suspicious wet stains. The door of the room was pushed open, and his sister's excited voice could be heard. "Little pervert, why didn't you tell your sister?" The elder sister, who had just pushed the door open, saw this scene, and her voice stopped abruptly. In the office, Qin Zai stared fiercely at his sister's underwear. Qin Bao Bao blushed, trotted over, grabbed the sports bag, zipped it up, and said angrily, "Don't touch my things." Although there were n pairs of underwear hanging on the balcony at home, but looking at her naked body like this still made her feel embarrassed. Qin Zai asked suspiciously, "Why did you bring 2 sets of underwear to work?" Qin Bao Bao rolled her eyes, "I don't want to practice dancing." It's so hot and sweaty. Do you want to wear it all day? Qin Zhe suddenly understood, then I'm relieved. So it was just sweat. Relieved about what? His sister's eyes seemed to flash. Nothing. Qin Zhe took out a cigarette, but before he could light it, a fair and tender hand snatched it away and threw it into the trash can. Qin Bao Bao rummaged through her brother's pockets. I told you not to smoke, but you bought it again. Hand it over. Qin Zhe was annoyed by her and said angrily, that's enough. Are you my mother or my sister? An elder sister is like a mother, Qin Bao Bao said, I'm doing this for your own good. Why smoke at such a young age? When you get married in the future, it will affect your fertility. None of your business. Qin Bao Bao choked, anyway, you're not allowed to smoke. Qin Zhe's cigarettes that he bought in the morning were confiscated. He made up his mind not to smoke in front of her. Why did you come to Star Art? Aren't you working? You only know how to slack off. Qin Bao Bao was happy that her brother came to play with her, but her mouth was unforgiving. Qin Zhe thought, the system already gave me a task, how could I not come? That's why people say bitches are pretentious. He actually wanted to help his sister win. I heard that the ranking competition for your MV is very fierce. What ranking? Do you think it's a game? Qin Bao Bao ridiculed, fighting for the rankings. Is there any hope of winning this month's sales? I'm not sure, it's a bit difficult. Useless thing, it seems like I have to do it myself. The office door was pushed open again. Li Yanhong carried Qin Bao Bao's leftover food over. Bao Bao, I brought it over for you. She looked at Qin Zhe and smiled, have you eaten? Qin Zhe said he had eaten. He turned his head and said to his sister, I wrote a few songs for you. Is it too late to change songs now? Li Yanhong's eyes widened, you wrote songs? I thought you didn't have time. Qin Zhe looked at her strangely. Who told you I didn't have time? I don't want too much time, okay? Qin Bao Bao whispered, weren't you busy with interviews a few days ago? Writing songs is very taxing on your mind and brain. It affects your energy. Qin Bao Bao had no choice in the past, so she pestered her brother to write songs. Now that the business was barely on the right track, she didn't pester Qin Zhe endlessly. Of course I have songs. I'm just afraid that you can't change the songs you've already decided on, Qin Zhe said. We can change it, Li Yanhong answered quickly, I'll go to the marketing department and tell them. She was overjoyed. Qin Zhe's name was a golden signboard in the entertainment industry. The songs he wrote were definitely top-notch. With his help, Qin Bao Bao's sales #1 was guaranteed. I'll go and talk to them now. Li Yanhong ran out with a smile. You really have songs? Qin Bao Bao blinked and looked at Qin Zhe, don't lie to me. When have I lied to you? Quality assurance? It should be no problem. Qin Bao Bao put her arms around Qin Zhe's neck and kissed him on the cheek, good boy, I'll reward you with a kiss. Qin Zhe turned his face to one side, I want one here too. Get lost. His sister slapped him on the head. She only had one wave of hooliganism. She couldn't stand it anymore. Li Yanhong found several small leaders of the marketing department. They were still eating, and there were a few bottles of beer on the table. They were usually busy with work and only had an hour at noon to rest. It was most suitable for drinking and chatting. Naturally, the door of the lounge was not closed. Li Yanhong came in directly and said to the deputy manager of the marketing department, Manager Yang, I want to discuss something with you. The tracks of Qin Bao Bao's album need to be changed. Manager Yang frowned. Group leader Su, who was in charge of the promotion of Qin Bao Bao's album, said unhappily, haven't the tracks been set? They can't be changed. First, there is no guarantee of quality. The company has invested so many resources in promotion and publicity. If the sales volume is ruined, who will be responsible for the loss? Second, there is no way to change the songs for you in a short period of time. Li Yanhong was about to speak when Manager Yang waved his hand and said with a smile, Yanhong, I know you are worried that Qin Bao Bao won't be the sales champion this time. There is nothing we can do about it. Speaking of which, we joined the company in the same year. You haven't brought up a successful artist in all these years. You are a little anxious for quick success. I understand. At least there is hope for the top 3. It is already very good. Why change the songs? Another group leader said. Li Yanhong finally seized the opportunity to speak. Qin Bao Bao's brother is here. He wants to change the songs. Group leader Su said unhappily, so what if her brother is here? Why does he care about our company's business? After saying that, his eyes widened. He sent the songs? Li Yanhong nodded. Group leader Su looked at Manager Yang. Boss, what do you say? Manager Yang said, change it. Of course, we have to change it. But I have to go take a look. When the other leaders heard this, they also joined in the fun. The group left the lounge and rushed to the recording area. When the leaders of the marketing department arrived, Qin Zhe was already practicing with his sister in the recording studio. Qin Bao Bao was indoors, and Qin Zhe was outside the soundproof glass, monitoring with the recording studio. There were a few computers and tuning equipment in front of him. The structure of the recording studio reminded Qin Zhe of the interrogation rooms on TV. The prisoners were locked in a small room, and one wall was a one-way glass. The police observed the prisoners through the one-way glass. The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time cannot catch up with the white horse. The dream words of your young palm. Are you still holding it tightly? Qin Bao Bao was wearing headphones and standing in front of the microphone stand. She was tall, her hair was like a waterfall, and her voice was soft. The leaders of the marketing department stood silently, listening carefully. No one said a word. Chapter 168. After the song was finished, Qin Zhe said into the microphone, rest for 5 minutes. You can feel it now. Time can't catch up with the white horse. Don't say the word, catch up. Qin Bao Bao's singing talent was indeed high. She could basically grasp the essence of the song on the second try. It was also related to her pestering Qin Zhe to sing to her. Her sister didn't like to listen to fairy tales anymore. She would ask Qin Zhe to sing, Time Boils the Rain, for her. As she listened, she became more proficient. Qin Bao Bao just came out and didn't give her time to show off to her brother. Li Yanhong stepped in between the siblings and said happily, Bao Bao, this song is too good. Let's change it. The leaders of the marketing department all agreed. Manager Yang coughed and asked, Qin Bao Bao, do you want to insert a song or change it completely? Qin Bao Bao looked at her brother. Seeing him nod, she said, of course, we'll change it all. Team leader Su frowned. This is not easy. The MV has already been released. Changing the song at the last minute has never been like this. Qin Bao Bao muttered, how about this, the MV song will be included in the single. The other 2 songs will be changed. To be able to be made into a MV for publicity, of course, it was the best song. The standard was not too bad. Manager Yang probed, Miss Qin, are you selling the copyright of your song? This question was directed to Qin Zhe. There was no problem with changing the song, but after changing the song, who would the copyright belong to? This was very problematic. After all, it was related to the sales after the album was released. If Qin Zhe sold the copyright, then the sales of the album would belong to the company. Qin Zhe was a little amused. Do you think I'm still a virgin? We'll split it according to the copyright. It's the same as the previous songs. Manager Yang said disappointedly, okay, let's sign a contract. Qin Zhe didn't want to sell the copyright because he had another layer of concern. Even though he could raise the copyright fees by a lot with his current popularity, a one-time deal was definitely not as good as a long-term deal. Also, the copyright had become the company's. To put it bluntly, if Qin Baobao wasn't with Star Art in the future, she wouldn't be able to sing these songs for profit, such as holding a concert. After discussing the details and signing the contract, the matter was settled. The people from Star Art asked Qin Zhe to make a copy of his bank card so that they could transfer money after the album was released. Qin Baobao silently handed over his bank card. Qin Zhe glared at her, and she responded with teary eyes. "Didn't we agree to let me take care of your dowry?" Qin Baobao said weakly. "When did we agree on this? Don't imagine it yourself." Qin Zhe protested. "Then isn't it right for me to take care of your dowry?" Qin Baobao looked like she was about to cry. Qin Zhe was so angry that he wanted to spank her, but when he saw the two assistants next to him, he gave up resentfully. Okay, you keep it first." Qin Zhe had a headache. Qin Baobao showed a sly look like a little fox. In the next few days, Qin Zhe activated his crazy leave attribute. Every day, he worked half a day. After eating, he took a taxi and went straight to Star Art. In the eyes of the old people in the workplace, a new rookie who asked for leave so frequently was a road to death. As a result, they were surprised. Li Linfeng waved his hand and approved it. The colleagues in the office speculated that Qin Zhe was a rich second generation who hid his identity and pretended to be a pig to eat the tiger. Li Linfeng was actually instructed by President Su's secretary. Qin Zhe asked Nan Man Pei for Su Yu's mobile phone number, and Queen Bei happily gave it to him. He thought that he had some relationship with Nan Man Pei, so he sent a text message to the beautiful president to ask for leave. He didn't call her rashly. The text message sank into the sea, and there was no response. Near Friday, Star Art strongly promoted Qin Baobao's single album on the internet. Several other singers of the same period were also hot, buying news and appealing for fan support on Weibo. In this issue of the album, except for Qin Baobao, who was known as the Queen of Love Songs, as well as Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat and the mainland's Little Fresh Meat, the others were accompanying. The fans were busy fighting on the internet. One said that Qin Baobao was trash, and the other said that the Little Fresh Meat was a sissy. It blew up Weibo and blew up the forums. However, in the vast and boundless internet world, this was just a small wave, and only the hardcore fans were fighting. The passers-by fans at most helped to forward and like it. The industry maintained a high level of attention to the market. Every time a star's album hit the charts, they watched the fun with great interest, acting as melon eaters and market analysts. They were all guessing which of the top three would win the sales title. Xia Huaiyan was a Little Fresh Meat who became popular in recent years. He was discovered by a talent scout when he was studying in Japan. After that, he rose rapidly and was once popular in the Japanese entertainment industry. After a few years, his career encountered a bottleneck and he returned to China to develop. Under the packaging of his agency and the addition of his delicate face, in about 2 years, he was almost in the A-list. He had countless fans under his command. Xia Huaiyan's studio. Xia Huaiyan sat on the leather sofa in the office, opposite his agent, a middle-aged woman who was still charming. "Sister Lu, is my chance of winning the sales title this time big?" According to the current level of praise for the MV, Hong Kong's is ranked first. After all, he is a veteran with many well-known works and a big fan base. You and Qin Baobao are not much different. The fan base is the same, but according to the quality of the songs, you still have the advantage. Well, there are many people online who expressed disappointment with Qin Baobao's songs. Oh, that's all because the company hired the Water Army to lead the rhythm. Don't we also have people scolding us? Star Art also does the same. There were two kinds of Star Studios. One was independent, and the other was set up internally by the company to serve a certain star. The former required a huge network of contacts, while the latter had the advantage of resources and high efficiency. Xia Huaiyan belonged to the latter. He had only developed in China for 2 or 3 years, and the network of contacts he had accumulated was not large enough to support him to set up his own studio. On the other side, in the studio of a certain Hong Kong Old Cured Meat. Old Cured Meat picked up a cup of coffee and paced in the studio. Under his feet was a soft carpet. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows, he could see the quiet flowing Huangpu River. Everyone has worked hard. After the album hits the shelves today, let's go out for a meal. Old Cured Meat smiled at the employees. Long live President Shen. Long live President Shen. Old Cured Meat smiled. He was not afraid of Qin Bao Bao and Xia Huaiyan, who were following closely behind, because he had enough confidence. Although Hong Kong's glory had long been a thing of the past, he had debuted for more than 10 years and had more than 20 solo albums, not counting the highlights and concert albums. His qualifications, reputation, and fan base were higher than Qin Bao Bao and Xia Huaiyan. Don't look at the MV's popularity lead. When the real album hits the shelves, the gap will be widened. We have to believe in the strength of the hardcore fans. The only thing his fans were not satisfied with was that they wanted him to sing Cantonese instead of Mandarin. But the peak of Cantonese songs had passed. Artists from Taiwanese and Hong Kong had entered the mainland. He also went with the flow and came to the mainland to develop. Living in that corner, there were too many limitations. The mainland market was really vast. Not to mention Hong Kong and Taiwanese, any second or third-rate star in Korea could occupy the mainland market. It was too good to make money. The fans screamed excitedly while throwing $100 bills at you. Well, that was probably the scene. Friday, 12:00 in the morning. All the major music websites and mobile apps were updating the latest albums. Chapter 169. The hardcore fans who stayed up late bought their idols' albums one after another. Each album cost 5 yuan, and they could buy it repeatedly without a limit. Except for the change from CDs and records to digital albums and the change in marketing channels, other changes were not big. For example, there were crazy fans who could spend tens of thousands of yuan to buy their idols' albums repeatedly. Now it was even simpler. They just needed to increase the number of albums purchased. Since the release of digital albums, the annual sales record was 2 million, not money, but the number of albums. Starting from 12:00, the album sales of major stars rose geometrically, 10, 100, 1,000. Then the gap between the stars widened. After the sales reached 10,000 units, the momentum stagnated and the growth slowed down. Only 3 albums were leading the pack, namely Qin Bao Bao, Xia Huaiyan, and Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat. But they were also divided into front and back. The leading one was Hong Kong's Old Cured Meat, followed by Xia Huaiyan, and Qin Bao Bao temporarily ranked third. Late at night, Old Cured Meat Shengui was lying in bed with a laptop on his belly. He repeatedly switched and refreshed the major music websites, watching the sales of his albums continue to grow. His wife propped herself up and leaned her head against the headboard. She smiled and said, "How is it?" Shengui said, "For the time being." He switched several music websites one by one to show his wife. The total sales reached an astonishing 30,000 albums, each for 5 yuan. "It's only been more than an hour, and you sold so many?" His wife said happily, "This is more profitable than selling CDs before." Shengui smiled at his wife's mistaken understanding. In the era when CDs ruled the market, reaching 1 million sales was almost the peak. At first glance, it seemed not as good as digital albums, but considering the prices at that time and the current monetary inflation, the value of CDs absolutely exceeded that of digital albums. Moreover, there were many people who bought albums in that era, and CDs and records had collectible significance. This time, the sales champion is safe, right? His wife asked. The sales champion is an important reference standard for fame and popularity. Xianxia smiled and said, it's very close behind. Whether we can establish the sales champion position or not, the first week is the most important. It's not clear now. Although he said that, his tone was particularly relaxed. He closed the laptop and hugged his wife. Go to sleep. In a luxurious 5-star hotel suite, Xia Huaiyan was lying on the sofa, wearing a bathrobe, with a laptop on his lap, browsing the major music websites attentively. He was chewing gum in his mouth, and the silver male earring on his left ear was sparkling. On the big bed a few meters away, his female companion was sleeping soundly. Her light brown hair was spread out on the white pillowcase, and her snow-white and round shoulders were faintly discernible. After a while, he saw that the gap between him and Xianxia was gradually widening, and Qin Baobao was closely following behind him. It was possible that she could overtake him at any time. His delicately trimmed brows furrowed. No, it wasn't safe to continue like this. He had to fight for one. The title of the sales champion in the same period could give him a layer of gold. Xia Huaiyan logged into Weibo and turned on the camera function. He glanced at his female companion and adjusted the angle to prevent anything suspicious from entering. Gotcha. It was a selfie. I can't sleep at night. My new album is online. Please support me. Immediately, a fan replied on Weibo. Nowadays, there were too many people cultivating in the middle of the night. An is so handsome. Hurry up and take off the bathrobe. I've been buying. I've already bought 20. Ditto. I've already bought 50. My pocket money has already died. The upstairs is useless. This money is nothing. I've already invested next month's pocket money. You must make an the champion. It's a bit difficult. Xianxia's fans are crazy. And take off the bathrobe. I'll buy 1,000. It depends on whether you give me benefits or not. Like. Only with benefits can you be motivated. Take off that hateful bathrobe. Puff, want benefits? Why does this look so familiar? I just came from Qin Baobao's Weibo. Her fans are shouting for benefits. Her fans have no integrity at all. Xia Huaiyan was excitedly browsing through the comments. When he saw this, he shook his head and laughed. Qin Baobao rose to fame in just 3 months. The speed of her climb was simply terrifying. It took her 2 years to get to where she was today. It was already very fast, thanks to the unspoken rules of the market. If it was more than 10 years ago, if she wanted to become popular quickly, she could only rely on Works, a TV series that swept the same time slot with ratings, or a golden song that was popular all over the country. Instead of buying news, brushing her face, and appearing on a few variety shows, she could reach the top of the A-list. Qin Baobao's skyrocketing promotion speed was due to her looks, the best model for hyping up IP, and those few excellent songs that had lasted for a long time. It could be said that she had both IP and works in one. Fortunately, Qin Baobao's single album this time was not her brother's work. Late at night, Qin Baobao was suddenly awakened by the ringtone of her mobile phone. She half closed her eyes and fumbled around the pillow. Ouch! She didn't touch the phone, but she scratched Wang Zijin's face. It's here, under my pillow. Wang Zijin frowned and handed the phone to her. Qin Baobao replied with an "oh." She was sleepy and answered the phone with a confused face. Who is it? Baobao, did you forget to post a photo? Li Yanhong's voice came from the loudspeaker. She was very anxious. What photo? Qin Baobao said blankly. My great-aunt, did you really forget? Li Yanhong said, didn't I ask you to post on Weibo to call for fan support? It's already past 12 o'clock, and you haven't posted on Weibo. I said that this ranking is unscientific. You are now third. The fans still don't know that Qin Zhe wrote songs for you. The publicity is not in place. Qin Baobao remembered that she had originally planned to post on Weibo to call for fan support before the album was released. The photo was ready. It was a photo of Qin Zhe monitoring the sound engineer. Netizens all knew that Qin Baobao's family had a golden signboard. Many fans said that, "We won't listen to songs not written by Qin Zhe." But Qin Baobao couldn't hold on until 11:00 and fell asleep. "Oh, don't worry. Gold will always shine. It's just released. You are calmer than me," Li Yanhong muttered. Newcomers were the most likely to be worried about gains and losses, and then eager for quick success and instant benefits. They would be very worried when they saw a bad review. When they saw that the ranking was behind, they would feel that the world was coming to an end and that life was desperate. Li Yanhong had this kind of mentality. Although she was not a newcomer in the workplace, it was the first time that she had brought up such a popular singer as Qin Baobao. "I'll post it now," Qin Baobao said and hung up the phone. Wang Zijin groaned and raised her hand to hit Qin Baobao's butt. She complained, "You woke me up in the middle of the night. I'm a light sleeper. It's hard for me to fall asleep." She was very angry when she got up. Qin Baobao hugged her best friend's head and pressed it on her plump chest. "Be good. I'll coax you to sleep. Be careful, I'll bite you." Wang Zijin struggled out of her chest and snorted. "I don't want to sleep with you." Qin Baobao narrowed her eyes and said gloomily, "Little bitch, you've been exposed." "Exposed what?" Wang Zijin was at a loss. "You clearly want to sleep with A's," Qin Baobao said angrily. "Of course not. Can I sleep in the living room?" Wang Zijin complained. Qin Baobao flipped over and straddled her best friend's slender waist. She pressed down on her shoulders and lowered her face. The tips of their noses touched and she said, "Say it. We've been friends for so many years. If you really like my pig, I'll give him to you." Wang Zijin turned her head away and refused to admit it. "Nonsense. I don't like Qin Zhe." Qin Baobao's eyes flashed with joy. The corner of her mouth rose and she said patiently, "Don't deny it. Look at my A's. He's handsome, knows how to write songs, cooks well, and has earned so much money from the stock market. Look, where can you find such an outstanding man these days? If you like him, just say it. We're sisters. How can I not help you?" Wang Zijin said in her heart, "When did you change your personality?" The smart Wang Zijin immediately realized that she had been led astray by her best friend. She chuckled. "Since he's so good, why don't you marry him?" Qin Baobao felt that her best friend's sharp sword had pierced her vital point. She was about to be squeezed out of her skin. Panic flashed through her moist black eyes. She scolded, "Bah, you old witch. He's my little brother." Wang Zijin joked, "Ioyo, you're guilty. Shut up. Watch me tear your mouth." Qin Baobao reached out to tear Wang Zijin's mouth. The two wrestled on the bed. The sound of panting and shouting intertwined. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce knocking on the door was accompanied by Qin Zhe's shout. "Are you crazy? Why aren't you sleeping in the middle of the night? Don't you have to go to work tomorrow?" The two were instantly silenced. Qin Baobao shouted, "Why are you being so fierce? I'm going to sleep now." "Hey, you haven't posted the photo yet," Wang Zijin reminded her. Oh, I almost forgot." Qin Baobao lay down and logged into Weibo with her phone. She uploaded the photo and wrote, "Thank you for your help. Mwax." Chapter 170. Xie Huaiyan was woken up by a call from his manager. "Huaiyan, have you seen the album sales? The manager said loudly on the phone, "You've dropped to third place." Xia Huaiyan frowned and looked at the time. It was 1 a.m. He had only slept for half an hour. According to the manager, Qin Baobao's sales had caught up with his. What's the big deal? He and Qin Baobao weren't that far apart, so it was normal for the rankings to change. I'll catch up tomorrow. Don't worry. Xia Huaiyan said unhappily. No one would be happy to be woken up in the middle of the night. No. You can't catch up. The manager insisted. Damn, whose manager are you? Xia Huaiyan had a bad premonition. What happened? I sent the link to Qin Baobao's Weibo to your phone. Go take a look. The manager didn't say much and let him look at the Weibo himself. Xia Huaiyan clicked on the link and entered Qin Baobao's Weibo page. He saw her latest Weibo post. Thank you for your help. Love you. In the picture, there was a tall young man's side profile. He was wearing headphones and listening to a song attentively. The background was a recording studio. Qin Zhe. Xia Huaiyan's pupils shrank. In the entertainment industry, there might be many stars who didn't know Qin Zhe. But in the music industry, there were very few who didn't know Qin Zhe. Singers who relied on singing to make a living were familiar with the name Qin Zhe. He was a super awesome person who could casually come up with a song and it was a masterpiece. He was a talented music genius. Any of the songs he had written could make a depressed singer famous. Qin Baobao had only debuted for a short time. In just 2 months, she had achieved what others would have taken 5 or even 10 years to achieve. Who knew how many singers struggling at the bottom dreamed of one of his songs? Female stars who had bad intentions towards him could form a cheerleading team. Didn't he not write songs? Didn't they say that Qin Baobao's songs were written by Star Art's internal composers? Damn! The little soul in Xia Huaiyan's body was roaring. His female companion muttered and leaned over like a lazy cat. She coyly asked, "What's wrong?" Xia Huaiyan ignored her. He closed Weibo, lifted the blanket, and walked to the glass table by the window. He turned on his laptop, which was still in standby mode. He opened the browser and went to all the major music websites. Then, he clicked on the album chart and the daily chart. Xia Huaiyan's eyes widened. He doubted his eyes. The number 1 spot on the daily sales chart was no longer that piece of Hong Kong bacon, but Qin Baobao. Moreover, the sales had reached a shocking 100,000. The sales volume of Hong Kong's aged cured meat was less than 50,000 pieces, which was half of the original sales volume. What the hell? Such sales in the middle of the night? Were there so many cultivators nowadays? Of course, it was impossible for 100,000 people to buy the album online, but they could buy it repeatedly. The sales volume was real. Xia Huaiyan said, "I don't believe you, I don't believe you." He bought Qin Baobao's album and tried it out. There were 4 songs in the single album. He had heard "Immature" before. It was not bad, but it was still a little far from a premium product. The other 3 songs were "Time Boils the Rain," "Taste," and "The Most Familiar Stranger." The wind blows the rain into flowers. Time can't catch up with the white horse. The sleep talk in the palm of your youth. Are you still holding it tightly? After listening, Xia Huaiyan fell silent. He thought to himself, this is another premium product. It must be a premium product. No wonder the album can sell so well. The second song was "Taste." There are few stars tonight. I don't know where they went. The naked sky. The stars are so lonely. The corner of Xia Huaiyan's mouth twitched. Very good. This was very Qin Zhe. It was also an excellent song. The third song was "The Most Familiar Stranger." Do you still remember? The ocean outside the window died by the moonlight. Do you still remember? It's love that makes each other light up the night. Why we replace dependence with silence later. Xia Huaiyan decided that he couldn't just sit still and wait for death. He opened his Weibo and wanted to call for fan support again. At this time, he saw the fan comments below his Weibo. Damn, Qin Bao Bao has gone crazy? Aranan has actually been surpassed by her. This doesn't make sense. I'll bet all my pocket money this year. Let's do it together. If the person above dares to bet this year's pocket money, I'll go all out and take out next year's pocket money. Xia Huaiyan was very touched. These were all hardcore fans. He continued to look. Hey, look at Qin Bao Bao's Weibo. Her single album was written by her brother. What? My husband wrote it? Then I'll go and support it. I just came from over there. I'm just telling you. Damn, it's so good. The 3 songs are on loop. It's so good. I plan to listen to Qin Bao Bao's single until I fall asleep. Good night. I must support Qin Zhe. I like him so much. Xia Huaiyan wiped away his bitter tears. Damn, this guy is cheating. The next day, Hong Kong's old cured meat woke up from his dream and had a morning kiss with his wife. The old cured meat liked to do things like foreign devils. In the morning, he also ate peanut butter on toast, mashed potatoes, poached eggs, and milk. The old cured meat accompanied his wife to have breakfast. His wife was 10 years younger than him. She was a 30-year-old young woman who liked to play with her mobile phone while eating. Husband, what do you think of this bag? His wife put the mobile phone in front of him and said coquettishly, buy me one. I'll definitely look good when I carry it. The old cured meat said helplessly, didn't you just buy an LV last week? Buy another one this week? His wife said, it's just Chanel. I liked it at first sight. She spoke Cantonese. She was a model in Hong Kong. She was tall and beautiful. After marrying Shengui, who was 10 years older than her, she quit the entertainment circle and became a carefree rich wife. Husband, you're the champion of the album sales chart this time. Buy a bag to celebrate. His wife said, opening the clients of several music websites, and said with a smile, I'll help you see how much the sales are. The smile on her face suddenly froze. She was stunned and switched to another music client to check the album sales chart. She was stunned again, and couldn't wait to open the last client. What's wrong? Xiangjiang old cured meat asked. His wife looked at him in a daze. Husband, you fell to second place. It's quite fast, old cured meat frowned. Did you spend money to increase the sales? There's no need for that. But it doesn't matter. The difference shouldn't be big. It was 12:00 yesterday. Many fans have already gone to bed. You rushed back to the champion in just one day. Shengui was a veteran of hundreds of battles. A temporary drop in the ranking was nothing. There would be a change in the ranking on the first day the album was on the shelves. But it didn't matter. The ranking after a week was the final result, because the fans couldn't support it endlessly. There would always be a day when the popularity would fade. At most, it would last for a week. This was the experience of the market. It's a bit difficult to catch up with this, isn't it? His wife's face didn't look very good, and she handed the mobile phone to him. Shengui looked at it and lost his voice. 110,000? Qin Bao Bao. Star Art Entertainment. Li Yanhong smiled from ear to ear. Bao Bao, 110,000, 110,000 albums sold in one night. God, maybe you can break the record. Although she was mentally prepared, there was still a sense of happiness like a pie falling from the sky. How much was 110,000 albums? Her income was closely related to Qin Bao Bao, and so was her reputation. An artist who was popular for half of the sky, the most direct beneficiary, besides herself and the management company, was the agent. How did the gold medal agent come about? It was brought out by the stars. Qin Bao Bao sat on the sofa with her legs curled up, revealing her curves. Holding a small notebook, she happily browsed the original music website. Looking at her own sales and favorable comments, her eyes curved into crescent moons. She grabbed the mobile phone and sent a moi to Qin Zhe. A moment later, Qin Zhe replied, "Pa pa pa." Qin Bao Bao replied with the word, "Get lost," but the smile on the corner of her mouth spread. Qin Bao Bao's album sales were hot, and it quickly spread to the middle and senior management of Star Art. The marketing department also specially held a small meeting to discuss whether it was possible to break the digital album record, as well as the evaluation of this income. The answer was very gratifying. The accounting manager who accompanied the meeting estimated that this investment would be the company's biggest income in music investment this year, provided that the sales volume would not be bad. Group leader Su, who was in charge of promotion and marketing, was overjoyed. Because he could get a big bonus. Then, the discussion on Qin Bao Bao's IP plan was launched. Taking advantage of this wave of sales, Qin Bao was hyped up to the A-list, increasing advertising and commercial performance fees, and actively contacting Qin Zhe to authorize the use of other copyrights of this album. The music genius just had to sit back and wait to collect the money, and the legwork was left to Star Art. Everyone earned money together. Group leader Su even suggested that the company should find a professional writer to write an autobiography for Qin Bao Bao. The title would be The Rise of a Top Singer, but it was rejected by manager Yang. Manager Yang said in his heart, F***ck, you've already inflated to the Pacific Ocean. The superstar didn't even write an autobiography, are you trying to kill Qin Bao Bao? Rejected. Group leader Zhao, who didn't get any benefits, was the one who helped Su Lu promote the album. He said sourly, Manager Yang, this time Qin Bao Bao's album promotion were actually not done well enough. Next time, why don't you let our group do it together? The more the merrier. Manager Yang said, okay, we still have to see how the sales will go. Everyone dispersed first. Chapter 171. On the internet, Qin Bao Bao's forums, Tieba, and Weibo were full of enthusiasm. Fans exchanged their feelings about the song and expressed their love for the single album. Time Boils the Rain is very nice. The lyrics have a slightly hipster temperament. The tune is quiet and has a sweet feeling of childhood sweethearts. I have to say that Qin Zhe's products are definitely the best. The song, Taste, reminds me of my ex-boyfriend. Miss your smile, miss your coat, miss your white socks, and the faint smell of tobacco on your fingers. I cry every time I listen to it. The Most Familiar Stranger is nice. Although it's a sad love song, it's not as sad as Taste, not as hipster as Time Boils the Rain. Instead, it sounds a little hot. And the lyrics are very deep. Is it really that nice? Someone expressed doubt. Damn, are you a fan of Qin Bao Bao? You didn't buy her album? I'm here to take Qin Zhe's photo and make it into my desktop. I'm not a fan of Qin Bao Bao. Then you're a fan of Qin Zhe? Bastard, don't you know that Qin Zhe's products are all the best? Hurry up and buy it for me, laughing emoji. Xia Huayan Studio. Sister Lu, the gap is a bit big. How do we catch up? Xia Huayan looked at the growing sales gap and felt a little helpless and anxious. Huayan, this is an accident. I asked someone to find out. It was Qin Zhe's brother who came to Star Art. Everyone was caught off guard. If we knew that he was in charge of Qin Bao Bao's album, we would have released the single next season. Can you let the company increase the sales? Xia Huayan was unwilling to give up. Don't think about it. Releasing the album is for profit. The company doesn't care whether it's first or third place. We helped you before because we wanted to make you popular. It's a marketing strategy. Now that your popularity has reached a bottleneck, there's no point in buying votes. Xia Huaiyan sighed. The management company prioritized profit and aimed to make profits. For a celebrity, fame came first, followed by profit. Although making money was the ultimate goal, fame was the foundation. Shengui's studio. Compared to old cured meat's calmness, the employees of the studio had a very intense reaction. Some of them said that they wanted to increase sales and take back the champion's throne. Others said that they wanted to spend money to buy news and increase publicity. Shengui waved his hand, asking everyone to be quiet. He told them to do their own things and not to talk nonsense. His assistant was unwilling to give up and followed him into the office. "Boss, are you sure you don't want to refresh it?" Shengui opened the cigar box and picked up a cigar. The assistant took it and helped him dry the cigar. When the cigar was ready, Shengui bit it in his mouth and his assistant helped to light it. He exhaled a mouthful of choking smoke and said slowly, "Isn't releasing albums to make money? My sales growth is gratifying, and the profits are within my expectations. Why should I invest money to increase sales? Since my debut, I have released 32 albums and won the sales champion 4 times. Even if I win one more time, it will be useless to me." In other words, his resume was so thick that the glory of being the sales champion was not of much use. "Are you saying that Qin Bao Bao is boosting sales?" the assistant asked. "I didn't say that." Shengui shook the cigar. "The songs are all good songs. How many are the sales?" "Your sales are 50,000. Qin Bao Bao's sales are 120,000, 120,000. Shengui clicked his tongue. It broke the first day sales record of 100,000. Entertainment news. Qin Bao Bao's album sold 120,000 on the first day. Qin Bao Bao's single album breaks the daily sales record. Qin Bao Bao's single may be expected to set a new record for digital albums. Major online media platforms pushed news related to Qin Bao Bao's album. Most of the news was bought by Star Art and took the opportunity to hype up the album. But it was certain that Qin Bao Bao's single album was popular. It was so popular that no one had any friends. On the first day of release, 120,000 copies were sold, which broke the daily sales record for digital albums. The Weibo post she posted in the early morning was liked by more than 100,000 people. Su Yunhan reposted her Weibo and said with emotion, "It's good to have a younger brother. The country owes me a younger brother." Then, Huang Yuting silently reposted and angrily attacked Su Yunhan, "You at least got a song. I've been asking for it until now, and there's not even a reply." Fans laughed and scolded in the comments section, saying that they would seek justice for their idol. After "I Am a Singer," Qin Zhe became popular again. What was funny was that a certain search engine actually updated his encyclopedia. The entry introduced him like this: Qin Zhe, born in Shanghai, China in 1995, graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, during internship, and is suspected to live with Qin Bao Bao. He is the exclusive lyricist and composer of Qin Bao Bao, the Queen of Love Songs. He is known as a music genius and the fastest shooter in the history of the music industry. At the same time, he is jokingly called by netizens, the man behind Qin Bao. His lyrics and music style are strange and changeable. He is proficient in love songs, China style, rock and roll and other musical elements. In July 2017, he composed the piano song, To Qin Bao Bao. From July to August 2017, he composed several fine songs and 2 gold songs for Qin Bao Bao. He helped Qin Bao Bao to win the second season of I Am a Singer. Representative works: Blue and White Porcelain, Exaggerated, Can't Fall in Love, Fairy Tale, Opera 2, Character Relationship, Sister Qin Bao Bao. His personal resume is very thin, certainly not comparable to those big shots in the entertainment industry, but the gold content makes most of the seniors in the entertainment industry ashamed. There is a lot of speculation in the industry. Where can Qin Bao Bao's album sales go? The first day sales are broken, but what about the weekly sales? Is it possible for Qin Bao Bao to break the weekly sales? The hope is great, but there is no guarantee. There are many examples of albums that break out on the first day, then decline and dry up by the third. There is no possibility of lack of stamina. Don't forget who the lyricist is. Moreover, Qin Bao Bao's popularity is very strong and is at its peak. Qin Zhe. What a talented ghost. Someone sighed. Saturday. Qin Bao Bao's album sales reached 220,000. Sunday. Qin Bao Bao's album sales reached 300,000. At 4:00 next week, Qin Bao Bao's album sales reached 500,000, breaking the weekly digital album sales record. The original record was 440,000 sales in a week. At this point, the sales finally cooled down. According to the market, the new album's hot-selling period was a week. After that, it would slowly increase or even stagnate. There was no possibility of Qin Bao Bao's album stagnating. It just depended on whether she could break the annual sales record. The entertainment industry was not a sensation, but the music industry was shaken. People in the industry were paying attention to Qin Bao Bao's album sales. With the development of the times, piracy was rampant, and CDs were gradually withdrawn from the market. The profit model of singers has been changing. Selling albums can no longer make much money, which was one of the important sources of income for singers in those days. One must know that in the glorious era of CDs, the status of singers was equal to that of movie stars. Nowadays, releasing albums and singing songs were to make a name for themselves, so that they could take on commercials, commercial performances, and concerts. The amazing sales of Qin Bao Bao's album undoubtedly gave singers a shot of confidence. The 2 million sales record was not accidental. Look, there was another amazing person who was expected to break the album record. At 10:00 on Friday night, Qin Bao Bao returned home. She had just had a celebration party with several leaders of the marketing department, her agent, Li Yanhong, the sound engineer, her assistant, and others. Although she refused to drink with the big boss, Qin Bao Bao would not refuse such a celebration party. It was a good thing to keep oneself clean. It would be too independent if she refused all social engagements. Qin Bao Bao's face was red, and her eyes were misty with drunkenness. Qin Zhe was still in the living room, holding his laptop and fiddling with his career. Seeing his sister turn around, he did not even raise his head. "You're back." "Yes." Qin Bao Bao changed into slippers, put her bag on the single sofa, and sat beside Qin Zhe. She hummed and said, "I can't eat with A's." "A's, don't blame me." Originally, she had said that if she broke the weekly sales champion, she would invite Qin Zhe and her best friend to dinner. "Yes, yes." Qin Zhe said perfunctorily and did not care. Qin Bao Bao drank a little too much. She boldly closed her brother's laptop, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him on the cheek. "I'm the sales champion." "Thank you, A's. You're really my good brother." There's nothing new in the routine. Qin Zhe had reached the point of indifference to his sister's kiss. "Then what do you want?" Qin Bao Bao stared and said, "Do you want to have sex?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Qin Zhe was shocked. Seeing his sister's slightly drunk posture, he said, "Go back to your room and sleep. Don't act crazy with me here." Qin Bao Bao held Qin Zhe's arm, swayed her head, and narrowed her long and narrow eyes. "Wait, I'll give you a reward soon." Qin Zhe did not take it seriously. She went back to her room, took her clothes into the bathroom, and swayed her butt. Qin Bao Bao was obviously slightly drunk and forgot to close the door. He looked into the room. Wang Zijin was lying on the bed, playing with her mobile phone. Her exquisite curves were highlighted under the thin quilt. Wang Zijin also noticed that the door was not closed. She glanced and happened to see Qin Zhe admiring the beauty's sleeping posture. Miss Wang hurriedly lifted the quilt, jumped out of bed, and ran to close the door. She glared at Qin Zhe and slammed the door. The sound of running water came from the bathroom. Qin Zhe was not distracted. While his sister was taking a shower, he watched today's news broadcast. Before the stock market, he followed dramas, movies, and novels. After the stock market, he only followed the local news broadcast. And it was a never-ending one. When he got older, he would lie on the bed and say, "Son, when the news broadcast ends, burn some joss paper to inform your father." Then his son would say the same to his grandson, and the cycle would repeat from generation to generation. Qin Bao Bao was famous for her slow showers. Qin Zhe used to wake up late and was often blocked by her at the door of the toilet. He had to hold his pee until he went crazy. Qin Zhe almost finished watching the news broadcast when she came out. Her hair was wet, and she was wearing a bathrobe. She swayed her butt to the sofa, her fingers stroking her snow-white long neck. She winked at Qin Zhe. "Want to see? I'll give you a reward." "I don't want to see." Qin Zhe pretended to be disdainful and said something against his will. "You really don't want to see? You don't dare to take it off." Sister snorted. She grabbed the sides of the collar with both hands and slowly tore the bathrobe apart. Qin Zhe looked at her with disdain and squinted at her sister. He guessed that she would stop halfway and did not dare to go all the way. The bathrobe was slowly torn from the neck. First, it was her slender neck, then her delicate collarbone, and then her voluptuous cleavage. Qin Zhe went from squinting to looking straight at her. He felt that he could not control his eyes. Qin Bao Bao suddenly paused. Then, she used all her strength and tore the bathrobe apart. The bathrobe fell to the ground. What was revealed was not his sister's fair and tender body. She was still wrapped in a bath towel. *CK, it was his sister's trick again. Qin Zhe wanted to shout, "I've already taken off my pants, and you're showing me this?" But he was afraid that Wang Zijin would hear him, so he held back. "Stupid face." Qin Bao Bao gave him a disdainful look and walked back to her room. Qin Zhe shouted unwillingly, "Didn't you say there's a reward? Can't you be less scheming and more sincere?" Chapter 172. Because her brother was shamelessly asking for a reward, and her own kiss reward was in a period of weakness, Qin Bao Bao agreed to return part of her brother's money, but she wrote an agreement. Today, Qin Bao will return Qin Zhe 400,000 yuan of his wife's money. In view of the high inflation, it is difficult to buy a house and find a wife. Qin Zhe is not allowed to spend his wife's money on any girl who has no hope of becoming a wife. He can only use it for investment and financial management. Qin Zhe held the agreement in his hands and thought to himself, "You're lying. Aren't you the one who spent the most of my money? Aren't you the girl who has no hope of becoming my wife?" MMP. It was another idle weekend, and the two sisters went shopping together. The reason why they didn't ask Qin Zhe to go with them was that he was temporarily assigned a task by Li Linfeng. Li Linfeng said in the group, "All the old staff, this weekend, write a quarterly investment plan for me. Futures, stocks, crude oil, precious metals. Write it with your market research. I want to see the real thing, not the theory on paper. If you have private experience, it's best to add it." Then he Qin Bao Bao Yang Pu. "Yang Jian, quickly change your name." Li Linfeng angrily said, "I feel disgusted when I think of you as a hooligan." There was laughter in the group. Yang Jian replied with a pitiful emoji, "I'll change it immediately." "Leader, do you have any other instructions?" Li Linfeng said, "Then I'll give you 2 homework for the weekend. You 2 should also write an investment plan. Like them, crude oil futures are fine. I don't ask for quality, but you have to make a framework for me." Yang Jian sent a series of vomiting blood emojis. "Leader, can I take back what I said just now? Qin Zhe sent a facepalm emoji. Who asked you to be so cheap? He could use this opportunity to buy a blackboard stand. He specially went to a large stationery store nearby. In addition to the blackboard stand, there was also a box of large water-based pens and a board eraser. He spent another 15 yuan to let the staff help him to assemble it at home. It was not that Qin Zhe was lazy. He could pick up Qin Bao with one hand and throw her out of the window. Her weight was not worth mentioning. What he was annoyed about was the assembly. When he was young, whether it was puzzles or assembling transformers, he had never succeeded once. He had pitifully begged his sister for help. He wasn't born with this talent. He had never done a business plan before, nor did he have a reference format. Thus, he did not need a format. Instead, he found a bull stock and analyzed it from the basic analysis to the technical analysis. Then, he explained the potential of this stock in depth. Speaking of strong stocks, Qin Zhe really had another one. Although he didn't show any signs of anger, he was very optimistic about the potential of that stock. Black Donkey Technology, a company that was involved in internet video production. This company was not simple. It was listed at the end of last year. In the first half of the year alone, it had raised 3 rounds of financing, with a capital of 1 billion yuan. It was deeply loved by brokers. In this era where internet moguls gathered, to be able to raise so much money, it was either through unorthodox means or with the support of intricate financial relationships. Qin Zhe was writing and drawing on the newly bought blackboard. Sometimes he frowned, sometimes he was deep in thought, and sometimes his pen was flying. Suddenly, he wiped it clean and started from the beginning. It wasn't until 3:00 in the afternoon that he finished writing the business plan in the most concise language. No more, no less, just enough to fill the front of the blackboard. Then he copied it on the A4 book he bought at the stationery store. He dug out the stapler his sister bought for him in college. Click, 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 done. Monday. Qin Bao waved goodbye to her brother and bestie. She watched them go out and stayed at home. She put on light makeup and dressed at home. The living room was clean and the coffee table was neatly placed. This small home looked very cozy. Of course, the most important thing was the people who lived here. At 10:30, the doorbell rang. Qin Bao ran to open the door. 2 people stood at the door, a fashionably dressed woman and an uncle carrying a camera. The young woman was holding a microphone with a V-shaped logo on it. She came from an online media company. Qin Bao had an announcement today, which was to do an interview. The TV station was not willing to do such a small thing like an interview with the album sales champion. But the online media liked it very much. They were keen on the various kinds of gossip about the lives of celebrities. They had trained a group of professional editors who could attract the most netizens. Miss Qin, my name is Xue Mei. I'm the program sponsor of Love Ku Video. Xue Mei greeted with a smile. This is our cameraman, Lao Wang. Qin Bao glanced at the camera. The light was on, which meant that the recording had already started. She hurriedly invited them in. Wow, is this where Miss Qin lives? Xue Mei looked around in disbelief. Qin Bao smiled elegantly, like a goddess and dignified. It's a little small. But it's very warm. Xue Mei, who had a high EQ, smiled. Really, it's full of warmth. Xue Mei faced the camera and smiled sweetly. As a newcomer in the entertainment industry, Miss Qin won the title of I Am a Singer and became famous overnight. Then, her single album broke the daily and weekly sales record. Now, it's one of the hottest topics in the entertainment industry. Teacher Qin, your album has broken the daily sales record and the weekly sales record in a row. Let's congratulate you first. Do you have the confidence to break the annual digital album sales record? First of all, I want to thank everyone for their support. For me, sales are secondary. Making a good album is what I want the most. The two sat on the sofa and chatted while the camera was filming. I heard that you had already decided on the track before releasing the single. Why did you change the song at the last minute? Because Qin Zhe suddenly came to me and said that he wrote a few songs, which happened to be included in my single album. Xue Mei heard Qin Bao say it casually, but she cursed in her heart. She had screwed up the album at the same time. Teacher Qin's songwriting skills are well known outside, like thunder in one's ears. She praised. She felt a little embarrassed to call the siblings Miss Qin together, but she couldn't find a reasonable way to address her. It was impolite to call her by her name, and calling her your brother was even more impolite. Yes, he's very good. Qin Bao was used to showing off her brother. Xue Mei's lips curled up. This was very Qin Bao. She was indeed a fanatic who showed off her brother. Qin Bao's nickname of fanatic who showed off her brother was spread in New Star's date. According to the netizen statistics, she said, "My brother is the best" 3 times and "My brother is the best" 6 times in 20 minutes of the show. She was like a little girl showing off her toys. Can I just shoot casually? I believe everyone wants to see Miss Qin's daily living environment, Xue Mei said. Sure. Qin Bao smiled impeccably. The interview location was chosen to be at home. Daily life was one of the main topics. This way, the show would be more lively. The audience was already tired of sitting in the studio and chatting. Qin Bao was already prepared. She put away all of Wang Zijin's daily necessities, including the various styles of women's underwear hanging on the balcony. These things couldn't be leaked. The whole country knew that she was living with her brother, but Wang Zijin's existence couldn't be exposed. Otherwise, there would be unscrupulous media reporting such news the next day. Shocking. Qin Bao living with 2 people at the same time. Or, other than Qin Bao and her brother living together, there's actually another person. Guess who he is? I can't let my illustrious reputation be ruined just like that. The camera circled around the living room and then turned to the balcony. It didn't film the outside scene. That would expose Qin Bao's address. The cameraman was also sensible and didn't go to the bathroom. Qin Bao introduced to Xue Mei, "This is my room. My brother is next door. Can I take a look at your room?" Xue Mei was excited. Qin Bao was already prepared. She turned the doorknob of her room. Suddenly, she heard Xue Mei's excited voice, "Can I take a look at your brother's room?" Sure. Qin Bao resentfully let go of the doorknob. Why didn't you follow the routine? I spent so much time tidying up the house. She turned to open the door to Qin Zhe's room. She needed to tidy up her own room. Qin Bao was very assured that her brother's room wouldn't have piles of smelly socks or suspicious tissues. Her brother's room was always clean and tidy. Xue Mei called the cameraman to follow her in. Chapter 173. Xue Mei was looking forward to finding something in Qin Zhe's room. It could be a manuscript of a song or a piano piece. It was said that a room was a person's most private place. To understand a person, just looking at his room was enough. This was a 20 square meter room. It could be even smaller. The furnishings were also simple. There was a double bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. There were anime posters on the wall beside the bed. There was a blackboard beside the desk. The windows were open, and hot air rushed into the room. Such a simple style did not look like an artist's room. The camera slowly swept across the room, focusing on the desk. However, there was nothing on the desk except for a notebook, finance books, a pen holder, and a lamp. Her eyes swept across the blackboard, and her eyes lit up. Miss Qin is a finance major? Qin Bao smiled and nodded. Yes, he's a finance major. The camera focused on the blackboard. Finally finding something useful, Xue Mei asked curiously. It's written on stocks, right? She did not invest in stocks, nor was she a finance major. The blackboard was filled with professional terms and symbols. She did not understand it, but it was impressive. Yes, it's stocks, the uncle with the camera suddenly said. He had been a shareholder for more than 10 years. Some of his basic knowledge was even more solid than a university student. It's written on some analysis and predictions of a certain stock. It's more detailed, Old Wang said. Xue Mei said, the stock market has been very popular recently. Many of my friends have invested in it. How's this stock? Old Wang fixed the camera, took out his phone, and searched the stock company's mobile app. He shook his head. It's very average. The spring breeze of the stock market's recovery did not seem to have affected it. I always thought that Miss Qin was a liberal arts major. So he's a science major. He looks so professional, Xue Mei said to the camera. She did not want to talk about this topic. If it was Old Wang, it would definitely be edited out. She pointed the camera at the blackboard for a few seconds. Just as she was about to leave the room, she saw something under the table. Something fell. Xue Mei bent down and picked it up. It was a blue notebook. She glanced at it curiously and saw the date, weather, and words like sister and Hongqiao. She suppressed her curiosity and did not want to pry into other people's privacy. She placed the notebook on the desk and said, "It's a diary." Diary? Qin Bao Bao was stunned. She thought, when did the little red guy write a diary? She picked up the notebook and wanted to flip through it, but she held back. The camera was there, and it was not good to touch her brother's privacy, although she never thought that her brother had such things. Zhu Investment Company. There were 3 investment departments in Zhu, and Li Linfeng was in charge of one of them. This newly established company had many shortcomings. For example, there were 3 departments, but there was no division of labor. Each department could invest in funds, stocks, futures, and cash at the same time. In the eyes of Li Linfeng, who used to work as a middle manager in a securities company, this was simply nonsense. He couldn't figure out what President Su was thinking. He had once looked down on the woman who was nearly 10 years younger than him, even though she had studied abroad at an internationally renowned university and obtained a master's degree in finance and a doctorate in business administration. Later, Su talked to him deeply, and he completely changed his mind. No one knew what the two of them talked about. The office door knocked a few times, and Li Linfeng said aloud, "Come in." The 2 salted fish who had just joined the company pushed the door and entered. He glanced at the documents in the hands of the 2 salted fish. They were thin and held in a folder. "Let me see." Li Linfeng smiled. He preferred to train young people. He liked to chat with young people and boast about what he was like in the past. These 2 salted fish, he had his own evaluation in his heart. Yang Jian was very smart and had great potential. Unfortunately, he was lazy and had no courage and fierceness. The more prosperous the indigenous people in the area, the more so. In terms of hard work and fierceness, the older generation of businessmen in Zhe province was the most powerful. Otherwise, Zhe province would not have become the #1 private province. Only the rich people were better than Shanghai City. It was just that the vast area diluted the prosperity. There was also Qin Zhe. His character was very gentle and his temper was good. He usually got along with him and did not look like a pervert who could get full marks in exams. His potential was definitely huge, but his workplace experience was 0. As for his ability, it was yet to be tested. Perhaps he could get a glimpse of it from this investment proposal. Li Linfeng took the 2 proposals and looked at Yang Jian first. He spent 5 minutes going through it and looked satisfied. The idea is very mature and the operation method is also based. Have you played in futures before? Yang Jian nodded. I started when I was in university. It's just that I didn't earn much for my tuition fees and pocket money every year. The futures market is 2F** king unreasonable. Some capitalists are even worse than stocks. Li Linfeng nodded and looked at Qin Zai's investment proposal again. He was shocked. Handwritten? Qin Zai's mouth twitched. He did not reply. Yang Jian teased, "You're still too young." Yang Jian recorded the proposal into the computer and printed it out at the company this morning. Qin Zai did not think of this. He even bought the A4 paper himself. It was purely handmade. He lacked office experience. Old Master was right about one thing. Working behind closed doors would never make one a great talent. Experience was not something one could come up with one's brain. Qin Zai agreed, so he came to work. Li Linfeng browsed through the unconventional proposal. He felt that it was very interesting and was about to read it in detail. His computer beeped and the company's internal communication software flashed. He opened it. Meeting at 10 a.m. in conference room 2. Managers of investment departments 1 to 3 must attend on time. No leave is allowed. Li Linfeng looked at his watch. The time was 9:45. He said, "You can go back first." Li Linfeng went to the toilet. At 9:50 a.m., he opened the glass door of conference room 2. The other 2 managers were already waiting. Seeing him enter, they smiled and greeted him. Then they chatted among themselves. The content was nothing more than business. For example, the recent stock market boom and the hundreds of thousands of yuan invested had been very profitable. During the conversation, the 2 smokers kept rubbing their cigarette boxes. Obviously, they were addicted to smoking and only hoped that the meeting would end soon. Although the government had increased the smoking ban, they had their own office. It was no problem for them to hide and smoke. However, they could not smoke during the meeting. Li Linfeng took the time to look at Qin Zai's investment proposal. He had only glanced at it briefly before and did not study it in detail. He first searched for Black Donkey Technology on his phone. It was a technology stock on the growth enterprise market. After seeing the half-dead K-line chart, Li Linfeng almost shot Qin Zai's proposal. Considering the guy's impressive results when he first joined the company and his patience to read deeply, he gradually became engrossed in it. Gradually, he was engrossed in reading. He picked up the pen that he always brought for meetings and started to draw circles. There was a lot of solid information in the proposal. It was not a long theory. He clicked on the company details that came with the stock trading software and checked the financial statements of Black Donkey Technology for the past 2 years. Although people who speculated in the stock market knew that this thing was F***king fake. Using distorted or even fake accounting information to attract investment was a common tactic used by some companies. However, it could be used as a reference. When he saw that the proposal detailed the number and amount of financing of Black Donkey Technology, Li Linfeng circled it and searched for relevant information on the internet. Sure enough, this company raised a total of 1 billion yuan in March, May, and August this year. How could a stock on the growth enterprise market get so much money? Since there was so much money, why didn't the stock market rise when it was gradually warming up? The old driver Li Linfeng smelled a trace of something fishy. As a successful investor, it was important to catch bull stocks. However, there were too many listed companies, and it was impossible to study every stock in depth. Investment companies generally locked the industry sector first, and then selected individual stocks. Li Linfeng began to study this stock, so that Suyu didn't notice when he approached the conference room, holding a pen and writing something. "This time I called you here for a short meeting," Suyu said. "The company has been established for less than half a year, and there are many contradictions in the distribution of business. Don't wonder why there is no division of labor since 3 investment departments have been established. It makes no sense to divide into 3 investment departments." Suyu put a stack of documents on the conference table. I have a summary of all the investment projects of your 3 departments. Each department has losses and losses, but after all, it is profitable. I am very pleased. Through this report, the strengths and weaknesses of your department can be seen at a glance. The purpose of this meeting is to officially start the division of labor, and each investment department focuses on its own strengths. After a long time, Li Linfeng suddenly found that the president's voice disappeared, and the conference room was quiet. Looking up at the main seat, it was empty. Then he found that the beautiful president of the company was standing behind him without him knowing, quietly staring at his investment plan. The other 2 investment managers looked at him playfully. Li Linfeng calmly blocked the plan and said, "President Su, please continue." Su Yu ignored him, reached for the plan, smiled and said, "It's very interesting, and it's handwritten." The veteran said, "It's written by a newcomer. It's quite deep, so I studied it." Su Yu's eyes flashed and asked, "Which newcomer?" Li Linfeng finally showed an embarrassed look and said, "Let's not talk about this. Can we continue the meeting?" "Qin Zhe," he said. Su Yu said, "Oh," and returned the plan to him. He said lightly, "You are from a securities company. The stock investment income of your department is the best. You can do this in the future. Futures, spot, etc., investment as appropriate. The meeting is over." Su Yu returned to the office and called an assistant. "You inform Li Linfeng and let him set up an investment project. Now go to the finance department to report. Do it according to the plan. Black donkey technology, he will understand when you say it." The assistant asked, "How much is the fund?" 1 million. Su Yu thought about it and changed his words, 2 million. The assistant left. Su Yu leaned on the chair and turned around, thinking, "It's a mule or a horse, try it." Chapter 174. Thank you, Miss Qin. Today's interview will end here. Xue Mei was relieved and beamed. Qin Bao Bao shook hands with her and old Wang, who was carrying the camera, and sent them out. Watching them take the elevator downstairs, Qin Bao Bao turned around and closed the door. She threw herself on the sofa and exhaled a mouthful of foul air. After leaving Qin Zhe's room, Xue Mei asked a lot of questions, such as the netizens' comments on the new album, the process of writing songs, and some trivial things in life. Xue Mei would mention Qin Zhe and try to squeeze Qin Bao's information out of Qin Zhe. Qin Bao Bao said what she should say, but she didn't say what she shouldn't say. For example, does your brother have a girlfriend? Qin Bao Bao chose to ignore such an outrageous question. She lay on the sofa and heard her stomach grumble twice. It was time for lunch. Qin Bao Bao shouted, straightened her small waist, and bounced her 2 legs. She wanted to imitate the heroes on TV, but she obviously overestimated herself. Instead of bouncing up, she rolled off the sofa. She groaned and rubbed her knees as she stood up and limped into the kitchen. There were leftovers from last night in the fridge. They could be eaten after a few minutes in the microwave. With her current identity, it was not easy to order takeout. One of the reasons was to expose her address. If she met a pervert who saw that she was alone at home, he would have evil thoughts and force himself on her. Qin Bao Bao felt that she could only commit suicide. She put the leftovers into the microwave and hummed a messy song happily. "I have a little brother, but I never ride him. It's good to have a little brother who can cook." That's right, the diary. Qin Bao Bao's concept of privacy never included a little brother. In the past, she often looked through Qin Zhe's phone, so Qin Zhe didn't even dare to look at porn. He couldn't be stubborn in this regard because the phone was bought by his sister. Later on, smartphones came with a fingerprint unlocking function, which finally ushered in the spring of privacy rights. She walked into Qin Zhe's room. The moment her hand touched the diary, she hesitated. "After all, my brother is already so old. He should have some privacy. Isn't it inappropriate for me to read his diary like this?" However, peeking at a diary was the most exciting. It was said that everyone would pour out their most private things in a diary. Maybe I'll be able to discover my brother's secret. With that in mind, Qin Baobao flipped open the diary. When Qin Zhe got home from work, he found his diary on his laptop. Her expression immediately changed. She turned around and rushed out of the room. She questioned Qin Baobao in the living room, "Did you touch my diary?" His expression was very strange. He was nervous and fearful, but there was also a faint trace of anticipation. The diary recorded his mother's meeting with a strange man at Hongqiao, as well as Qin Zhe's speculation about his sister's top-up gift. Qin Baobao said blankly, "What diary?" Qin Zhe didn't say anything. He stared at his sister, trying to see something from her face. However, his sister's expression was cute. "My diary has been touched," Qin Zhe said in a low voice. "Oh, the diary under your table?" Qin Baobao suddenly realized. "I put it on the table for you. You're always so forgetful. Why did you enter my room?" Qin Zhe's eyes flashed sharply, just like Detective Conan's speculation about the murderer. "There's an interview today. They came to record it at home. Since you're so famous, they asked to see your room," Qin Baobao said. "I thought that there were no suspicious tissues in your room, so I let them in." "How am I suspicious?" Wang Zijin looked away from the TV series and looked over. "The tissues are not Zijin's. It's none of your business." Qin Zhe waved his hand. "I happened to see your diary fall on the floor, so I picked it up." "Really? The show will be broadcast online next week. You can watch it yourself." Qin Zhe was skeptical. Later, he really searched online and reluctantly believed his sister. The days flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was the end of September. Midsummer was over. However, the temperature showed no signs of dropping. The sun was poisonous. From the beginning of August until now, the changes in the stock market could be described as earth-shattering. First, the central bank cut interest rates again, causing risk-free returns to decline, causing a large amount of idle funds to flow into the market. Financial stocks represented by brokerages, banks, and insurance companies suddenly showed their strength. They broke through the 2,500, 2,700, 2,900, 3,000 and so on. The trend could be described as overwhelming and shocking. At this point, the bull market had truly arrived. Although the stock market had recovered before, it was still hesitant and trembling. The financial world had different views on this. Some thought that it was a rebound after the crash, but it didn't mean that it would continue to rise. Some analyzed that under the background of the huge economic downturn, industries were declining, and the colorful real estate bubble was on the verge of bursting. The government was bound to take action. The bull market was here. Not only the elites in the financial world thought so, but even ordinary people who didn't invest in stocks were aware of this. Because there were constantly people around them who invested in the stock market, the news broadcasted the good news of the stock market's rise, and their relatives and friends boasted about how much money they made in the stock market. Under the crazy promotion, there were constantly new people pouring into the stock market, old shareholders and new shareholders, throwing all their money into the stock market to make money. The result was that the bull market was going crazy, and the stock market rose to the extent that capitalists and individual investors were envious. Before Li Linfeng knocked on the door of the president's office, he heard a crisp bang sound inside, as if something was broken. He stood at the door and hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door with great determination. The office was suddenly quiet. After a moment, Su Yu's voice said, "Come in." In front of the spacious desk, the beautiful president was wearing an office lady suit that accentuated her figure. Her pretty face was beautiful and refined, and her temperament was elegant. Li Linfeng's eyes quickly swept across the terrazzo floor. There were no broken limbs. Was it an illusion just now? "What's the matter?" Su Yu asked. Li Linfeng summarized the investment projects of the investment department in half a month into a stack of forms and put them in front of Su Yu's desk. President Su, take a look at this. Su Yu's starry eyes glanced at him, picked up the form and looked at it. Not bad, the return is more than 80%. Is there a problem? Take a look at this project first. Li Linfeng pulled out a form from it. It is because the return is very good that I suggest cutting this project. Su Yu narrowed her eyes. This form was the income statement of the investment project that came from Qin Zai's proposal. The bull market is coming, more fierce than we thought. Now more than 100 stocks are hitting the upper limit every day, and 60% of the sector is on the positive line. The market seems to be far from the top, and it may break through 4,000 points in the future. I think we should collect the funds and use them where they should be used to maximize the profit. After all, the bull market won't last too long. Li Linfeng expressed his opinion. The stock market was investment abroad, but in China, it was called stock speculation. Commonly known as speculation. I don't care if the market is healthy or not, deformed or not, I just care about making money. The domestic stock market has a tacit function. The reshuffling of the capital market is personally promoted by the invisible big hand. Just take it as a long line. Su Yu was very calm. You are an old man in this industry. You should know what it means for black donkey technology to raise 1 billion but not to raise it. Li Linfeng smiled bitterly. But similar eye-catching incidents are not uncommon. The stock market is a game, and there is never the possibility of 1 + 1 = 2. We can't underestimate other people's IQ. Do you need to teach me this? Su Yu glanced at him. The company's funds are not endless, but at least it is sufficient. I will give you another 2 million, and you will withdraw from this project. Don't. I'll follow. I'm just expressing my own opinion. Li Linfeng smiled bitterly. Women, they would fall out with just a word of disagreement. Su Yu said, you go out first. Li Linfeng retreated. Before closing the door, he found that the president's mouse pad was empty and the mouse was gone. The office was quiet again. Su Yu leaned over to pick up the remains of the mouse under his feet and threw it into the trash can. She took out the spare mouse from the drawer and replaced it. If someone stood next to her, they could see the computer screen showing a game. The screen was frozen, and the 2 bright red failed were shocking. She lost the 4th game today. Don't mention how angry she was. Since the solo game that day, the 2 of them have been fighting. Like primary school students, they made an appointment to fight on the top of the forbidden after lunch. Su Yu has eaten countless Annie teaching videos in the past few days. Every time she is in high spirits to find the bitch to fight, the result ends in failure. She boasts that she is smart, but her hand speed is a little slow. Isn't this a game that depends on IQ? The Great God's operation is also average. Why can't I beat the bitch? The bitch sent her a private message. Dead trash, I'll beat you in minutes. Su Yu was too lazy to pay attention to her. Unexpectedly, the bitch beat the dog in the water and didn't stop. Aren't you very arrogant? I'll teach you how to behave in minutes. The hand speed of primary school students, dare to fight with me? Overestimating yourself. Come again. Come again. Whoever is scared is a dog. Su Yu clenched her teeth. She still had half an hour of free time and decisively invited the bitch. The 5th game began. Bang bang bang. Su Yu has never hated knocking on the door as much as today. She suppressed her anger. Come in. The guy who visited her was Nan Man Pei's little lover, at least she thought so. Su Yu frowned. What's the matter? Qin Zai said, I've finished reading the company's market research for the last quarter. How was it? Su Yu asked casually. Not bad, I benefited a lot. Qin Zai said. He found that when Suyu talked to him, she didn't look at him. Her eyes were always staring at the computer, and her spring onion fingers were clicking on the mouse. How could this operation be so familiar? Suyu met his puzzled eyes and immediately sat up straight. She couldn't hold back her anger. Why don't you leave? Qin Zhe said, I want to see the company's financial statement for this quarter. Suyu was angry. Go to my assistant and get out quickly. Whether it was the market research report or the financial statement, especially the latter, not to mention a small employee like Qin Zhe, the middle management was not qualified to see it. Qin Zhe got through to Suyu through his relationship with Pei Jiannu. Of course, Suyu was not happy, but Nan Man Pei said that if he wanted to see it, she would show it to him. What secrets did a small broken company have? Red headers. Suyu was choked by her best friend. Qin Zhe glanced at the beautiful president a few times. Did this woman have her period or took the wrong medicine? Her temper was so explosive. Then I can only leave. He left immediately and was too lazy to stay. He hated women who had a temper. It was better to be coquettish and cute like his sister. Hey, why do I feel like I've been tricked by a woman again? Looking back to the screen, Suyu found that she had been killed by the other party and was counting down to resurrect. The guy broke 2 defense towers in a row and pushed to the high ground. While waiting for the support of the small soldiers, he danced in place. Dead trash chicken, you don't move. Did you give up treatment? I can beat you 10 times. In the future, every time I see you online, I'll abuse you once. I won't accept it even if you beg for mercy. Suyu raised the mouse and threw it to the ground, breaking it in a crisp sound. MMP. After work, Suyu drove her red Ferrari home. It was not her father's villa, but a high-end apartment near the company. Since returning home, she asked her father for the down payment, and she never went back to that home to live once. Now, the mortgage has been paid off, and the down payment money has been transferred back to her father's bank account, although the old man said that he didn't need it. But she could imagine the woman sitting on the side with her bitter sarcasm. The Ferrari was parked in the underground parking garage. Even in this high-end apartment, it was the most conspicuous car. Ferrari's bright red color is a classic, suitable for both men and women. However, Suyu's last car was a Maserati, the same as Nan Man Pei, but much more expensive than Nan Man Pei's car. When she graduated and returned home, the old man gave it to her. Suyu didn't want it and left it in the villa's parking garage. Taking out the key to open the door, she stood at the door, took a deep breath, and her face was filled with a sweet smile like a little girl. I'm back. The room was empty, the wind poured in from the open window, and the curtains were flying. The house was 100 square meters, and it was a little empty for one person to live in. The furnishings of the house were very simple, single furniture, single daily necessities, and single women's slippers, which made the looming loneliness more and more clear. Suyu didn't think there was a problem at all. It was good to go home, and the children at home didn't panic. The first thing she did when she got home was always to take a bath, then make a cup of coffee and wear a bathrobe. Suyu sat in front of the computer with a cup. The slide chair was very big. She habitually curled her feet up on the chair, turned on the computer, and logged into the game. Some people say that life is short, but sometimes a short life can be particularly difficult. If you don't find something to kill time, how can you spend a lonely night? The cell phone rang. Suyu glanced at the mobile phone screen on the computer table. It was the old man. Dad, she answered the phone. Are you home? Have you had dinner? As usual, he was concerned. Suyu hummed a few times, listening to the old man rambling. She was impatient, frowned and said, Dad, if you have something to say, just say it. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Tomorrow your brother will come to work, and the position of deputy general manager will be left to him. Suyu felt a chill in her heart, but fortunately, she was used to it anyway. Are you as the largest shareholder, or as a father? she said with a sneer. What do you mean? Dad will always be your dad. The old man said. What did you say at the beginning of the year? Suyu imitated her father's voice. Dad only has you as a daughter, and the profits will be your dowry in the future. Dad will give you as much money as you want, and the company is up to you. Suyu sneered. Although you are old, you are not so forgetful, are you? Still silent, as if he was choosing his words, the old man said earnestly, you have just graduated a few years ago, and your management and investment experience are shallow, and the domestic market is different from foreign countries. Dad wants your brother to help you. I will check for you, and the position of president is still yours. It's because the stock market is rising, and you want to get a share of the profits. Suyu sneered again. These words seemed to touch the old man's reverse scale, and he was angry. How can you talk like that? We are all siblings. Suyu's eyes were red, and she took the phone away, sniffed gently, and said lightly, up to you. She hung up the phone. Bitches, they are all bitches. The mobile phone rang again, and it was a National Day blessing text message, very formulaic, copy and paste, and then sent in batches. This mobile phone was her private mobile phone. The company's staff certainly did not know, and few friends would not send such a non-nutritious junk text message. She looked at the signature, Qin Zhe. No wonder, the only one among the employees who knew her private mobile phone number was him. Nan Man Pei certainly would not save her public number, and the mobile phone number given was naturally private. For Qin Zhe, she had a good impression of him. Today's rash intrusion made her succeed in a 5-game losing streak, and 1 point was deducted. Other than that, there was nothing else. Nan Man Pei seemed to be very interested in him. She did not know which nerve was pressed. It was best not to be an old cow eating young grass, or she would laugh at Nan Man Pei. Moreover, Suyu felt that she was very loyal and believed that her brother's wife should not be deceived. So she ignored Qin Zhe's blessing text message. At this time, she saw the great god online. The night was long, and it was more exciting to rank with the great god. Chapter 175. Qin Zhe found that his sister was becoming more and more obsessed with games. She even studied the instructional videos. He did not know what was wrong with her. Tonight, his sister pestered him to play games, but suddenly changed her mind. She went into the bathroom to take a shower and prepared to sleep. Qin Zhe thought to himself, damn it, you stood me up even though I took off my pants. His obsessive-compulsive disorder was in the late stage, the kind that was incurable. Since he logged into the game, he had to play a few rounds before he stopped. Otherwise, he would feel uncomfortable all over. It was like spanking his sister's butt. He could not just hit her left butt, he had to hit her right butt too. Qin Bao Bao would scold him for being a pervert every time. As National Day approached, Qin Bao Bao taught her brother the way of the workplace. It was important to leave a good impression in front of the boss. He could not be a bootlicker or he would lose his reputation in front of his colleagues. But during festivals, he had to send a congratulatory message to the boss. This was called seriously going through the motions. It might not be useful, but if he did not send it, it would definitely affect the boss's impression. Qin Zhe said, "Sister is so awesome. Sister is my mentor and helpful friend. Sister, love you." Then he sent a congratulatory message to Li Linfeng and Suyu. It was the kind that flew everywhere in the school group. Guru, you're finally online. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Thank your sister, I feel disgusted when I think of the guy on the other side of the computer. Qin Zhe vented his anger at being stood up on, Canton Waste. She had always been tough, no matter how much he scolded her, she was fine. In view of her extraordinarily thick skin, Qin Zhe felt that it should be he and not she. He did not expose her. Anyway, on the internet, no matter who you were, even a dog would be fine. Everyone could still chat as long as it was not a scam. I'm really a girl, a junior high school student. If you don't believe me, we can meet face to face, Canton Waist said. I already said face to face, and you're still a girl? Qin Zhe ridiculed. Then I'm a girl. Let's play a game today, no matter who wins or loses. A game is also excellent. Qin Zhe invited Canton Waist, but was unexpectedly rejected. He was a little confused. Canton Waist sent a message, is that idiot here? Qin Zhe did not react for a moment. Crossdresser. Now he understood. Qin Zhe said, we're taking a shower. Just the two of us. Besides, you're the idiot. Your whole family are idiots. If my sister is an idiot, then what am I? Was he an idiot? Yes, my whole family are idiots. With such thick skin, if you were a girl, would cut off your dick on a live stream. Take a bath? Are they roommates? Guru is indeed a university student. Hourglass figure firmly believed that the crossdresser was a man. Qin Zhe did not explain. There was no need to. After winning the first victory of the day with ease, Hourglass figure exclaimed, Guru, your skills have improved tremendously. 666. Qin Zhe snorted in disdain. Salted fish. Anyone who only knew how to shout 666 was a salted fish. After a round, his sister finally finished bathing. Qin Zhe could finally release the piss that he had been holding in. As soon as Qin Bao Bao opened the door, he rushed in, pushed his sister out of the door, and hurriedly took out his weapon. He turned his head abruptly and saw Qin Bao Bao peeking through the crack of the door. Qin Zhe's expression changed. He shouted, what are you looking at? Qin Bao Bao spat guiltily. Who wants to look at your little earthworm? She turned her butt and walked away. The next day, Qin Zhe spent 2 hours in the morning to finish reading the company's financial report. This kind of thing was difficult for a layman to read. The system urged him, quickly exchange it for advanced financial mastery. Qin Zhe ignored it. He felt that the system was cheating him of his points. He thought that he could become a man who could change the world. Later on, he felt that he could only be the man behind his sister. The reason was that the points given by the system were not good enough. For example, the country was now eager to revive industries. There were many high-end products in the system, and the exchange points were astronomical. Anyway, Qin Zhe would not be able to afford it even if he touched his sisters but until the end of time. What AF * King Lo system? After reading the financial report, he went to Li Linfeng's office and knocked on the door. He wanted to ask about his experience in trading. But Li Linfeng was not there. The company's internal message group had just issued an announcement to summon the company's middle management for a meeting. After the meeting, Qin Zhe went to Su Yu's office again and returned the financial report. Originally, he didn't want to go to the president's office in person. He felt that the woman's temper was a bit temperamental. Qin Zhe certainly didn't know that it was his Jiejie who made the beautiful president angry. But Su Yu's assistant had something to do and asked for leave. He was not familiar with the financial department. He didn't know who to give the report to. Moreover, a small employee swaggered across the city with the report, which could easily lead to rumors. Come in. Su Yu's cold voice. Qin Zhe sighed and pushed the door in. He found that in addition to the beautiful president, there was a man in his 30s in the office. He was dressed in a suit and his greasy hair was meticulously combed. He sat on the comfortable leather sofa and looked at his eyes full of superior scrutiny. Qin Zhe had never seen this guy. He only thought that he was a business partner of the company. He put the financial report in the president's office. President Su, I'll return the financial report. Su Yu glanced at it and didn't speak. The man on the sofa asked, financial report? I don't remember you being in the finance department. Qin Zhe looked at him and turned to look at Su Yu. Su Yu said lightly, I showed him the financial report. The man raised his eyebrows. Who is this? I didn't see him at the meeting just now. Financial reports were not something that ordinary people could see, unless this young man was a middle-level manager or above. Was there such a young manager in the company? He didn't miss any opportunity to pick on his sister's mistakes. I've only been in the company for more than half a month. Qin Zhe said. Suyu glanced at him and seemed to blame him for talking too much. Nan Man's friend came to the company to play. Suyu said. The man was stunned and didn't speak. He knew Nan Man Pei. She was a strong woman that even his father had to be careful with. It was said that she was quite powerful in the Northeast and Shanghai. A few years ago, she did business with his father several times and met his sister Suyu. He heard that Suyu had a good relationship with her after returning to China. Nan Man Pei happened to be one of the shareholders of Julie. In fact, Julie didn't lack her funds. It was Suyu who forced Nan Man Pei to invest. Su Hao understood that his sister was trying to rope in allies. Qin Zhe said, Boss Su, I'll go out then. Suyu nodded. Back in the office, Qin Zhe heard several female colleagues whispering. There's a new vice president in the company. He's quite handsome. I heard that he's Boss Su's brother. Qin Zhe listened to a few words and buried himself in his notes about market research and financial reports. Market research could allow him to quickly understand the market, and financial reports could directly see the prospects and income of an investment company, which had important reference value. A reprimand came from outside the office door. I've been paying attention to you for a long time. You've been wandering around all the major offices all morning. Do you have nothing to do at work? You're slacking everywhere, and now you're here. Then Yang Jian's voice. Boss Su, I'm from the investment department. I'm back. The man seemed to be choked by Yang Jian's cheekiness. He paused for a few seconds and continued to reprimand. How come I didn't know that the investment department was so free? Your department's task allocation is very problematic. The nagging reprimand for a few minutes attracted the attention of the surrounding colleagues. When Qin Zhe walked out of the office, Yang Jian grinned and muttered. Su Riqian, you're paralyzed. The new vice president? Qin Zhe looked at his back as he walked away. He thought to himself, this name is really extraordinary. Wasn't this the man he met in Suyu's office? Yes, his name is Su Hao. It said that he's Boss Su's brother. Yang Jian said, this morning's high-level meeting was about this matter. I heard it from the girl at the front desk. It seems that your slacking at work is not for nothing. I'm too lazy to care about him. Tomorrow is National Day. Let's think about where to go. Yang Jian didn't take the shameful thing to heart. The business of the investment company is closely related to the bank, and there is no docking of employees' holidays. Although Shanghai is the national financial center, there are a lot of companies working overtime during the holidays. Where to go during the National Day holiday is a problem. All the scenic spots in the country are bound to be crowded, which will hurt the enthusiasm of tourists. Qin Zhe is more of a homebody. He is most afraid of places where people rub shoulders. In the past, during the school holidays, he would stay at home to play games, or he would be forced to play by his sister, but it was limited to Shanghai. Now, he has greater ideals and ambitions and feels that he can't waste his youth on playing. Regarding the homebody point, Wang Zijin and he are birds of a feather. The female hipster likes to find a coffee house to read quietly and drink coffee or tea. Although Qin Bao Bao is lazy, she is not a homebody and likes to play. She likes to pull her brother together, otherwise, she feels bored. 8:30 in the evening. Okay, let's meet tomorrow morning and drive together. Well, there should be 3 people on my side. Bye. Qin Bao Bao threw away her mobile phone, got up from the yoga mat, inserted between her brother and her best friend, and said, let's go to Hangzhou for a trip. Qin Bao Bao recently began to learn yoga with the purpose of shaping, although her figure is already very hot. The reason is because of a quarrel with her brother. Qin Zhe cursed his sister that her breasts are too big and will sag when she is old. Qin Bao Bao's expression was disdainful at that time. Who knows that the next day, she bought a yoga mat and yoga teaching CDs and started to practice yoga in the living room. In fact, with her exercise volume, as long as she pays attention to exercise in the future and her figure is not out of shape, there will be no risk of sag. Qin Zhe asked, "Who are you calling?" Qin Bao Bao put her legs on her brother's lap and rested her head on her best friend's chest, which is a few sizes smaller than her. Xianxia called. "Let's go out and play during the National Day holiday. Also, Chen Qinghong and their boyfriends." Wang Zijin said, "I won't go." Qin Bao Bao didn't insist. Her best friend is very arrogant, although she is usually gentle. Wang Zijin likes Qin Bao Bao, but she doesn't necessarily like her circle of friends. She is not familiar with Xianxia and Chen Qinghong. "I won't go either." Qin Zhe just finished speaking when he saw his sister staring at him coldly. "I won't go," Qin Zhe said unyieldingly. "You have to go." Qin Bao Bao used her shadowless kick and lightly kicked her brother a few times. "I'm not familiar with your best friends." What a lousy excuse. Don't think that I don't know what you are thinking. Qin Bao Bao's eyes wandered between her brother and her best friends. Wang Zijin said, "I'm going to the bathroom." She pushed Qin Bao Bao's head away and went into the bathroom. As soon as her best friends left, his sister started to make a scene. She rolled on the sofa and said that her brother doesn't love her anymore. Her brother forgot her mother when he got a wife, and she wasted her efforts to raise him. "Are you sure you were raised by feces and urine?" Qin Zhe was shocked by his sister's valiant rhetoric. "How long do you stay?" Qin Zhe said helplessly. "One day."